Introduction of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Introduction. The field of unusual or off-trail fiction in the present day is spoken of in general circles simply as science fiction, as fantasy, or as fantastic fiction. One term is freely substituted for another. Any one of the three may be used to cover a variety of unusual fiction types, whether they are based upon advanced sciences or ghostly phenomena. Each is a generality when used in its popular sense, and is often misleading to the uninitiated. To avoid any confusion in this work, we will use the hyphenated term science fantasy as an all-encompassing designation of unusual fiction. While this may not be technically accurate, it does attempt to combine two of the most important divisions of the field. Moreover, it is a term which we have used for years without evidence of any problem. For 333, the field of science fantasy has been arranged into 8 chief categories. It is impossible to formulate any opinions of their graduated importance, for this lies solely in the individual taste of the reader. Consequently, they will be treated in a rough scheme of their appearance. The 8 concerned are the Gothic romance, the weird tale, science fiction, fantasy, the lost race tale, fantastic adventure, unknown worlds, and the Oriental tale. We have added a 9th, associational, to include novels which are acclaimed as science fantasy but which are not properly members of the field. In many instances, there is a general overlapping among these divisions of science fantasy. Some fantastic adventure tales also have large elements of lost race civilization, so that it may seem difficult to apply a designation to them. The same holds true for science fiction and the weird tale, or for almost any combination of the 9 divisions listed. In such a case, it is usually a simple matter to pick out the one division which is more important, upon which the story depends. The Gothic romance. The requisites for this type of tale include a great and lonely castle of the medieval period. The castle itself has a dark reputation, built out of its maze of secret passages, haunted chambers, and occasional apparitions. The story possesses a villain who is entirely without scruples, and who sometimes possesses evil powers. He is usually the castle's lord. An atmosphere of terror is drawn from these features, and while the supernatural events of the castle may or may not be explained away in finality, the terror already achieved is maintained. Although there are numerous scattered evidence of science fantasy dating back through the centuries, the Gothic romance was the first marshaled expedition into the unreal. And the accredited first of the Gothics was The Castle of Otranto, written in 1764 by Horace Walpole, an accomplished Englishman. Actually, Walpole's effort had predecessors in the same general line, but The Castle of Otranto aroused a frenzy of activity and brought acclaim. It is supernatural throughout, and exemplifies the spirit of the Gothic romance admirably. However, other efforts achieved popularity with a final explanation for ghostly events. The finest example of this is found in Mrs. Anne Radcliffe's work. Her The Mysteries of Udolpho, written 30 years after the Walpole novel, is complete with a magnificent haunted castle, a bloody apparition, and endless secret passages. The terrors suffered by the heroine lose little by the clarifying explanation. Wieland, by Charles Brockden Brown, called the father of the American novel, is another work in the same manner. The Monk, by M.G. Lewis, is an entirely different Gothic of the same period. It occasioned unparalleled criticism by its daring, combined with supernatural incantations and events. Melmoth the Wanderer is a long chronicle of a near immortal who has gained malignant power through a pact with the devil. Written in 1820 by Charles Robert Maturin, it came at the close of the Gothic period. It is strongly supernatural, and universally considered the foremost of the Gothics. While a greater portion of the hundreds of titles of Gothic romance have slipped into obscurity, it is not a neglected field. It is thoroughly treated in such bibliographies as Rylow's Haunted Castle, Birkhead's Tale of Terror, and Summers' Gothic Quest and Gothic Bibliography. Almost every study of the English novel devotes at least a chapter to the outstanding Gothics in the light of their importance upon later fiction. The Weird Tale. The Weird Tale is primarily a novel of terror and dread. It includes ghosts and apparitions, vampires and werewolves, and black magic and sorcery, when treated in a serious manner. It materializes monstrous forms which lurk threateningly just beyond the threshold of our world. It is properly supernatural, but in certain instances, where events and atmosphere reach a high pinnacle of effectiveness without supernatural conveyance, exception is made. The weird tale is the first conquest of the Gothic romance. The latter field had reached the absolute saturation point by 1820. Authors could go no further without breaking outside of the limited walls and period of the Gothic castle. Ghosts and apparitions are normally considered the first component of the weird tale. Although this may be reasonably close to the truth as far as the short story is concerned, bona fide hauntings are somewhat obscure in the novel. Nevertheless, we find instances of them. The apparitions are usually figures which have been condemned to ghostly form after death, by reason of their deeds in life. An example of this is Dorothy Macardle's splendid The Uninvited, although in this novel there is the case of another apparition designed as a foil for the evil. Another such title is Leland Hall's Sinister House. Other hauntings may be a result of alien intelligent forms which never were human, capable of strikingly hideous deeds, as found in Jack Mann's Nightmare Farm and in the Eleanor Ingram Thing from the Lake. Closely related to these titles are such stories as Witch House, Evangeline Walton, and Cold Harbor by Francis Brett Young. They present terrifying all-evil mentalities against a background of horror. Vampire novels are headed by the classic Stoker work Dracula. They find their inspiration in the folklore of all races, as do novels of lycanthropy. Stoker's vampire is a monstrous, aged creature out of the dim Carpathians, whose after-death survival is maintained by human blood. For lycanthropy, Alexander Dumas capitalized upon his own regional legendary to produce the fine werewolf tale The Wolf Leader. The best contemporary work is the almost unknown Wolf in the Garden by Alfred C. Bill. The Werewolf of Paris by Guy Endore and The White Wolf by Franklin Gregory are reasonably good tales. Jack Williamson's Darker Than You Think is a refreshingly different variant of the standard werewolf theme, while secondary strains of lycanthropy and vampirism are found in The Black Douglas by Crockett, Fingers of Fear by Nicholson, and Robert W. Service's House of Fear. From these established types came other tales of metamorphosis. The Lair of the White Worm by Bram Stoker presents a woman who is also a giant worm, thousands of years old. The Hollow Skin by Virginia Swain tells of a man who is curiously related to a reptile, while A. Merritt leads another transformation in The Fox Woman. Tales of black magic and sorcery have their foundation in the Gothic romance, as far as fiction is concerned. In fact, certain titles of this earlier field, notably Melmoth the Wanderer and the Monk, which were properly Gothic, depended upon incantations and devil lore. This is repeated in a great many of the later weird tales. The Garden at 19 calls forth monstrous creatures by its weird rites. In The Devil of Pei-Ling by Herbert Asbury, we find a hideous Chinese idol called to life by strange worship. And in Sea Change by Barbara Hunt, secrets of black magic are culled from forbidden books and employed horribly. A. Merritt's splendid pair, Burn Witch Burn and Creep Shadow, employ witchcraft in achieving a fine atmosphere of terror. Sorcery based upon a background of ancient Egypt is always effective. Somehow it is particularly fascinating and mysterious, as grandiose and unearthly as the pyramids and the Sphinx. Sax Rohmer's Brood of the Witch Queen tells of an Egyptian reincarnation in a terrifying manner. Bram Stoker's Jewel of Seven Stars, while sometimes uneven, is often tremendously weird. It details the discovery of a haunted Egyptian valley, and experiments to restore the life into the perfectly preserved body of an Egyptian princess, while her spirit and familiar wander dangerously. Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton, who wrote over 100 years ago, made use of black magic and sorcery in his best works. A Strange Story has an evil genius who has acquired immortality through black arts. Zanoni is a benevolent semi-immortal who is a member of a secret society traced into Chaldean antiquities. But beyond this, Bulwer Lytton introduces a monstrous evil, lurking just beyond our own dimension. In Zanoni, it is a threat to the righteous and all-knowing secret society, while in A Strange Story, it destroys the dark immortal in a horrible manner. The dread evil is an absolute basis for the fine novels of William Hope Hodgson at the beginning of the century. In The Nightland and The House on the Borderland, he expands upon the entities developed by Bulwer Lytton and constructs them into very fine horror novels. The lurking evil is also employed by Algernon Blackwood and Arthur Machen, but to a greater extent in their shorter work. M.P. Scheel in The Purple Cloud produces a new but equally effective variant in the form of a shadowy cloud which obliterates the human race in a single swoop. This type of weird tale was further exploited in the 1920s by H.P. Lovecraft and his school, who created an entirely new mythology of the weird. William Sloane's To Walk the Night, a magnificent tale, pictures a race far beyond Homo sapiens, not inimical, but how unmeasurably horrible to the human race. Science fiction. For 333, we have divided science fiction into three major categories. Novels dealing primarily with the physical sciences, with the mental or psychological sciences, and with the sociological sciences. The physical sciences place an emphasis on superscientific activity. They are responsible for space, time, and dimensional travel, and all efforts beyond man's present knowledge where science is keynoted. The mental or psychological sciences treat Homo sapiens and his successors in all his mutancies, whether they produce supermen or idiots. The sociological sciences investigate the aspects of future civilization, its development or retardation. If popularity may be employed as a scale, the physical sciences must be considered as the current leader in the scientific division. Jules Verne, writing in the second half of the last century, is generally credited with the first organized attack upon it. His writing was based upon what was then superscience, even to such tales as 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It featured a tremendous submarine in days when undersea craft were undreamed of. From the Earth to the Moon is outright space travel, while Hector Severdac makes use of a comet as a spaceship for interstellar adventure. 1895 saw the publication of H.G. Wells' masterpiece, The War of the Worlds. It demanded and received international recognition by the portrayal of an invasion of Earth by a Martian race, whose advanced science rendered it totally invincible to all human weapons. Highly imaginative and skillfully developed, the novel is the finest science fiction effort of its century. Clearly, it is responsible for numerous competitive attempts. Garrett Serviss, the American astronomer, was fascinated by the work, and he himself wrote a sequel, Edison's Conquest of Mars, did not see print in book form until 1947. It did pick up the Wells theme where The War of the Worlds left off, and launched a counter-invasion of Mars by Earth troops. Edison's Conquest of Mars is perhaps the earliest model for one form of science fiction employing the physical sciences. It is popularly called space opera. Space opera is romantic adventure based upon a foundation of scientific data, which often reaches complexity. It is curiously related to the stereotyped Western novel and the radio soap opera. Its hero, who is eventually victorious by his application of super science, is beset by every manner of obversity, like the Western and radio hero, which take the form of invading alien races, runaway planets, or full-scale galactic rivalries. But he possesses qualities which are sometimes superhuman, and they are magnified by unparalleled universes to conquer and explore. Genuine examples of space opera in book form are rare until the science fiction renaissance, which began in 1946. Garrett Serviss's A Columbus of Space was published in 1911, and generally is acknowledged as the first of its type to see print in hardcovers. In it, atomic energy has been harnessed by a single skilled scientist, and his talents at interplanetary flight lead to the exploration of Venus. In the same year, Hugo Gernsback wrote a similar novel of space opera, Ralph 124C41+, but this was published as a magazine serial and did not see print in book form until 1925. Ray Cummings had two space opera efforts published under hardcovers in 1930, Brigands of the Moon and Tyranno the Conqueror. In 1946, The Skylark of Space by Edward E. Smith was published in book form as one of the initial volumes in the trend to science fiction. It had made its debut 20 years before as a magazine serial, and, as in A Columbus of Space, atomic energy was harnessed with interplanetary adventure resulting. Smith has made other ventures into space opera with sequels to his first book, and with the entirely new Lensman series. The popular editor of astounding science fiction magazine John W. Campbell, Jr., has had two fine examples of space opera published in recent years. They are The Mightiest Machine and The Incredible Planet. The Legion of Space is the best-known work of Jack Williamson. Space opera has become adult reading by reason of its science and romantic adventure. These two unlike qualities combine to make it popular escape material. Not all of the science fiction novels depending upon the physical sciences are concerned with space opera. Superscience may be used to some end such as interplanetary exploration, undreamed-of weapons, or ultra-mechanical inventions, without any hint of space opera. Fritz Leiber's Gather Darkness and John Taine's Green Fire make use of science both to maintain and threaten civilization. H.G. Wells' The Invisible Man, Fred McIsaac's The Vanishing Professor, and Philip Wiley's The Murderer Invisible gain the secret of invisibility, then release it against society. Expeditions into time are often a part of science fiction when they depend upon the physical sciences. Ray Cummings journeys into the far future in The Man Who Mastered Time, while John Taine employs science to view the Earth's dim past prior to the time of man with his Before the Dawn. Nelson Bond's Exiles of Time explains time as a circular process, and his past and future are one and the same. Cummings even goes beyond the magnitude of time with an exploration of the microcosmic in The Girl in the Golden Atom. The mental or psychological sciences, another branch of science fiction, are concerned with man and his development. They treat mutation and experiment, whether the result is Superman or idiot, whether the development is physical or mental. Philip Wiley's Gladiator is a science-developed Superman with both physical and mental abilities far beyond the strongest member of Homo sapiens. Characters created by A.E. Van Vogt in The Weapon Makers and The House That Stood Still have achieved immortality through science. Another Van Vogt creation of the far future is the tendrilled Slan, a natural mutancy of great mental development. Other natural mutancies are The Wonder by J.D. Beresford, Odd John by W. Olaf Stapledon, and The New Adam by Stanley G. Weinbaum. Their great mentalities are out of place in lesser bodies. The Island of Dr. Moreau by H.G. Wells describes subnormal monstrosities which have been created through scientific experiment. J.C. Snaith's hideously evil creature of Thus Far is an indestructible Superman. Again, in The Dark Other, Stanley Weinbaum ventures to the mental sciences with a double-brained human. Olaf Stapledon's chronicles Last and First Men, Last Men in London, and Star Maker are concerned equally with a man's future and civilization's future. They could be classed as a part of the mental sciences or as a part of the sociological sciences. As a group, the sociological sciences division is set up to include all novels which are primarily interested in the future society of man, social, political, and economical. The City of Endless Night by Milo Hastings is an ideal example. It pictures the future network of Berlin, a separate state in conflict with the rest of the world. A Crystal Age by W. H. Hudson treats the far future as an idealistic, contented, hive-like society. The Doomsman by Van Tassel Steufen, The 25th Hour by Herbert Best, and Final Blackout by L. Ron Hubbard treat survival after civilization's destruction. No Other Man by Alfred Noyes, where the survivors are few, is the same type of novel. In Deluge and Dawn by S. Fowler Wright, the world is overwhelmed by a new cataclysm, and a different society arises. Doppelgangers by H. F. Hurd and Intrigue on the Upper Level by Thomas Temple Hoyne are novels of the future where intrigue is necessary for ruling vast civilizations. Fantasy. In early childhood, the imagination of many of us was cultivated by contact with the admirable collection of fairy tales which are part of the literature of all lands. We imagined ourselves the figure of the Frog Prince, watched the goose that laid the golden eggs, or sought in vain for the name of Rumpelstiltskin. Fairy tales were an important part of our young lives, and with some of us, a fondness for them has remained through the years. For these, fantasy was a natural friend. Fantasy is concerned with fanciful beauty, with gentleness, and with the style and clarity of writing. It may be most accurately defined as a fairy tale written for grown-ups. In considering fantasy, one almost immediately comes in contact with the fine Irish writer Lord Dunsany. The King of Elfland's Daughter tells of fanciful regions close to us, but unrevealed to mortal eye. A favorite realm of Dunsany is ancient Spain, where among the troubled adventurers of chivalrous troubadours are fanciful castles and gentle workings of magic. A contemporary of Dunsany's, James Stephens, is also acquainted with the land just beyond ours. The Crock of Gold treats, in mild fashion of fantasy, on leprechauns and Pan and other elder gods. The English ghost story master M.R. James has a singular invasion of fantasy with The Five Jars. A buried metal chest provides its discoverer with sight and understanding of a fairy world. It cannot be denied that Sir James Barrie's magnificent classic Peter Pan, Peter and Wendy, is a favorite of children. Yet, in its original form, there is so much of forgotten charm and beauty in the Neverland, in Peter's agelessness, or the schemes of Captain Hook, that the adult audience is generally fascinated. As fantasy in its purest vein, it cannot be denied. The fine short story writer Algernon Blackwood has ventured into fantasy with The Fruitstoners. This is not the established fantasy of Barry or James, but a new and magnificent child's imagination, molded with adult knowledge and experience. Another variation is W.H. Hudson's wistful Green Mansions. While it is subject at times to fear and despair, its triumph is based upon hauntingly beautiful passages constructed about the delicate bird girl of the Amazonian forest, Rima. Lost Race. The strange and fascinating lure that archaeology holds for most of us is magnified 100-fold in the Lost Race tale. The obvious example when considering this type of novel centers about the survival of a legendary or supposedly vanished civilization in an unexplored region of the globe. Atlantis or Mu could be such a land. The Lost Race novel may be concerned with the forgotten glories of the Pacific, the grandeur of ancient Greece or Rome, the ageless Viking heroes, or the splendid civilizations of ancient America. It does not, however, limit itself to a foundation of what may have been. New lands, new races, new civilizations are unearthed, presenting queer animals and men. Jules Verne, whose contributors are important in the development of the science fiction novel, also ventured into the Lost Race medium. Here his outstanding effort is A Journey to the Center of the Earth, picturing the Earth as a hollow sphere. This fictional theory is also expressed in a number of other writings. In 1892, William L. Bradshaw created a civilization in the inner world of his The Goddess of Atvatabar. 5 years later, Charles Willing Beale, in The Secret of the Earth, directed his pair of American heroes through a mighty opening at the North Pole to the Earth's core. In 1908, Willis George Emerson published The Smoky God, in which 2 Norwegian fishermen found openings to the inner world at each pole. The popular legend of a lost continent is used as a basis for a number of novels. Frank Aubrey situates a surviving Atlantis in the Sargasso Sea with his A Queen of Atlantis. The Deviltry of El Dorado, actually published 3 years earlier in 1897, is a sequel and unearths an Atlantean colony in unknown South America. The Lower American continent is also used to locate Atlantis in a pair of admirable novels, Muriel Bruce's Mocara and A. Merritt's The Face in the Abyss. A living Atlantis beneath the ocean is pictured in The Sunken World by Stanton Coblentz, The Scarlet Empire by David Perry, and They Found Atlantis by Dennis Wheatley. Comparable civilizations of the Pacific are pictured in Merritt's The Moon Pool, E.C. Vivian's City of Wonder, and S. Fowler Wright's The Island of Captain Sparrow. The Asiatic continent is far from neglected, with the Far India-Tibet region extremely popular. Ganpat, M.L. Gompertz, finds a fascinating Norse race which has absorbed much of the culture and some of the blood of olden Greece beyond India with his novel Harelek. In the excellent The Voice of Dashin, Ganpat utilizes the lost regions of Tibet to discover a Nordic race. Gilbert Collins, in The Valley of Eyes Unseen, pictures a magnificent people living in a city founded by Alexander the Great. This fabulous area also houses ancient Egypt in Moresby's The Glory of Egypt. Marching Sands by Harold Lamb and The Night of the Silver Star by Percy Brebner locate survivors of the Crusades at opposite ends of the largest of continents. To the south of China, a relic of the Khmer civilization survives in Gilbert Collins' The Starkenden Quest, while E.C. Vivian's Fields of Sleep unearths a valley peopled with ancient Chaldeans. Unknown Asiatic races exist in Walter Masterman's The Flying Beast, beneath the Arabian Desert, Stanton Coblentz's When the Birds Fly South, curious winged race, and John Taine's The Purple Sapphire, degenerate survivors of an undreamed-of race. With so little known of the ancient Indian civilization, the 2 American continents provide a marvelous opening for the imaginative lost race tale. All of the early races are treated in one form or another with equal effectiveness and curious results. Hidden Aztec tribes are found from the obscurity of western Mexico's mountain ranges, Janvier's Aztec Treasure House, to a great cavern beneath the Atlantic, Clockenboetzl's Light in the Sky. In Edwin Sabin's The City of the Sun, an Aztec city is situated in the heart of a Mexican desert. Kelly's Prince Izon places the Aztecs in the Grand Canyon through migration. Toltec survivals are found in Seeley's The Lost Canyon of the Toltecs and Rodney's Beyond the Range. Mayans exist in the A. Hyatt Verrill classic The Bridge of Light, The City of Desire by Juanita Savage, and T. A. Willard's The Wizard of Zachna. C. E. Scoggins' The House of Darkness, The House of Dawn, and Lost Road are magnificent thought-provoking novels discussing the heritage from a lost continent and present degenerate survivals. A. Merritt's Dwellers in the Mirage details a race of little people inhabiting an Alaskan valley. Immortal Athalia by Harry Haley tells of a hidden South American city, while the same continent is used by A. Conan Doyle to locate a plateau of prehistoric life in the Lost World. There are unknown races at the polar extremes pictured in Robert Ames Bennett's Thyra, Fitzhugh Green's Z.R. Winds, and Edison Marshall's Dian of the Lost Land. The classic She of H. Rider Haggard is best known of lost race novels of Africa. The Gates of Compt by Baroness Orczy is excellent reading of an ancient Egyptian civilization surviving in all its splendor in the heart of Africa. Arthur Nelson's Wings of Danger is Haggard-like but tells of a Norse race. A lesser division of the lost race tale includes novels of the legendary past, of Atlantis or lost civilizations, which narrate their episodes of the land at the time of happening. Cutcliffe Hines' Lost Continent, Elizabeth Birkmeyer's Poseidon's Paradise, and George Rodney's Edge of the World are fine examples. The Altar of the Legion by Bishop and Brodeur is concerned with the lost Roman legions and fabulous lioness. Findings of mighty and vanished civilizations not on the calendar of history are considered a part of the lost race tale. The Pallid Giant by Pierre-Pont Noyes and Beyond the Great South Wall by Frank Seville are such tales. Fantastic adventure. Fantastic adventure may be defined as swashbuckling fiction against a strongly unorthodox background. Its hero is usually invincible by reason of swordsmanship or strength. Ordinary fiction cannot hope to equal its action, for fantastic adventure is faced with unworldly situations that may not occur outside of science fantasy. The hero operates from the deserts of Mars, the Earth's dim past, or from the unknown regions of Africa, utilizing his physical attributes and reason to overcome adversity in the form of monsters, menaces, or magic. Many of today's readers of science fantasy gained their introduction to the unusual while still in their teens by coming in contact with the books of Edgar Rice Burroughs. The creator of Tarzan molded a fascinating planet out of Earth and built an adventurer's dream of Mars. His work led hosts of readers into science fantasy. Seeking reading pleasure similar to Tarzan and John Carter, they became both acquainted with and devoted to other divisions of the field. Burroughs remains the most widely read and collected author of all science fantasy. His devotees include a large percentage of adult readers who seek escape magic and fantastic adventure writing. Very close to Burroughs in style and plot is Otis Adelbert Klein, whose Venus trilogy, The Planet of Peril, The Port of Peril, and The Prince of Peril, make admirable fantastic adventure. David Cheney in The Son of Minos builds a swashbuckling fantastic yarn of Crete and Troy. After the Afternoon by Arthur MacArthur tells of Lycos, a Grecian faun. Given immortality by the Olympic gods, Lycos departs upon fantastic adventures in Crete and Egypt. A new and popular favorite in book form is Conan the Conqueror by Robert E. Howard. Created for Weird Tales magazine 20 years ago, Conan the Barbarian adventure from before the days of recorded history is finally coming into his proper right. Unknown Worlds. The old and exclusive magazine Unknown Worlds presented a type of science fantasy which used the lands and creatures of mythology and legend as an instrument of fun. The story might present the normal ingredients of a weird tale, a werewolf or a vampire, but by treatment and style laugh or snub these standardly gruesome creations into obscurity. The magazine was popular, and its title gradually came to encompass the disrespectful type of fiction that it featured. The outstanding example of the Unknown Worlds effort dates to the last century in the pen of American novelist Mark Twain. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court remains fine reading until this day. The 19th century practical New Englander is thrown backward in time to Arthurian England, where he transplants Merlin as sage. Known as Sir Boss, he introduces modernity to the past in an uproarious fashion. T.H. White, the contemporary English novelist, has also ventured into Arthurian Britain with an unknown-type trilogy, The Sword in the Stone, The Witch in the Wood, and The Ill-Made Knight. Another white novel, Mistress Masham's Repose, tells of a Lilliputian colony existing upon a tiny island of a huge English estate. Its discovery by a 10-year-old orphan and the resulting complications make delightful and humorous reading. Of the current crop of American writers, Fletcher Pratt and L. Sprague de Camp have collaborated upon several novels where magic has turned upon the users with unexpected results. Their work includes Land of Unreason, The Incomplete Enchanter, and The Castle of Iron. De Camp has also authored Lest Darkness Fall, after the fashion of A Connecticut Yankee, but with ancient Rome as a location. Frederick Brown's What Mad Universe is an unknown worlds novel where science is reversed in parallel universes. The Oriental Novel. The Oriental novel, as the title might indicate, is concerned with the abnormal turn of events of the mysterious East. Its happenings, however, cannot be classified emphatically as weird, as science fiction, or as fantastic adventure, although there is usually something of the three present. Its interests revolve about those ancient secrets for which the Orient is noted: thought projection, mind reading, and the understanding of certain natural laws, which are called supernatural by the West. The Oriental tale is concerned with the battle between the black wizards and white. Unlike any of the other forms of science fantasy, human nature and philosophy form a companion for its marvelous happenings. Foremost of its few contributors is the prolific Talbot Mundy, the best of whose writing reaches a classic level. Mundy's heroes are phenomenal. They have the energy of youth and the dignity and experience of older men. Their knowledge of man and man's troubles fits them to combat the dark wizards. King of the Khyber Rifles and The Devil's Guard are fine science fantasy novels, but best of all is Cotswold Omni, disguised as an Indian holy, falls in with the most remarkable pair of Tibetans imaginable. The book leaves nothing to be desired: style, human understanding, character study, or science fantasy. In addition to Mundy, other contributors to the Oriental tale include Mark Channing and Sax Rohmer. Associational. Aside from the divisions mentioned, there are several titles which, though not properly science fantasy, are generally classified as such by the reader. They include tales such as Sax Rohmer's She Who Sleeps, a novel in which an Egyptian mummy is miraculously restored to life until a hoax is explained in the final chapter. Robert W. Chambers' The Hidden Children is primarily a historical novel, but there are certain small supernatural events contained that have opened it up to the field. The historical trilogy built on the fabulous character of Tros of Samothrace by Talbot Mundy falls in the same category. They are sprinkled with tiny supernatural events without apparent effect upon the story. The case seems to be that the discerning science fantasy devotee recognizes an out-of-the-ordinary novel as a fine one, and is quick to pull it into the already overflowing treasure chest that composes science fantasy. End of introduction. Section 1 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel, by Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with A. Joseph Bushnell Ames, The Bladed Barrier, New York, 1929, Century. Lost Race. Stillman and Kavanaugh, prospectors, come upon a Mexican who has been severely knifed. Before he dies, he presents them with a great emerald and reveals the existence of a wondrous treasure in Southern California. Stillman and Kavanaugh are impressed. With one companion, they venture into a tortuous lower California desert. Beyond, they reach a range of great mountains which they cross through a darkened tunnel. In a hidden valley, they are seized by pagan priests who take them captive to an ancient Chinese civilization. Here they are threatened with death. A captive American girl, Phyllis Brooks, casts her lot with them and falls in love with Stillman. She engineers their escape, which succeeds after they have killed the Chinese ruler and secured a jewel hoard. Edwin Lester Arnold, The Wonderful Adventures of Fra the Phoenician, New York, 1890, Harper. Fantastic Adventure. The time of Caesar. Fra, a Phoenician merchant, purchases a captive British princess from the piratical masters. In love with the princess, he sails to England, where he takes up residence. The island is invaded by the Romans of Caesar, and Fra is unjustly sacrificed by the Britons as a traitor. 5 centuries later, Fra awakens in his own body and with a complete knowledge of his past. The Roman Empire is breaking up, and Fra adventures with the legions who are called from Britain. He sleeps again until the Black Prince's invasion of France, in which he fights at the Battle of Crécy. Returning to England, his final sleep lasts into Elizabeth's reign. Herbert Asbury, The Devil of Pei Ling, New York, 1927. Macy Macius. Weird. A great oriental idol from the region of Pei Ling, an idol which has been used in a hideous form of devil worship with human sacrifices, is acquired by an American collector. When the latter's son-in-law, Silvio, discovers the idol, he commits crime after crime until execution. He returns from the grave to seek vengeance by the power of the idol, for he is a priest of the devil cult. Judge Mullins, who sentenced him, is hung by a phantom rope in the presence of a giant toad and a blood-filled room. Silvio, by use of the Black Mass and in the form of the giant idol, cannot be combated by mortal means. He is invincible until spiritual powers are employed to destroy him. Isaac Asimov, Pebble in the Sky, Garden City, New York, 1950. Doubleday. Science fiction. Schwartz, a 20th century tailor, by walking near the regions of atomic experimentation, is cast into the far future of Galactic Era 827. Here, Earth is a radioactive, contaminated world whose people are outcasts of the universe. In spite of this, Averdan, a galactic archaeologist, lands upon the planet to establish his theory that the Earth is the birthplace of all humanity. An organization of militarists, the Zealots, plan to revolt, either to rule the galaxy or destroy it. Schwartz allies himself with Averdan, and the pair are instrumental in destroying the Zealots' plot. The galaxy, by way of reward, plans to rehabilitate the Earth. Frank Aubrey, A Queen of Atlantis, Philadelphia, 1900. Lippincott. Illustrated. Lost Race. Marooned in the Sargasso Sea by a mutinous crew, a party of Americans come upon the hidden island of Atlantis. The island's waters are surrounded by fantastic sea creatures, and a deserted ancient city has been infested with vampires. Beyond the city, they find an Atlantean race who recognize in the girl of the party Vanina, their long-awaited queen. Under the guidance of Monella, a godlike stranger, and the influence of Vanina, the Atlanteans win a victory over the opposing island people who have been threatening their annihilation. Vanina is bewitched into a promise of marriage by the vanquished king, but her brother breaks the spell after joining a race of elfin-like beings who provide the antidote. Frank Aubrey, The Deviltry of El Dorado, New York, 1897. New Amsterdam Book Company, Illustrated. Lost Race. Monella, who has already passed through startling adventures in A Queen of Atlantis, and whose identity still presents a mystery to all, commands an expedition of 3 to a plateau in South America. Here they come upon the gold city of Manoa, the legendary El Dorado of the Spaniards, in time to rescue the daughter of the king. Manoa is split into 2 factions, one of whom, the priests, make human sacrifices to a monstrous flesh-eating tree. With Monella commanding the hereditary faction, the priests are overcome, and the devil tree destroyed. Monella, it is learned, is the 2,000-year-old leader of the Minoans, returned from the outer world. End of Section 1. Section 2 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with B. Edwin Ballmer and Philip Wiley. When Worlds Collide. New York, 1933. Stokes. Science fiction. Astronomer Professor Bronson observes that the Earth is in the path of a wandering planet, while still another planet swerves close to witness the collision. Realizing that the Earth cannot escape destruction, a group is organized by Cole Hendron to build a spaceship that some vestige of civilization may survive. As the day of destruction nears, half-crazed groups storm the construction yard where the ship approaches completion. At almost the last hour, a tiny group plunges into space, where they watch the collision of and the end of the mother planet. These survivors land on the new planet, called Bronson Beta, which is swung into the Sun system, and find it habitable. Edwin Ballmer and Philip Wiley. After Worlds Collide. New York, 1934. Stokes. Science fiction. After the destruction of Earth, Cole Hendron's group of space colonists on Bronson Beta commenced the work of building a new civilization. A younger man, Drake, is given command of explorations, and an ancient city, in an almost perfect state of preservation, is uncovered. The colonists learn that 2 other groups of Earth survivors have made their way to Bronson Beta. The Hendron unit unites with a second to establish themselves in the ancient city. The remaining band, a communist group, attacks the city in trying to establish their supremacy, and cuts off the heat supply which has been utilized in the dead city. However, the communists are defeated, and the transplanted Earthmen retain their civilization. J. M. Barrie, Peter and Wendy, New York, 1911, Scribner's, Illustrated. Fantasy. The Darlings are a happily married couple in 20th century England, whose 3 young children, Wendy, John, and Michael, are a particular delight. Their nursery is brightened and guarded by a large Newfoundland dog called Nana, a sort of canine nurse. But this haven is invaded by the boyish figure of Peter Pan, who outwits Nana and fascinates the children. By blowing fairy dust upon them, he teaches them to fly, and they flit through the open nursery window on the flight to the Neverland. Second to the right, and straight on till morning. The Neverland is a realm of timeless fantasy where Peter and his band of boys fight pirates and Indians in trackless forests. In their snug underground home, Wendy assumes the role of mother. The band is captured by pirates, but Peter is warned by his fairy Tinkerbell in time to overcome Captain Hook. Rescued, Wendy leads a return to the mortal world of parents for all save Peter Pan, who prefers his timeless fantasy. Richard Barrie, Fruit of the Desert, Garden City, New York, 1920, Doubleday page. Frontispiece. Lost Race. Raynor Gall has left civilization for the desert lands of the American Southwest to seek a cure for his failing health. Left on the desert to die by an outlaw who has stolen all his possessions, Gall is saved by a strange Indian who leads him to his people. They are the Nanit, a tribe of sun worshippers dwelling in a lost city. Gall grows to admire the Nanit, whom he finds to be an admirable, although sometimes terrible, people. When Gall breaks the greatest law of the city, he is saved by the high priestess of the tribe, in the guise of a miracle. This causes her to lose popularity, and she is banished from the city. Gall, who is now worshipped by the Nanit, flees into the desert to rescue the priestess, with whom he returns to civilization. Charles Willing Beale, The Secret of the Earth, New York, 1899, Neely. Lost Race. Torrance and Guthrie Attlebridge, a pair of Americans, travel to England to finance and construct an anti-gravity airship. When completed, they commence a flight to the North Pole. Beyond an unknown sea, they discover a vast entrance to an inner world, which their airship allows them to enter with ease. The world within the earth yields them a vast fortune and treasure. Other precious relics are presented them by the people of an ancient civilization who recognize in the Attlebridges their gods from the unknown. While crossing a steaming desert towards the South Polar opening, they are forced down. Rescue in the form of huge birds arrives, directed by remarkable human intelligence from a strange monastery. Repairing their ship, the Attlebridges exit from the southern opening. Jack Bechtold, The Torch, Philadelphia, 1948. Prime Press, Illustrated. Science fiction. 3010 AD. The world is victim of atomic disaster. In ruined New York, the Towermen, so called because they live in a few remaining skyscrapers, rule with an iron hand. The majority of the people are serfs, living in the city's subways. Fortune, a captain in the army of the Towermen, is taken captive by the people of the island of the statue. An ancient prophecy connected with the statue declares that the people will be free when the torch flares in the hand of the statue. Cruel and arrogant Fortune learns a new and better way of life from his captors, who plan a revolt. Reformed, he becomes their military commander. The torch flares in the hand of the statue, and Fortune leads a successful revolt. William Beckford, Vathek, Philadelphia, 1816, Cary. Weird. Vathek, 9th Caliph, priest, prophet, and king of the Abbasides, is ambitious for more than earthly powers. Carathis, his sorceress mother, has encouraged him in these designs throughout his life in spite of the magnificence of his kingdom and the love of his people. He is tempted by a messenger of oriental gods with the thought of the wealth of the subterranean fire. His human sacrifices are of no avail, and Carathis, through her sorcery, directs the Caliph upon a royal pilgrimage to Istakhr, there awaiting the wealth of the gods. Vathek is summoned to the halls of Elbis, dark god who inhabits the fiery center of the earth. There his heart is consumed by fire, an eternal punishment for his 1,000 crimes. Robert Ames Bennett. Thyra, A Romance of the Polar Pit. New York, 1901, Holt. Illustrated. Lost Race. A party of polar adventurers, drifting beyond the pole in a balloon, come upon a new land. Landing, they rescue the girl Thyra, one of a lost Norse people whose ancestors had made their way to the land. She leads them to the great abyss in which her people live, and the explorers undertake a study of the civilization, mingling freely with its people. One of the party is captured by a semi-human race who also inhabit the land, for a sacrifice to their great idol, patterned after a gigantic lizard, relic of lost ages, a mosasaur. Their companion is freed when a battle ensues between the Norse and the beast-like creatures, the Norse proving victorious. Pierre Benoit. Atlantida. New York, 1920, Duffield. Lost Race. Captain Morange and Lieutenant de Saint-Avit, officers of the French army, find evidences of early Greek explorations in the far southerly regions of the Sahara. Their investigations lead to a hidden mountain oasis. Here, Antennia, direct descendant of the kings of Atlantis and scion of the Earth's oldest family, reigns, with all the secrets of the past before her. Antennia, of unequaled beauty, boasts a gallery composed of the preserved bodies of men who have died as a result of their love for her, once she is tired of them. Morange is the first to resist the superhuman temptation of Antennia's beauty, and she in turn falls hopelessly in love. De Saint-Avit, captured by Antennia, is easily led to murder his fellow officer by the woman scorned. J.D. Beresford. The Wonder. New York, 1917, Duran. Science fiction. Ginger Stott, by faithful practice and unusual ability, established himself as England's finest cricket player. When an accident ends his remarkable career, Stott turns to raising an heir, whom he hopes will supplant him in greatness. A massive-headed son is born, and soon displays an astonishing control over the human race. By a glance or a stare, the youthful Stott, however unimposing physically, can silence man or woman. From the occasional phrases uttered, the laconic Stott displays a remarkable memory. A huge library is put at this wonder's disposal, and he develops conceptions beyond the scope of Homo sapiens. The village idiot holds the only disquieting influence for Stott, who cannot exercise his will over him. Both are massive-headed creatures, and the idiot continually seeks his company until Stott's strange death. Herbert Best. The 25th Hour. New York, 1940, Random House. Science fiction. At the end of a devastating war, Europe is sinking back into savagery. Fitzharding, a former English officer, wanders across the continent, at war with the few remaining men. The Western Hemisphere has been destroyed by bacteriological warfare, but a girl and her brother survive on a desolate Caribbean island. They brave the Atlantic in hopes of discovering a haven of civilization, but at Gibraltar, the man is killed. Fitzharding joins the girl, and they attempt to settle in North Africa, always to be repulsed. Reaching Egypt, they find it to be ruled by an earlier acquaintance of Fitzharding's, who has endeavored to restore some measure of civilization. William Byer. Minions of the Moon. New York, 1950, Gnome Press. Fantastic adventure. In 1939, Mark Nevins offers himself as a guinea pig, and finds himself catapulted thousands of years into the future. In an alien world, the human race is in a semi-barbarous state, with science in the possession of a chosen few. Nevin is befriended by Omega, an immortal disembodied intellect, last of the Moon Men. Omega reveals the existence of dangerous intellects who desire to enslave the world. Nevin assumes the leadership of a swashbuckling band of Neo-Vikings. Under Omega's guidance, the threat is destroyed by Nevin's troop, and civilization blossoms anew. Alfred H. Bill. The Wolf in the Garden. New York, 1931, Longmans. Illustrated. Weird. 19th century. Comte de Saint-Loup, a fugitive from the overthrown French government, chooses the quiet village of New Dordrecht in northern New York State to settle in, along with his great wolfhound, de Retz. From his arrival, the region is terrorized by a series of deaths from a savage wolf in the vicinity. Sackville, the local minister, whose hobby is the supernatural, and Robert Ferrier form an immediate antipathy for de Saint-Loup. Both are menaced by the wolf. De Saint-Loup presses his suit for the hand of Felicity Page, who shares her love with Ferrier, and gains consent when he threatens the ruin of her guardian. Upon the wedding day, Ferrier observes the act of lycanthropy. De Saint-Loup transformed from man into beast. With Sackville's knowledge, silver bullets are employed to kill the werewolf. Eando Binder, Lords of Creation, Philadelphia, 1949, Prime Press. Fantastic adventure. 5000 A.D., Homer Ellery awakes from a 3,000-year sleep to discover that Earth is in a state of barbarism. Befriending the people of North America, he learns that they are a conquered people, oppressed by the Antarctans who inhabit what was formerly the Antarctic continent. Ellery equips an army of revolt with new weapons, and leads it into battle. Captured, he is taken to the Antarctic city of Lilamra to face a sentence of death. There, the Lady Ermaine, falling in love with Ellery, arranges an escape from her people. Returning to North America, Ellery reorganizes the fighting men and leads them against the homeland of the Antarctans. When the latter surrender, Ellery is proclaimed leader of the Earth's peoples. Elizabeth G. Birkmeyer, Poseidon's Paradise, San Francisco, 1892. Clemens Publishing Company, Illustrated. Lost Race. In the latter days of Atlantis, King Atlano recognizes the threat of a rivalry between his land and Pelasgia, afterward Greece. He organizes and commands an expedition against this land. The Pelasgian people flee at the sudden attack, but rally to their leader, Deucalion. They fight valiantly, and soon the Atlantean king realizes that he must withdraw. In doing so, the young son and daughter of Deucalion are captured, and forced to return to Atlantis as captives. They become beloved of the people and the queen in their long confinement, but they are still held against their will. Deucalion in disguise comes to Atlantis and rescues his children, as the continent sinks below the Atlantic. They return to Pelasgia, and with the Atlantean knowledge they have acquired, lay the foundations of the brilliant Hellenic civilization. Farnham Bishop and Arthur Gilchrist Brodeur, The Altar of the Legion, Boston, 1926, Little Brown, Illustrated. Lost Race. In the ancient days of Britain, long after the Roman conquest, Roman troops have been recalled from the island, which is left comparatively defenseless. Saxon invaders have overrun all of the eastern portion of the island, and threatened the Celtic Welsh of the west. They send an army to the land of Legionis Aza, legendary lioness, where dwell a mighty people, descendants of the Romans. The native islanders are joined by disciplined legionaries, and the combination recaptures town after town. But the Saxon hordes cannot be denied, and they drive to the key city of the Romans. After a pitched battle, handily won by the Romans, an earthquake and tidal wave obliterate the entire land. Algernon Blackwood, The Fruit Stoners, New York, 1935, Dutton. Fantasy. Young Maria lives with her father in a huge English home, a large portion of which is vacant and closed off. Committed to obtain her father's slippers, she momentarily halts in her errand to chase her black cat into the empty part of the house. In the stillness of the unknown, she meets her everyday playthings come to life. Her fruit stones, which she has visualized as a doctor, lawyer, sailor, etc. Maria lives a life of imagination in an almost timeless yet fleeting world, with the fruit stoners, who worship her against the awful suspense that she must return to a life of reality. Mabel Fuller Blodgett, At the Queen's Mercy, Boston, 1897, Lamson Wolfe, Illustrated. Lost Race. Daring and Lestrade, a pair of African wanderers, meet an outcast priest, who tells them of a mysterious walled city and its captive white girl. In search for the city, they are captured by its warriors and taken into custody by its queen, La. The wanderers are seized for sacrifice by the high priest, and are on the point of death when rescued by the captain of the queen's guard. La herself has fallen in love with Daring, and defies the high priest and their protection. Lestrade flees with the city's white captive, but Daring stays with the queen to face an attack on her palace, incited by the high priest. When La is killed, Daring escapes to join the others. Nelson Bond, Exiles of Time, Philadelphia, 1949, Prime Press, Science Fiction. An archaeological expedition unearths a strange bloodstone amulet from an ancient Arabian tomb. The expedition's native employers look upon it with superstition, and when the archaeologists fail to leave, they attack. Lance Vidor gains refuge in the tomb, where he is cast into another period in the time of the Earth. Vidor finds that others have been summoned to this remote age to aid in saving the planet from a comet which threatens its destruction. The land's great scientist, Cal Thor, is furnished with data which should enable him to save the Earth. But certain elements, led by an American gangster, Lucky, the Norse Loki, Constarno, kill Cal Thor. Vidor can only deflect the comet so it grazes the Earth, Ragnarok, and only a few survive. William R. Bradshaw, The Goddess of Atvatabar, New York, 1892, Duthit Illustrated. Lost Race. Lexington White, who has inherited an enormous fortune, fits out a great ship of his own design for a polar expedition. In Arctic seas, a sudden upheaval reveals a new channel leading to the hollow center of the Earth. White ventures onto the unknown sea and discovers a world within the world, replete with an individual sun which shines perpetually. The expedition is welcomed at the country of Atvatabar until White arouses the enmity of the king by falling in love with its living goddess Leon. Their ship is beset by a great fleet, but is reinforced by American and British warships, which have followed in search of them. The Atvatabarian fleet is captured, and many loyal followers flocks to Leon's banner. In an aerial battle in which metal wings are employed, the king is killed. White becomes the ruler of Atvatabar, with Leon as his queen. Percy Brebner, The Knight of the Silver Star, New York, 1907, Fenno, Illustrated. Lost Race. While traveling in Turkey, Clinton Verrall hears rumors of a lost valley beyond impenetrable mountains. He gains access to the valley, called Drusenland, and is captured by a people descended from ancient crusaders. Verrall is recognized through prophecy as the Knight of Silver Star, destined to lead the Princess Daria's faction to victory over her opponents. Verrall's campaigns on her behalf are at first successful, but he is betrayed by one of Daria's trusted nobles. In the hands of the opposition, Verrall escapes to free Daria from the unwelcome attentions of his betrayer. They flee to the outer world. Charles Brockden Brown, Wieland, or the Transformation, New York, 1798, Caratat. Gothic. The late 18th century, Wieland, an intellectual and moderate Pennsylvania citizen, has built a shrine to his deity, in which he spends long hours of contemplation and worship. The shrine is situated in a wooded and solitary spot, where Wieland is suddenly directed to destroy all that is beloved to him by a mysterious voice he identifies as that of his deity. Wieland is torn between love of family and religious mania, but the voice rings upon again and again until his hideous crime is committed. The voice originates with a ventriloquist, whose science was unknown at that time, and the latter was an embodiment of evil. Frederick Brown, What Mad Universe, New York, 1949, Dutton. Unknown Worlds. 1954 science fiction editor Keith Winton is thrown into a parallel universe by a rocket explosion. In a world of paradox in which Model T Fords are used in conjunction with interstellar rockets, he finds another Keith Winton editing a straight adventure pulp magazine. Wandering into a New York City blackout, the other Earth is at war with Arcturus. He is almost killed as a spy. Winton learns that the counterpart of his other universe fiancée is engaged to the fabulous leader Dopel. Meki, a mechanical brain, befriends him, and he is pushed into a third universe where he is a successful publisher and is married to his original love. Joseph M. Brown, Astyanax, New York, 1907, Broadway, Illustrated. Fantastic adventure. After the fall of Troy, Prince Astyanax, the young son of Hector, is delivered into the hands of the Assyrian king. Astyanax is raised in a manner befitting royalty, and when he matures, gathers the remnants of the Trojan race about him. They sail beyond the gates of Hercules to Atlantis, where they are joined by certain Atlanteans. Astyanax commands that they flee the cataclysm which destroys the continent. In the west, he falls in love with the princess of Zabalba. She is kidnapped by the emperor of Anahuac, Mexico, and his vast forces prevent any rescue by the Trojans. Astyanax gains allies in the Incas and the inhabitants of the north to defeat the Anahuacs. With the princess as his bride, he succeeds to the throne of a mighty empire. Muriel Bruce, Mukara, New York, 1930, Henkel. Lost Race. An ancient manuscript leads the archaeologist Kirby's to believe that an advanced civilization once functioned in remote Brazil. Joining them in an expedition for pre-Mayan remains are Frayne, a young anthropologist, and physicist Dr. Charles Woodcock. At the foot of a gigantic mountain range, the explorers are met by the vanguard of a lost white race. They are escorted into a hidden valley to discover the last remnant of the ancient empire of Mu. Two usurpers to the throne of Mukhara attempt to force the Princess Clea, betrothed to the rightful ruler Nupti, into marriage with the unwilling younger Kirby. When the opposition attacks at the head of an army, Nupti meets them with the aid of the newcomers and successfully establishes his supremacy. The Kirbys return to the outer world, but Frayne and Woodcock join the Society of the Valley. John Buchan, The Dancing Floor. Boston, 1926. Houghton Mifflin. Weird. From youth, Vernon Milburn is plagued with a nightmare which, once a year, hazily outlines an undefined darkness, ever drawing closer. Faced with uncertainty of his future, his life is a confused existence. Milburn ventures into the Aegean to land at the tiny island of Plakos. Here, the superstitious, pure Greek inhabitants present a danger to Kor Arabin, an English girl, whose father had made his island home a storehouse for evil. The people of Plakos wish to destroy all that was his, culminating in the sacrifice of Kor in a ceremony to ancient gods. Milburn wins the right to the priesthood of the old religion by masquerading as a Greek. In the days he feels his old nightmare must materialize. As he and Kor are united before the throng, the Greeks are given a sight of dread which ends the ceremony on a note of mortal fear. John Buchan, Witchwood. Boston, 1927, Houghton Mifflin. Weird. Scotland, 1644. Reverend David Sempill commences his ministry in the lowland town of Woodley. He soon learns that the inhabitants have a dread of the dark wood, Malanu Jurgil, especially by night. Sempill stumbles onto obscene rites performed before a pagan altar hidden within the wood. Careful investigation reveals the revelers as the town's most devout parishioners, their leader, an elder of the church. When the facts are presented to the Scottish presbytery, they are considered blasphemous and overlooked. Sempill harbors a wounded fugitive in his home, and for his compassion his ministry is revoked. Summoning the leader of the evildoers before the pagan altar, Sempill watches the latter's mind snap as the devil-hounds of the wood appear. Edward C. Bulwer Lytton. A Strange Story. Mobile, Alabama, 1863, Gutzel. Weird. Fenwick has established a progressive medical practice in a quiet English town. It is disturbed by the advent of a young man of astounding vitality, Margrave. The latter has stolen a certain elixir of life from an Eastern magician, and seeks to renew his supply by luring Fenwick into dark practices of witchcraft. Margrave kidnaps the doctor's fiancée Lillian, as a means to the elixir. Fenwick acquires an ancient wand by which Margrave is temporarily overcome. Fenwick seeks a new life for them in Australia. Margrave's search for the elixir eventually leads him to that land. On the verge of discovery, he has slipped into degeneracy from lack of the magic compound. Fenwick watches as the elixir is achieved, but Margrave is seized by powers of darkness from out of this realm. Edward G. Bulwer Lytton. Zanoni. New York, N.D. Rutledge. Frontispiece. Weird. Naples in the latter 18th century. The mysterious Zanoni is numbered among the admirers of young Viola Pisani, who has just made her debut in opera. Immortal, Zanoni has acquired vast supernatural powers as an initiate of a benevolent fraternity in ancient Chaldea. By his knowledge, he foils Neapolitan plots built around the person of Viola and marries her, which deprives him of certain of his powers. Viola, in the absence of Zanoni, exposes herself to carefully guarded secrets of the Brotherhood, who are aware of an unknown world bordering unseen on earthly realms. She witnesses the guardian of its gates, a stark horror called the Dweller on the Threshold, and temporarily loses faith in Zanoni. In France, she is imprisoned as an enemy of the Revolution, and destined for the guillotine. Zanoni makes a bargain with the Dweller by which he sacrifices himself in her place. Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan of the Apes. Chicago, 1914, McClurg. Frontispiece. Fantastic Adventure. John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, and his wife are victims of a mutiny, and are set ashore on a savage African coast. The pair fall victim to the vigorous life of the Dark Continent, but before succumbing, Lady Greystoke gives birth to a son. He is adopted by a female ape who protects and raises him. Tarzan, or Whiteskin as he is called, is reared among the apes. He discovers the cabin of his birth and gains a rudimentary education from books found there. By combining a greater intellect with unusual strength, he wins the kingship of the ape tribe. Tarzan rescues a party of whites which include Jane Porter, an American girl whom he comes to love. She thinks Tarzan has been killed and leaves for America, where she becomes engaged to another man. Tarzan follows but becomes disillusioned and returns to Africa. Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Return of Tarzan. Chicago, 1915, McClurg, illustrated. Fantastic adventure. Tarzan incurs the enmity of two blackmailing Russians, Rokoff and Pulvich, when he interferes with one of their schemes. They attempt the murder of Tarzan in Paris, but are badly beaten in their contact with him. After the ape-man has successfully accomplished an African mission as a French agent, he is surprised and pitched from his ship by Rokoff and his aides, but gains the African shore. He joins the Waziri tribe of savages, and with them engineers the defeat of Arab slave traders. Tarzan discovers the degenerate outpost of lost Atlantis, Opar, and secures untold riches. Jane Porter is shipwrecked in Africa and falls captive to the fierce Oparians, from whom Tarzan rescues her. When he is proved to be Lord Greystoke, he assumes his rightful inheritance and marries Jane. Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan the Untamed. Chicago, 1920, McClurg, illustrated. Fantastic adventure. World War I. During an absence of Tarzan from his African estates, his home is raided by a German force. The brutal Germans and their native troops destroy his estates, murder his servants, and abduct his wife Jane. On his return, the ape-man believes his wife dead and vows retribution. For a time, he joins the English in Africa, until the Germans are defeated. With a British aviator and a woman he unjustly believes to be a German spy, Tarzan comes upon a hidden city surrounded by desert. The city is the abode of a race of maniacs who breed lions. The trio is rescued by a detail of English troops as they are about to be wiped out. Tarzan learns at the last that his wife is still alive and in the hands of her captors. Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan the Terrible. Chicago, 1921, McClurg, illustrated. Fantastic adventure. Tarzan is now certain that his wife still lives, and soon picks up the trail of her German captor, Obergatz. He passes through a marsh-encircled region, inhabited by strange prehistoric creatures, to the land of Pal-Uldan. It is dominated by semi-civilized races, both black and white, whose strangest characteristic is that they have tails. Tarzan gains friends among both races and follows his wife to the city of Allur. Here the German Obergatz, now out of his mind, is recognized as a god. His followers capture Tarzan and are about to sacrifice him. Tarzan's son Jack arrives to kill Obergatz, and the Germans' faction is overwhelmed. Tarzan and his family are reunited. Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan and the Ant-Men. Chicago, 1924, McClurg, frontispiece. Fantastic adventure. Tarzan, on his first solo flight in an airplane, crashed into an unknown portion of Africa which is surrounded by an impenetrable thorn forest. When he recovers consciousness, he finds himself captive of the Ilali, a brutal race where the female is the dominant sex. Tarzan teaches the males of the tribe the use of the spear and bow, and they gradually achieve ascendancy. He leaves the Ilali and saves the life of a member of royalty of a tiny race. The Ant-Men are only 18 inches in height, but are perfect physical specimens. They welcome Tarzan to their large city. When Ant-Men from a rival city attack, Tarzan is taken prisoner. He is reduced in size to the stature of the Ant-Men by their greatest scientist. Escaping, he makes his way through the thorn barrier to the outer world before assuming his true size. Edgar Rice Burroughs, A Princess of Mars. Chicago, 1917, McClurg, illustrated. Fantastic adventure. John Carter, a Virginian soldier and gentleman, is transported to Mars, both mentally and physically, by his own spiritual power. He awakens on Mars in an incubator pen of the Tharks, a warlike race of cruelly inhuman giants. By his superior agility and swordsmanship, he wins a highly respected yet restricted place in the Tharkian community. He is befriended by Tars Tarkas, a powerful subchief of the tribe. Dejar Thoris, daughter of the ruler of Helium, the dominant nation of the red race of Mars, also falls into the hands of the Tharks. John Carter falls in love with her, and they escape only to come upon the Warhoons, another fierce green tribe. Dejar Thoris escapes and makes her way back to Helium, while John Carter is being captured. He escapes from the Warhoons and aids the people of Helium in their war against Zodanga. When the Heliumites emerge victorious, he becomes a national hero and marries Dejar Thoris. At length, the artificially created atmosphere of Mars begins to fail. John Carter rushes to the atmosphere plant and renews the motors as he sinks into oblivion. Unaware of the fate of Mars, as Mars is unaware of his fate, he is transported against his own will back to Earth. Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Gods of Mars, Chicago, 1918, McClurg, frontispiece. Fantastic adventure. John Carter, unaged after a period on Earth, is again transported to Mars and finds himself in the Valley D'Or. This is the land reputed to be the Martian paradise, to which all Martians make their final pilgrimage upon reaching old age or feel that life is no longer worth living. To the contrary, it is a valley populated by hideous plant men and great white apes, and dominated by the Holy Therms. The latter, the planet's sole white race, are a fanatical religious sect who have preyed upon travelers from the outer world for ages. Dejar Thoris, believing John Carter dead, ventures to the Valley D'Or and is captured by the Therns. John Carter and the Green Warrior Tars Tarkas attempt to rescue her, but she falls into the hands of ferocious fighters, the Black Pirates of Barsoom. John Carter follows her to their underworld city, where he finds his son who has been a captive of the pirates. They combine to lead a victorious army against Dejar Thoris's captors. Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Mastermind of Mars, Chicago, 1928, McClurg, illustrated. Fantastic adventure. Ulysses Paxton, an American Army officer, is transported to Mars after the manner of John Carter before him. He finds himself in the laboratories of Ras Thavas, foremost surgeon of the planet. He saves the surgeon from an assassin and is appointed as an assistant. The aged surgeon is engaged in restorative surgery by which he transfers healthy limbs and organs for diseased ones. He has transgressed to the point where he transfers brains from old bodies to new. Paxton becomes a somewhat trusted aide, almost a partner. Ras Thavas transfers the brain of Zakza, evil queen of Fundal, to the body of Valadia, a beautiful girl with whom Paxton has fallen in love. Paxton defies the surgeon and escapes to Fundal to return with Zaza. He effects the restoration of Valadia's mind to her true body, and the pair are united. Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Moon Maid, Chicago, 1926, McClurg, frontispiece. Fantastic adventure. An expedition to Mars is forced to make a landing on the moon by a hostile member of its crew, Orthus. Entering one of the vast craters which leads to a land within the shell of the moon, the party joins a civilized race of humans. The outcast Orthus encounters beast-like creatures, whom he provides with a suitable weapon for overwhelming the moon. The commander of the expedition, Julian, escapes to Earth with his moon bride. Years later, Orthus and his moon creatures overwhelm the Earth. 4 generations pass, and Julian leads the first revolt against harsh moon rule dictated by Orthus' descendants. Centuries later, Earthmen have degenerated to nomadic Indian-like tribes. The 20th Julian leads a final and victorious attack against the moon invaders, and takes an Orthus for his bride. Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Land That Time Forgot, Chicago, 1924, McClurg, illustrated. Fantastic adventure. World War I. Bowen Tyler is aboard an American ship which is torpedoed by a German submarine. The survivors capture the undersea craft when it surfaces, but are unable to land at a friendly port. They discover the island of Kaspak, where prehistoric creatures and savage men have survived. The party builds a fort, and Tyler gets word through to the outer world. Thomas Billings, attempting a rescue by plane, crash lands on the island and undergoes an adventure of his own. He discovers that the entire scale of man's evolution is encompassed by the lifespan of each Kaspakian. One of Tyler's original party embarks on an exploration of the island and is taken captive by a murderous winged race called Weirus. He escapes with a captive girl whom he learns to love and unites with Billings and Tyler to leave the island. End of Section 2. Section 3 of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors beginning with the letter C. John W. Campbell, Jr., The Mightiest Machine. Providence, 1947, Hadley, illustrated. Science fiction. The experimental spaceship Sunbeam, designed and commanded by Arne Munro, is thrown into the universe of the great sun Anrel. Here they find the Magyans, a human race whose existence is threatened by the inhuman Teflons. The Magyans were once an Earth race. Centuries before, they had migrated to the vast system of Anrel, with their age-old enemy, the Teflons, following suit. Monroe's scientific ability is utilized in bringing war to the Teflons themselves. Harnessing the power of the sun, Monroe destroys the planet of Tef-El in entirety, putting an end to their threat. John W. Campbell, Jr., The Incredible Planet. Reading Pennsylvania, 1949, Fantasy Press. Science fiction. The spaceship of Arne Monroe, on the return voyage from the vast system of Anrel, is lost in space. Monroe hunts for a planet with a sufficiently intelligent civilization to provide him with directions. At Myra, the incredible planet, he encounters a people who are older than the stars themselves, and obtains partial aid. Continuing the space voyage, the Earth expedition aids the Tornans on a threatened planet. When they reach Earth, they find it at war with a fantastic centaur-like race. Monroe's scientific ability ensures its defeat. Carol Capac. The Absolute at Large. New York, 1927, Macmillan. Unknown Worlds. Pantheism is the belief that God, or the Absolute, is present in all of nature's forms. Merrick, a European scientist, invents a machine which harnesses the full energy of the atom. But in demolishing the atom in entirety, the pantheistic God is released from the matter which has housed it. Carburetors, as the machines are called, are mass-produced and put into use throughout the world. When the pantheistic God is released, the people in touch with the machine are given to performing miracles of second sight and healing. Out of this rises a religious fanaticism, ensnaring the nations of the world in conflict. Civilization is almost demolished when the last carburetor is destroyed, and the Earth returns to normalcy. Carol Capac. Krakatoa. New York, 1925, Macmillan. Science fiction. A Czechoslovakian chemist, Prokop, discovers a means by which a compound can be atomically exploded. He is injured by an actual detonation, and the knowledge slips into the hands of others. After recovering, Prokop is made a prisoner in a giant munitions factory where they attempt to press him for the secret of Krakatoa, as the explosive is called. He escapes to fall promptly into the hands of anarchists. They attempt to employ Krakatoa to enslave the world, but succeed only in destroying themselves. Prokop, who has narrowly escaped with his life, decides to devote his genius to the development of atomic power for industrial ends, and destroys the secret of Krakatoa. Robert W. Chambers. The Hidden Children. New York, 1914. Appleton. Illustrated. Associational. Northern New York State, 1778. The English armies in America have been strengthened by their alliance with 4 tribes of the great Indian Confederacy, the Iroquois nation. The American colonists seek to combat the constant terror provided by Indian raiding parties with an expedition of their own. Under the command of General Sullivan, its purpose is to destroy the lands and towns over the length of the entire Indian territory. Ewan Loskiel, a young ensign steeped in Indian lore, is assigned to lead a force of allied Indians in advance of Sullivan's army. His destination is Catherinestown, headquarters for the inimical Seneca tribe, which has degenerated into fanaticism by way of the weird and alien rites practiced by its scarlet priest, Amokol. Loskiel's commission, accomplished as the great Iroquois Confederacy collapses, is to destroy Amokol and his evil brood. Robert W. Chambers. The Slayer of Souls. New York, 1920, Doran. Oriental. Teresa Norm, an American girl, has been held captive for years in the Temple of Erlik in unexplored Asia. She escapes with the knowledge of a plot which her captors, the Hassani, had formulated to enslave the world. Teresa reveals her knowledge to the American Secret Service and then marries an agent, Victor Claves. The lords of the Hassani have followed her to America, where they attempt to dispose of her by preternatural means. But Teresa, in her captivity at Erlik, has acquired a knowledge of Oriental mysteries by which she overcomes them. Senang, supreme ruler of the Hassani, enslaves the minds of millions of Americans, but Teresa uses her powers to destroy him. Mark Channing. White Python. Philadelphia, 1934, Lippincott. Frontispiece. Lost Race. Captain Colin Gray is dispatched to Tibet by the British Foreign Office. Gray, a 6'4" giant, meets Miss Piers Bryan, an American aviatrix. but she is lost on a dangerous flight. Gray witnesses the resurrection of a corpse and is directed by the dead man to a veiled, underground world where Piers is held captive. The inhabitants of the underworld are sightless, degenerate creatures ruled by the cruelly inhuman Gainia, a creature of great beauty. In Gray she sees the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy and drugs him into a promise of marriage. Gainia grows jealous of Piers and directs her to be thrown to the underworld god, a monster white python. Gray destroys the python, which has a strange kinship to Gainia, and escapes with Piers as the underworld is demolished. Piers declines his love, and Gray settles back to soldiering. Mark Channing, King Cobra. Philadelphia, 1934, Lippincott. Lost Race. Diana Lindsay is kidnapped by the giant outlaw, Alam Khan, King Cobra, and her father, the British resident advisor, is murdered. The Cobra spirits Diane off to his fortress, the Valley of the Mirror, in unexplored Tibet. Here he has assembled a Mongol Tartar horde, which he plans to unleash upon India. Diana is befriended by Shireen, the Cobra's favorite wife, who saves her life. Colin Gray, now a major, follows Diana to the valley by aid of Indian mystics. But he is captured and imprisoned. Gray fights and overcomes the Cobra and flees with Diana into the subterranean passages of the fortress. There they find the 12th century sanctuary of Prester John and his treasure-filled tomb. Gray overcomes the followers of the Cobra and wins Diana's hand. Mark Channing, The Poisoned Mountain. Philadelphia, 1936, Lippincott. Oriental. Major Colin Gray and Diana Lindsay, now man and wife, are spending their honeymoon in the Himalayas. Gray is apprised of a mysterious poison gas and anti-British activity in the area. With Diana and his orderly Limbu, he sets out to investigate. When an avalanche occurs, he is separated from his party. Diana and Limbu are captured by the revolutionist, Lal Bahari, and taken to a valley nestling beneath the volcano from which the poison gas issues. Diana is proclaimed a goddess by the scheming Bahari, who plans to subjugate India by means of his unknown gas. Gray, who has been directed by a strange dwarf, enters the valley. He is captured and held to be sacrificed. With the aid of a disguised British agent, he escapes and organizes a force which destroys the revolutionaries. Mark Channing, 9 Lives. Philadelphia, 1937, Lippincott. Oriental. The Indian frontier is the scene of a potential uprising and invasion, as organized by the notorious Mongol outlaw Suleiman Khun. Colin and Diana Gray journey to the Valley of the Mirror, former refuge of King Cobra, to secure aid from Shireen, who now commands the valley. When Diana is kidnapped by Khun, Gray enters the Mongol camp in the disguise of a lama. Shireen's forces attack and burn the camp, but Khun escapes with Diana. Gray follows and kills Khun, but narrowly escapes death at the attack of a giant tiger, which was once the evil pet of King Cobra. David Cheney, son of Minos. New York, 1930, McBride. Fantastic Adventure. Before the rise of Greece, the outstanding culture of the northern Mediterranean centers is the island kingdom of Crete. Minos, ruler of this maritime power, adopts a youth of the Italian Celeboni tribe as his foster son. Minos' sway is threatened by his brother's greed for power, and Minos' son, the adopted youth, is forced to fight to prove his mettle as a warrior, and to defend his king. Minos' son, in the hands of his enemies, flies to safety by means of Daedalus' wings, and seeks the aid of the Greek city Tiryns. At Troy, where the Greeks are gathered, he establishes himself in their eyes by defeating the mighty Trojan Hector in single combat. Returning victorious to Crete, he fights and kills the monster bull, the Minotaur, to become king. George Randolph Chester, The Jingo. Indianapolis, 1912, Bobbs Merrill, illustrated. Lost Race. Jimmy Smith, an American, is cast against great reefs of an unknown island in the Atlantic. He is found by the Princess Bazana, who guides him to her land beyond a range of mountains. There, a remnant of the ancient Greek race has maintained the Hellenic culture for centuries, cut off from the outer world. Smith falls in love with Bazana, who is sister to the king. Bazana is also loved by a rival leader, Prince Onaleon. When the latter's faction attacks the king, only Smith's modern weapons provide the difference. Onaleon is defeated, and the king adopts a constitution introduced by Smith, which proclaims the land a republic. William L. Chester, Hawk of the Wilderness. New York, 1936, Harper's. Fantastic adventure. Lincoln Rand, with his wife Helena and their full-blooded Indian friend Makui, are shipwrecked on an unknown Arctic land to the north of Siberia. It is a savage coast, somehow warmed by ocean currents and volcanic fires, and populated by a noble race, the Shawnee, from whom the American Indians sprang. Soon after their arrival in Nattawau, a son is born to the Rands. When they are killed, Makui brings up the child who is called Kyoga, or the Snowhawk, by the Indians. Kyoga befriends the great bears of the region, and upon reaching manhood becomes leader of the Shawnee. A party of white men are forced to land on Nattawau. Kyoga rescues them and falls in love with Beth LaSalle. He joins the party on their return trip to the United States, but is unhappy there. He returns to Nattawau, followed by Beth. Hal Clement. Needle. Garden City, New York, 1950, Doubleday. Science fiction. Two creatures from another universe, one employed in flight, the other in chase, crash into an ocean of the Earth. Both are symbiotes, beings whose adaptive ability allows them to live within the shell of another organism. The hunter assumes that his quarry has lodged himself within the body of a human being and follows suit. But while he established contact with his host body, his quarry has evaded a form without the knowledge of the human mentality which directs it. Youthful Robert Kinnaird is cooperative to the hunter who shares his body, and the pair track down and destroy the criminal fugitive from the hunter's own world. Herbert Klock and Eric Botzel. The Light in the Sky. New York, 1929. Coward McCann. Lost Race. World War I. An Allied soldier is kidnapped and taken into a vast cavern stretching beneath Mexico and far out under the Atlantic. The cavern houses a city called Aztlan, inhabited by Aztec survivors of the Spanish conquest, now immortal. The soldier falls in love with Tinama, princess of the line, and befriends the high priest Tizok, who controls the power of light. Entering into an experiment with Tizok, the soldier directs his soul to exploring among the stars. In the meantime, Prince Naguna kills his father Tizok and hopes to enslave the world. Tinama calls the soldier back to consciousness, and they escape as the cavern is destroyed by the scientific wizardry of Tizok, now released through his son. Stanton A. Koblenz. After 12,000 Years. Los Angeles, 1950. Fantasy Publishing Company, Incorporated. Fantastic Adventure. Henry Merwin takes an active part in an experiment involving a new drug and is mistakenly directed into a world 12,000 years in the future. He is made captive by a giant race and assigned to care for their insect pets. Merwin meets and falls in love with the girl Llewellyn, also a prisoner. Their captors, however, will not permit marriage, and he is sent off to war with his insect charges. At length, the latter increase to such a degree that they overrun most of the land masses of the earth. Merwin is able to return and rescue Llewellyn. The pair flee to her home in Borneo, which is safe from invasion. Stanton A. Koblenz. The Sunken World. Los Angeles, 1948. Fantasy Publishing Company, Incorporated. Lost Race. World War II. An American submarine is dragged to the bottom of the sea by a whirlpool, where it collides with a huge glass dome. The crew are rescued by inhabitants who live beneath the dome, Atlanteans, withdrawn from the outer world by their own initiative 3,000 years before. The Atlanteans are a kindly race, and their undersea land is a veritable utopia. The crew of the submarine is well treated, and Anton Harkness, its commander, is commissioned to write a history of his people. Although the Atlanteans are shocked by tales of the outer world, Harkness wins an Atlantean girl, Aelios, as his bride. When the great dome which encases Atlantis is crushed, the undersea world is destroyed. Anton Harkness and Aelios alone survive to reach America. Stanton A. Koblenz. When the Birds Fly South. Mill Valley, California, 1945, Wings Press. Lost Race. An American geological expedition is exploring the unmapped mountain regions of Afghanistan. Two of its members, Prescott and Damon, leave it to examine a great stone figure looming in the distance. Prescott becomes lost from the expedition but is rescued in an injured condition by the Ibandru, a strange mountain tribe who inhabit the valley of Sobule. In the process of recovery, he grows fond of their simple existence and learns to love Yasma, a young woman of the tribe. But the Ibandru are not as other men. When the birds fly south, they are transmuted into great birds who migrate with the seasons. Prescott spends a lonely winter in the Hidden Valley. The following year, Yasma and Prescott become man and wife. Yasma is restrained from the migratory flight by her great love, but she is incapable of survival in the snowbound valley. Gilbert Collins. The Starkenden Quest. New York, 1925, McBride. Lost Race. Mara Starkenden disappears suddenly into the Orient. Her father, Esau Starkenden, employs John Creighton and Gregory Hope to join him in an expedition to follow Mara's trail into Indochina. The party is captured by savage dwarfs, who are led by Starkenden's brother Jacob. The latter's mind has been seized and is directed by an immortal being known as the Undying One, a creature of the vanished Khmer civilization. They are imprisoned in the great caves of the region for future sacrifice, along with the kidnapped Mara. They attempt an escape by killing the Undying One. Jacob Starkenden, by the immortal's death, is released from his domination. With his knowledge of the dwarf's ways, he leads the party to effect a successful retreat from the land. Gilbert Collins, The Valley of Eyes Unseen. New York, 1924, McBride. Lost Race. Forced to flee Oriental civilization after antagonizing a Chinese secret society, Ronald Mearleys joins a Tibetan expedition. Its leader, a remarkable individual of tremendous physical and mental development, guides them through great hardships to a hidden valley, which he instinctively realizes is there. Here they encounter men of great height and strength, ancient Hellenes led there by Alexander the Great centuries before. In Mearleys' leader and companion they recognize a reincarnation of Alexander. Dissension splits the valley, and Mearleys' existence as an outsider is threatened. He is forced to don a pair of man-made wings to make his escape. Earl Cox, Out of the Silence. New York, 1928, Hinkle. Science fiction. Eons past in the dim history of the Earth, a mighty civilization once flourished. Schooled in the sciences, its people foresaw the impending doom of all life on the planet, and prepared to leave a record of their achievement. 3. 2 men and a woman were left in a suspended state, surrounded by the magnificence of the age. Contemporary Australian Alan Dundas, digging some 200 miles from Melbourne, comes upon a metal sphere of unknown material. Dundas discovers the lady, Irani, whom he restores to life with the aid of a physician friend. Dundas becomes infatuated over the perfection, both physical and mental, of Irani, but his physician friend fears for the future of the world, which Irani seeks to mold. When the latter is killed, Dundas destroys himself and all traces of the past. Isabel C. Crawford, The Tapestry of Time. Boston, 1927, Christopher. Lost Race. Astrolon, great sage of Atlantis, learns of the impending destruction of his homeland. He approaches Lumnos, king of Atlantis, who disregards his warning through the influence of his high priest, Memhota. Astrolon gathers his friends and followers about him and seeks a haven in Peru. Memhota, experimenting with the power of the atom already harnessed by Astrolon, causes Atlantis to sink beneath the sea. King Lumnos is rescued by a Cretan prince, and their party lands at the small town of Athros. With monetary aid from the king of Crete, they develop Athros into a thriving city. In Peru, Astrolon uses his secret of atomic power to build the marvelous city Delosarian. Both colonies carry forward the customs and development of Atlantis. S. R. Crockett, The Black Douglas, New York, 1899, Doubleday and McClure, illustrated. Weird. Scotland in 1439. William, Earl of Douglas, most commanding figure in all Scotland, is lured to Edinburgh Castle by a witch of France with whom he has fallen in love. The Earl and his younger brother are beheaded by the scheming Scots ruler, and their sister and the Lady Maud Lindsay are carried off captives to France. James Douglas, with a party of loyal retainers, ventures to France to secure their freedom. To gain the castle of the necromancer Gilles de Sille, they are forced to battle a band of werewolves. Victorious, they take the castle in time to prevent de Sille's sacrifice to the demon Baron Sathanas, which would give him perpetual youth. Ray Cummings, Brigands of the Moon. Chicago, 1931, McClurg. Science fiction. 2070 A.D., an Earth-Mars flight of the spaceship Planetara is disrupted by an organized mutiny. The ship falls into the hands of brigands who seek to steal the priceless radium deposits which have been accumulated by an expedition to the moon. The Planetara is guided to the satellite under the leadership of the Martian Miko. An element of the imprisoned crew escapes to the expedition's camps, where Greg Haljon, former ship's officer, causes it to crash. The camp is besieged by the space brigands, who are reinforced by an additional ship from Mars. Haljan defeats Miko in single combat, which leads to the downfall of the Brigands. Ray Cummings, The Girl in the Golden Atom, New York, 1923, Harper's. Science fiction. Experimenting with a super microscope, Rogers, a young chemist, discovers an infinitely tiny world on the surface of a ring. After years of research, he provides a drug which will reduce a being in size. Rogers sets out into the world of the ring and returns after 48 hours to tell his assistants of the discovery. Reducing himself a second time, he is joined by his friends after a 5-year period. They find him married and content, but chaos threatens the peaceful world of the ring with their arrival, and with the secret of unlimited size control at hand. Under suspicion, they are forced to return to their normal size. Ray Cummings, The Man Who Mastered Time, Chicago, 1929, McClurg. Science fiction. Rogers, a young American scientist, constructs a time machine and travels into the distant future. After rescuing the girl Azila from an outcast of her land and restoring her to her people, he returns to the 20th century. Carefully organizing a return expedition, Rogers is joined by his father and a close friend for his second voyage into the future. They find Azila's city, Orlean, threatened by barbarian hordes marshaled under the outcast. When rebellion breaks out in the beleaguered city, the hordes attack and sack Orlean. Azila's father, now that the hordes inhabit the city and her populace taken to flight, causes a volcanic eruption which obliterates all traces of the invaders. Ray Cummings, The Sea Girl, Chicago, 1930, McClurg. Fantastic adventure. In the year 1990, the first of a number of remarkable sea disasters occurs. Subsequently, several ships disappear in the Pacific without so much as a trace. And when the oceans begin to recede, the populace becomes panicky. Jeff Grant and Arturo Plantet are led into undersea lands by a strange woman, where they find 2 human races living in the cavernous interior of the Earth. The Giants have almost succeeded in drawing off all the waters of the Earth's surface in an attempt to subjugate the planet. The other race from the depths, the Midge, are forced to flee their underworld to the dry ocean beds of the Pacific. Grant defeats the singular purpose of the Giant Queen to release a germ pestilence on the outer world, while a terrible weapon of the Midge annihilates the giant array. Ray Cummings, Tyranno the Conqueror, Chicago, 1930, McClurg. Science fiction. 2430 AD, Jack Hallen, reporter, answers a summons from the internationally known scientist Dr. Brend, who has discovered a means of making humanity immortal. The pair are captured by Tyranno, who envisions himself as Emperor of the universe, and who also desires the immortality secret discovered by Brend. Tyranno has assassinated the heads of state of the Earth government, Mars, and Venus. Organized lands are in chaos. Hallen allies himself with Princess Maida of Venus, and they escape to that planet, where resistance is organized. In a costly battle, Tyranno is defeated, captured, and exiled to an asteroid. End of Section 3. Section 4. Of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel, by Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Author starting with D. L. Sprague de Camp, Lest Darkness Fall, New York, 1941, Holt, Illustrated. Unknown Worlds. Martin Padway, an American, is thrown backward in time to Rome of the year 535, then a part of the Gothic kingdom ruled by Theudahad. Padway attempts to introduce the printing press and telegraph to Rome until he runs afoul of Theudahad temporarily. He is freed in time to save a Gothic army from defeat at the hands of the eastern legions of Justinian. Belisarius, the leader of the invaders, joins forces with him. When Theudahad goes insane, the American sponsors the new king, Urias. Another invasion launched by Justinian is halted until Belisarius, now his ally, can sweep the field. The Gothic Empire scales new heights under Urias. L. Sprague de Camp, Genus Homo, New York, 1941, Fantasy Press. Science fiction. A busload of men and women, 25 of them, are entombed by a tunnel cave-in. They spend ages in a state of suspended animation and recover to find themselves the last of Homo sapiens left alive on Earth. Man is forgotten, and simians have evolved to a position of comparative dominance. The survivors are captured by gorillas who, thinking them curious, install them in a gorilla zoo. They befriend and ally themselves with their gorilla captors when the country is invaded by a rival baboon nation. With human intelligence at hand, the country is held secure, and the invaders repelled. As a reward, the Homo sapiens contingent is awarded an equal place in the guerrilla community. L. Sprague de Camp and Fletcher Pratt. The Carnelian Cube. New York, 1948, Gnome Press. Unknown Worlds. Archaeologist Arthur Finch, with a group of allied scientists, is investigating ancient ruins in the Turkish interior when a curiously inscribed carnelian cube comes into his possession. Legend lends the cube the power to transfer its owner to a world of his desire. Finch sleeps with the cube at close proximity and awakens in a parallel world, where he soon wearies of its intense rationalism. The cube is again employed to place him in a world of unrestrained individualism, which has the effect of placing a strong accent on adventure. Finch continues a search, unsuccessfully, for a parallel world, his perfect environment. L. Sprague de Camp and Fletcher Pratt. The Incomplete Enchanter. New York, 1941, Holt. Unknown Worlds. Scientist Reed Chalmers holds to the theory that there are an infinite number of parallel universes within reach of man's mentality. Harold Shea decides to put Chalmers' theory into practice and directs himself to the world of Irish mythology. Unwittingly, however, he lands in a world of Norse mythology at the time of Ragnarok, where he achieves a knowledge of sorcery during the battles between gods and giants. Returning to his own world, Shea is joined by Chalmers in a journey to the period of Spenser's Faerie Queene. Here they become romantically entangled, a state which leads to opposition from the powerful guild of enchanters, which they must eventually overcome before escaping. L. Sprague de Camp and Fletcher Pratt. The Castle of Iron. New York, 1950, Gnome Press. Unknown Worlds. Chalmers launches himself into the world of Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, where he seeks to gain a flesh-and-blood existence for the Snow Maiden whom he has rescued from the enchanters of the Faerie Queene. Belphoebe, Shea's wife, is mistakenly called into this world where natural laws are magic, and science is unavailing. Shea and Vaclav Polacek follow and join Chalmers in fighting Saracens and sorcerers. Polacek temporarily is transformed into a werewolf. The trio are forced to match their magic with that of Atlantis, this world's greatest wizard. When he is overcome, they rescue Belphoebe, and the Snow Maiden is given a human existence. L. Sprague de Camp and Fletcher Pratt. Land of Unreason. New York, 1942, Holt. Unknown Worlds. Fred Barber, American diplomat, is transported into Fairyland on St. John's Eve. Its king Oberon commissions him to pacify the kobolds, a dwarf race who are employing iron for the purpose of warfare. With the magic wand of Fairyland's queen, Barber subjugates the kobolds, and after further adventures returns to Oberon with a set of wings. Oberon's kingdom is now beset with new dangers from the magic of the princes of ice. Barber becomes Fairyland's military leader, captures the castle of ice princes, and is merged into a new being, with Frederick Barbossa as Fairyland's new ruler. Warwick Deeping. The Man Who Went Back. New York, 1940, Knopf. Fantastic Adventure. During the early days of World War II, an Englishman, after an automobile accident, is cast back in time. When he regains his senses, he finds his mind inhabiting and directing the body of a Romanized Britain. The land, however, has been abandoned by Roman legions, and is faced with a barbarian invasion by the Germanic tribes of the continent. Peleus, as the Englishman is called in his new body, finds that his former self has shown cowardice by fleeing from an earlier battle with the invaders. Looked down upon for a time, he succeeds in winning the respect of the people by his display of bravery and by intelligent leadership, until a wound brings insensibility, and he is carried back into his true age. Walter de la Mare, The Return. New York, 1911, Putnam. Weird. Contemporary England. Author Lawford has entered the quiet churchyard of Widdenstone on a convalescent ramble when he is stricken by a temporary stupor. He sinks onto the solitary broken grave of a French adventurer, a suicide, and drifts into a deep sleep. The adventurer, Nicolas Sabatier, has been in his grave for close to 2 centuries, yet his soul penetrates from the grave into Lawford's mind, so that even the latter's face and body are transformed into a likeness of Sabatier. Lawford's wife and friends are alien to him. Society looks upon him as a devil. He is faced by the unutterable horror of his position until his features gradually assume normality. Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. Philadelphia, 1844, Carrion Hart. Fantasy. Ebenezer Scrooge is a miser, the head of the London business firm of Scrooge and Marley. He has no sympathy for others and begrudges his clerk Bob Cratchit a Christmas holiday. On Christmas Eve, Scrooge returns to his dingy dwelling, where he is startled by a ghostly visitant, his long-dead partner Jacob Marley. The latter informs him that he will be visited by 3 spirits during the night, and that he must mend his ways. Scrooge is first visited by the ghost of Christmas past and is shown views of his childhood, carrying some measure of happiness. A second ghost illustrates the semi-poverty, but cheery atmosphere of the Cratchits. The ghost of Christmas future reveals Scrooge a forgotten and desolate individual. Arthur Conan Doyle, The Lost World, New York, 1912, Duran. Illustrated. Lost Race. Rumor reaches Professor Challenger, noted English scientist, leading him to believe in the existence of a lost plateau in unexplored South America. He is joined in an expedition by a fellow scientist, a wealthy adventurer, and a newspaperman. Their route leads them through the Amazon basin until they discover the plateau. They find it a breeding ground for dinosaurs and remarkable prehistoric creatures. The expedition lives for a time with a tribe of cavemen and unearths a fabulous diamond hoard. They are beset by missing links and harried by dinosaurs until scientific studies are completed and photographs secured. Arthur Conan Doyle, The Poison Belt. New York, 1913, Duran, Illustrated. Science fiction. Professor Challenger's research leads him to make a statement that the Earth is passing through a belt of poisonous gas in space. His belief is quickly confirmed when a strange malady strikes a remote corner of the Earth. Challenger summons a few close friends to his country estate, and they enter an hermetically sealed room with a supply of oxygen at hand. Here he proposes to witness the world's end, and gradually the populace beyond the room sink into lifelessness. When their oxygen supply is exhausted, they are forced to withdraw from the refuge. The Earth has passed beyond the poisonous belt, but they find themselves its sole survivors. Everywhere is death. 28 hours from the disaster, suddenly all life is restored, and the populace awakens from the dead. H.B. Drake, Cursed Be the Treasure. New York, 1928, Macy Macius. Weird. William Playton has a partial key to the whereabouts of a buried treasure. His quest for it with an only son Thomas is a nightmare, for his steps are haunted by unknown assailants, and existence is a perpetual flight. At length, the elder Playton seizes a solitary refuge for the pair in a great and mysterious, reputedly haunted, house. Thomas's education is largely one of the art of self-defense, coupled with a knowledge of all the caves and gullies of the English coast. He befriends the coast's smuggler chief and watches his father fall prey to the mysterious assailant, also the smuggler's enemy. Thomas discovers the cavern which houses the lost treasure and avenges his father's murder. His assailants have wished to hide their connection with the treasure, for it is a holy treasure, stolen from the priests of a distant land and accursed to the owner. H.B. Drake, The Shadowy Thing, New York, 1928, Macy Macius. Weird. From his early school days, Bello experiences a natural antipathy for Avery Booth. The latter owns the respect and fear of a large number of his fellow students by his remarkable hypnotic powers. In one experiment, Booth looses an alien devil into the body of another student, who becomes a madman in the Jekyll and Hyde tradition. Bello's sister, Blanche, forms an association with Booth in later years, which she breaks, realizing that his evil cannot be curbed. Blanche marries, and her husband and Booth are cast together in France. Both are reported missing in World War I. Booth's physical self has been destroyed, but his mind has entered the derelict body of Blanche's husband. Returning as a hideous madman, he is overcome by Blanche's righteous strength in a duel of minds. Alexander Dumas, The Wolf Leader, Philadelphia, 1950, Prime Press, Illustrated. Weird. Tybalt, a French shoemaker of the 18th century, lives a lonely life at the edge of the huge estate of the Baron of Veii. At odds with the latter, Tybalt unwittingly calls upon the devil for aid. Confronted by a great black wolf, a werewolf, he is forced into a pact with the Black Master, by which he is granted his every wish. However, in return for this magical power, a hair of his head, and his hair is raven black, turns blood red with every wish. Carefully, Tybalt plans to restrict his wishes, but avarice causes him to employ them faster and faster. When his hair becomes one mass of flame, Tybalt is transformed into a werewolf. Lord Dunsany, The Charwoman's Shadow, New York, 1926, Putnam. Fantasy. During the Golden Age of Spain, the Lord of the Tower and Rocky Forest finds that his means are failing. He sends his only son, Raymond Alonso, to a magician to learn to create gold and replenish the family resources. Raymond Alonso, while practicing magic, receives an urgent summons from his sister, Mirandola, and is entreated to produce a love potion that she may ensnare an eminent duke for her husband. Raymond trades his shadow for the secret of the potion, which given to the duke makes him fall violently ill, and finally in love with Mirandola. In the meantime, Raymond steals back his shadow as well as that of a very aged and ugly charwoman who has befriended him. When the shadow is restored to the charwoman, she is transformed into a beautiful girl who marries her savior. Lord Dunsany, the King of Elfland's Daughter. New York, 1924, Putnam, frontispiece. Fantasy. The aging King of Earl charges his only son, Alveric, to venture to the lands beyond the east, and wed the King of Elfland's daughter in order that his land might have a magic lord in days to come. Alveric crosses the twilight border to the timeless land by the aid of the old witch, Zerundarel. With his magic sword he slays the guards of the Princess Lyrizel, and flees to Earth with his Elfland bride. Alveric finds that 10 years have passed while he quested, and he is now king. Orion, heir to the land of Earl, is born to the pair. Out of the twilight, the King of Elfland summons his daughter from Earth by a magical rune, and Alveric begins a new quest to carry her back. The years pass, and Orion grows to manhood, while his father quests in vain for the borders of Elfland, which have moved away from the Earth. Lyrizel, imprisoned in Elfland, pines her love until the King of Elfland unites the three by calling Earl into a part of Elfland. End of Section 4. Section 5 of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with E. E. R. Edison. The Worm Ouroboros. New York, 1926, Boney, Illustrated. Fantasy. Lessingham is spirited away from England and Earth to the planet Mercury, where he witnesses a war between two nations. The King of Witchland has demanded homage of the Lords of Demonland, and encounters Goldry Bluzgo, Demonland champion, in single combat. When Goldry is victor, the new King of Witchland makes him a captive by invoking certain hideous powers at his command, which also destroy a military expedition against his country. While the Lords of Demonland search vainly for their lost brother, the forces of Witchland launch a successful invasion. At length, the Lord Juss finds Goldry Bluzgo atop a fanciful mountain which he has reached astride a winged horse. Returning, they free Demonland from the invaders and conquer Witchland. Gawain Edwards. The Earth Tube. New York, 1929, Appleton. Science fiction. The most advanced scientific minds of the East have provided the Oriental Emperor with a means of striking across the world in a scheme of Earth conquest. A tube is built through the heart of the globe, bringing East and West only a few hours apart. Invincible metal monsters issue from a giant mushroom-shaped city which is created off the shores of South America and spray destruction upon the West. Both Americas are threatened when an American scientist secures an entry into the Oriental Bastion. He is captured and learns the military secrets of the invaders. Aided by a girl of the city, he escapes to provide the United States with weapons to defeat the Yellow Hordes. Max Ehrlich, The Big Eye. Garden City, New York, 1949, Doubleday. Science fiction. 1960. The Earth is in chaos. Russia and the United States are on the verge of atomic war. Under threat of atom attack, the great cities of the globe are spilling forth their panic-stricken populaces. Dr. David Hughes, a young astronomer, is summoned to a secret military conference at the observatory atop Mount Palomar. Here it is revealed that the Earth is doomed to certain destruction in a collision with another planet, the Big Eye, to take place in exactly 2 years. Imminent death has a strangely calming effect on the populace. Hughes quietly seeks happiness in the woman he loves. The age-old problems of war, pestilence, and hunger are faced and overcome. When the day of reckoning arrives, the Big Eye sweeps harmlessly close to a better world. Willis George Emerson, The Smoky God. Chicago, 1908, Forbes, Illustrated. Lost Race. A Norwegian fisherman and his son sail their small craft into northern seas, where they enter a huge polar opening of ice-free water leading to an inner world. The pair encounter a race of giants who greet them with friendliness and teach them their language. The giants worship an inner world sun of reddish gases, which they call the Smoky God. After a stay of 2 years in which many of the inner world's cities are visited and their customs studied, the pair decide to return to the Earth's surface. They are forced to make their exit by way of a southern polar opening, in which the elder man is killed during the hazardous voyage through the ice. Guy Endore, The Werewolf of Paris, New York, 1933, Farrar and Reinhardt. Weird. From birth, Bertrand Caillet's existence is an unnatural one. Born on a Christmas Eve, his appearance has a strange canine resemblance, which manifests itself in other ways. As a baby, he howls wolf-like at a death in the family, and at an extreme youth he shows a particular delight in killing the neighborhood animals. Caillet soon comes to know realistic dreams in which he assumes wolf form, while a great marauding wolf nightly preys on the region. Aymar Galliez, Caillet's guardian, learns of the transformation and confines him. Caillet escapes, and the lycanthropy with which he is afflicted now seizes him without reserve. His wholesale killings as a werewolf terrorize all Paris, where he has fled to escape Galliez. Caillet meets and falls in love with Sophie de Blumenberg, who gladly yields some of her blood each night. His depredations cease. Galliez finally traces him to Paris and has him committed to an asylum where he is eventually a suicide. George Allen England, Darkness and Dawn. Boston, 1914, Small, Maynard, illustrated. Science fiction. Engineer Alan Stern and his secretary Beatrice Kendrick awaken after a 1,000-year sleep in the ruins of silent New York City, where civilization has perished. They are beset by a horde of degenerate man-beasts, but salvage enough of the 20th century to defeat them. In exploring New England, they discover the remains of an airplane which is reconditioned by Stern. The pair fly westward, hoping to find some trace of a human race. In a bottomless abyss, they encounter a race of white barbarians, American descendants, who have developed into savages. Stern befriends them and transports a number of them to the sunlight of the outer world, where he hopes to educate them and weld them into a new race. George Allen England, The Flying Legion, Chicago, 1920, McClurg, frontispiece. Fantastic adventure. A master of science and intrigue, a millionaire by his own achievement, gathers about him a group of World War I heroes, all of whom have become bored by a life now void of adventure. Under his leadership, they unite as the Flying Legion and steal a brilliant new airship, largest in the world. The Legion travels to Arabia, where it attacks Mecca and emerges with sacred objects of the religion. Turning their face to the great Arabian desert, they land at a hidden city, carved from a mountain of gold. They offer the sacred objects, which they have stolen in return for a vast amount of the lost wealth of Islam, which is gathered here in the unknown city. The fanatical Muslims swarm over the Legion, and it is destroyed. Its sole woman and the leader are the only survivors, and they escape with the great star of Islam. Hans Heinz Urs, Elron, New York, 1929, Day, illustrated. Weird. Frank Braun, learning that his uncle, a German privy councillor, has made certain scientific experiments governing animal growth and development, prevails upon him to enlarge his field to include the human race. Their creation, called Elron, after the mandrake root legend from which she is modeled, is a soulless being who brings disaster to all. Elron holds a fatal attraction for all men. Frank Braun himself is lured under her spell. He gradually slips away from all acquaintances, and is dying by way of Elron's vampire-like qualities. He is saved after Elron learns the truth of her being and plunges to her death. Hans Heinz Urs, The Sorcerer's Apprentice. New York, 1927, Day, illustrated. Weird. Frank Braun, who seeks a quiet retreat to pursue his interests in research and writing, is directed to the quaint and secluded Italian village Val di Scodra. Braun takes up residence in the obscure inn of Peppino Raimondi, whose daughter Teresa is captivated by his intellect. The village has slipped beyond its Catholic priest and is held tightly in a mania of religious fanaticism by wealthy Pietro Noscleri, who has gained a fortune in America. Braun presents him with the idea that he is the biblical Elijah, and Pietro recognizes himself as that prophet. His attempts at repentance are bloody scourgings which he believes duplicate the sufferings of Christ. But miracles of healing are a part of the fanatical meetings. Teresa believes herself a saint and voluntarily undergoes crucifixion. Hans Heinz Urs, Vampire, New York, 1934, Day. Weird. Frank Braun, on a ship of his German homeland, is traveling close to the coast of South America. Yellow fever breaks out upon the ship, and it is not allowed to land in a South American port. Reaching San Francisco, Braun learns that all Europe is involved in World War I. He tours the United States, speaking out for Germany and trying to secure American aid against England. Braun's lectures are interrupted by spasmodic attacks from a strange malady which weakens him. He finds a new vitality in his associations with Lottie Van Ness, but is confused by his illness and believes that she is responsible. Braun shuns her society until America's entry into the war. Then he flees to Lottie and learns from her that his vitality is derived from her blood, which he drains unconsciously in small quantities. End of Section 5. Section 6 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel, by Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with F. Ralph Milne Farley. The Radio Man. Los Angeles, 1948, Fantasy Publishing Company, Incorporated, Illustrated. Fantastic Adventure. Miles Cabot, an electrical engineer, disappears from his Boston home while involved in an experiment. He awakens to find himself on the planet Venus, where he falls captive to a race of giant ant-like creatures. Called the Formians, they have achieved a high measure of intelligence and are the planet's dominant race. Cabot learns that another race, the Kupians, closely resembling human beings, occupy another portion of the land but are subservient to the Formians. He escapes to them and falls in love with their princess Lilla. The Earthman introduces gunpowder to them, and then leads them into war against the Formian enemy. Faced with an unknown weapon, the latter are all but exterminated. Claude Ferrer. The House of the Secret. New York, 1928, Dutton. Weird. Captain Narcy, a French army officer, becomes lost while on duty in a wild, uninhabited region of southern France. He catches a glimpse of an acquaintance called Madeline and attempts to follow her when he is knocked unconscious. He regains his senses to be guided to a great mansion by an aged man. Narcy finds that his captor's father and grandfather are both surviving in ages far exceeding 100 years. Their immortality is maintained through the consumption of the blood and flesh of youth. Narcy bargains with the trio for Madeline's life in exchange for his own. He is subjected to an experiment by which a body identical to his own is created. The second body is killed. Narcy, who feels a strange affinity to it, ages 50 years in a single month. Charles G. Finney, The Circus of Dr. Lau. New York, 1935, Viking, Illustrated. Weird. The people of Abalone, Arizona, are apprised of the advent of the Circus of Dr. Lau by an advertisement in the town paper. The preliminary parade astonishes them by the collection of mythological creatures, and to satisfy their curiosity they decide to attend. The circus includes a satyr, a chimera, a werewolf, a medusa, and other monstrous creatures. The performance is brought to a climax by a sacrifice to an ancient god. Each spectator is treated to an individual nightmare in witnessing the circus. George U. Fletcher. The Well of the Unicorn. New York, 1948, Sloan, Illustrated. Fantasy. The country of Vastmanstad has recently been overrun by the Volkings, a warlike race. Youthful Arer Avarson is faced with the choice of remaining in his inheritance under their oppressive sway, or joining one of the poorly organized, unyielding bands whose nations have been stormed by Volking hordes. Arer is summoned by magic to the enchanter Melabo, whose influence leads him to join the Free Fishers. Arer proves his mettle in a battle with the invincible sea demons. Soon the Free Fishers are welded into a suitable fighting unit, whereas before they were of no account to the well-marshaled Volkings. Arer's band is joined by other outcast groups, and are allied with an army from the Empire, the one land the invaders have feared to attack. Before this united force, the Volking scourge is obliterated. C.S. Forrester. The Peacemaker. Boston, 1934, Little, Brown. Science fiction. England. Edward Pethwick, a brilliant teacher of mathematics, is a dissatisfied partner to an unhappy marriage. Discouraged, he turns to Dorothy Laxton, who influences him toward pacifist doctrines. His mathematical training leads him to harness hitherto unknown magnetic forces, from which the most astonishing outcome is a means to prevent the function of engines. Pethwick plans to force a complete disarmament of England by disrupting commerce through the utilization of his device. To this end, he works anonymously under the name of the Peacemaker. Pethwick's jealous wife suspects his identity and reveals it to an unruly mob who destroy him. Dion Fortune. The Goatfoot God. London, 1936, Williams and Norgate. Weird. Hugh Paston's loveless marriage is ended by an accident to his wife. In a despondent state of mind, Paston is on the point of suicide. He wanders into the bookshop of T. Jelks in search of sensationalism, befriends its owner, and moves in with him. After dipping into volumes of black magic, he seizes upon the scheme of invoking the god Pan. With Mona Wilton and Jelks, the wealthy Paston searches for a suitable rural estate. The trio decide upon an old monastery, whose curious history captivates them. Its ancient prior, Ambrosius, who was walled up to meet a terrible death, had acquired some early Grecian manuscripts, and was himself in search of Pan. The spirit of Ambrosius enters Paston's body upon occasion, and gradually assumes a part of his actual being. By this, Paston's strength of character is strengthened. J. Franklin, The Rat Race, Los Angeles, 1950, Fantasy Publishing Company, Incorporated. Unknown Worlds. Lieutenant Commander Frank Jacklin is aboard the battleship Alaska when it's blown up by a thorium bomb explosion on April 3, 1945. He returns to consciousness to find himself in the body of the man who perpetrated the destruction, wealthy middle-aged stockbroker Winnie Tompkins. Jacklin unwaringly mentions his first-hand knowledge of the Alaska's fate and is investigated by the FBI. As Tompkins, he learns that President Franklin Roosevelt is secretly being poisoned by German agents, and he tries to warn the authorities of his impending death. Jacklin is thrown in endless intrigue until an accident restores Tompkins to his rightful body, and Jacklin to the body of a dog. Oscar Friend, The Kid from Mars, New York, 1949, Fell, frontispiece. Science fiction. Lamakan, a humanoid man, has been bred from childhood by Martian scientists to meet the physical demands of the planet Earth. At maturity, he makes a solitary space flight from his native Mars to find an elixir for his dying race. On Earth, all are impressed that Lamakan is involved in a colossal hoax or a publicity stunt, except for espionage agents who desire his implements of advanced Martian science. Ignored in all quarters, he kidnaps the President of the United States along with other officials and returns to Mars. There they provide the element lacking in the Martian composition, and Lamakan pilots them back to Earth, where he himself marries. End of Section 6. Section 7 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with G. Gunpot. Herelic. Boston, 1923, Houghton Mifflin. Lost Race. The diary of John Wrexham falls into the hands of a trio of British veterans of World War I, adventurers all. The diary, together with a strange human found at the rim of an untrodden desert, lead them to believe in a fabulous land somewhere north of India. Crossing the tortuous desert, the trio enter a lost valley in time to rescue a light-haired, fair-skinned girl. She leads them to her people, descended from ancient Norse stock. Centuries before, they had fled before Mongolian hordes that swept upon them, and established their forgotten colony, which was strongly influenced by the culture of ancient Greece. The Englishmen join one faction of the Norse in a civil war, and the outcome is largely decided by their modern weapons. Gunpot, Mirror of Dreams. Garden City, New York, 1928, Doubleday, Duran. Lost Race. John Oxley and Tom Carruthers, on an expedition into unknown reaches of Central Asia, come upon a land which is strangely familiar to Carruthers. Continuing, they discover the City of Vision, which harbors a terrible ancient building. Its inhabitants are the self-styled guardians of the Mirror of Dreams and other unknown secrets out of forgotten civilizations. Carruthers meets Diane, a white girl who has been a part of his realistic dreams, now finding confirmation in this remote land. A Tibetan revolutionary, eager for the secrets and the treasure of the City of Vision, captures and imprisons the explorers. He is killed by an old enemy who frees the explorers, and they return with Diane to the outer world. Gunpot. The Voice of Dashin. New York, 1927, Duran. Lost Race. Major Louis Curvers, together with a handful of adventurers, heads northward from India into the unknown reaches of the Himalayas. They are in search of Janet Fraser, who is presumably in the hands of almost legendary tribes. Curvers rescues Danusha, a princess of the People of the Hand, a lost Nordic tribe, from Tibetan enemies. Danusha leads the party to his city where Janet is an honored guest. The coming of the white men is recognized as a part of an ancient prophecy which is said to culminate in the People of the Hand regaining their city of fairy towers, now in the possession of the Tibetan enemy. Danusia succeeds to the throne when his brother is assassinated. He heads an offensive against the Tibetans, and, aided by the weapons of the expedition, is successful in regaining all former lands. Francis Gerard. Secret Scepter. New York, 1939, Dutton. Fantastic adventure. Superintendent Meredith of Scotland Yard is a helpless witness to the execution of an English noble performed by a giant in armor and sanctioned by an ancient priest. Meredith identifies the executioner as the Duke of Stafford, but cannot provide evidence of guilt. His duties lead him to Wales, where, in an uninhabited region of the Black Mountains, he encounters a secret society of knights, whose existence has been maintained from England's dim past. In their sanctuary they have enshrined the Holy Grail, complete with unknown records, and legend has it that the preservation of the Grail is the preservation of England. Stafford, a member of the Order, had acted honorably in the execution of the traitor witnessed by Meredith. Meredith is admitted into the Brotherhood, made up of Englishmen of high achievement, who are employed in maintaining their sacred objects from an Antichrist. Hugo Gernsback. Ralph, 124C41+. Boston, 1925, Stratford, Illustrated. Science fiction. The world of 2660. Ralph, 124C41+, its foremost scientist, accidentally from New York, contacts Alice, a Swiss girl, who is apparently doomed by an avalanche of snow. From his wonderfully equipped laboratory, he melts the alpine snow, and Alice, rescued, flies to New York to thank him. The pair fall in love, but Fernand, a rejected suitor, appears and kidnaps Alice. Ralph follows and captures Fernand, only to find that Alice has fallen into the hands of a Martian. He disguises his spaceship as a comet and overtakes the Martian, who is killed. But Alice is fatally wounded in the engagement. Ralph flies her body to his laboratory, where his scientific genius enables her to be restored to life. Robert Graves. Hercules, My Shipmate. New York, 1945, Creative Age. Fantastic adventure. The golden fleece of Zeus is stolen from its temple and taken to Colchis on the eastern coast of the Black Sea. Prince Jason, a youthful adventurer, assembles a distinguished crew of royalty and sails the Argo in search of it. A last-minute addition is the fabulous Hercules, whose temper and contriteness countermand his wonderful strength. The Argonauts arrive in Colchis, where the Princess Medea falls in love with Jason and puts the golden fleece into his hands. Jason and Medea flee from the Colchian navy, up the Danube River, and trek overland to the Adriatic. At the home of the sorceress Circe, they are united with the Argo and her crew. Their homeward voyage is interrupted when they are marooned in an inland sea of Libya. At their arrival in Greece, they restore the golden fleece to its temple. Fitzhugh Green. ZR Wins. New York, 1924, Appleton, frontispiece. Lost Race. A dirigible race over the northern pole is arranged between the nations of the Earth. Lieutenant Bliss Epley of the United States Navy uncovers a plot to sabotage all of the entrants on the part of an American agent of Japan, Thorne Welcher. When Epley reveals the plot, he is ignored. In Alaska, he stores away on the naval dirigible ZR on its takeoff. Sabotaged, it is forced out of the race. With his friend McAlford, Epley pushes forward over polar ice. In their path, they find an unknown land, warmed by hot springs and peopled by the descendants of lost Vikings. Welcher arrives, hoping to gain the vast mineral resources of the land, and turns the Vikings against the pair. But Epley and McAlford win their friendship, as well as establish the land as a United States territory. Franklin Gregory. The White Wolf. New York, 1941. Random House. Weird. Sarah de Camp de Vesny, the essentially cruel daughter of a Philadelphia perfumer, slips under the influence of a disguised Satan. She exchanges her soul for the power to change shape at will and other powers of sorcery. In the vicinity of the Camp de Vesny rural home, several savage attacks are recorded. Sarah has committed these attacks in the form of a werewolf, which she may assume at will from her covenant with the devil. David Trent, her fiancé, joins the nightly forays under her evil powers. The elder de Camp de Vesny, steeped in the lore of the unseen, discovers Sarah's witchery. He molds a silver bullet and brings about his daughter's death, by which Trent is released from her spell. End of Section 7. Section 8 of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with H. H. Rider Haggard. Red Eve, Garden City, New York, 1912, Doubleday page illustrated. Fantastic Adventure. England, 1346. Hugh de Crecy is the rival of Sir Edmund Accour, the paternal favourite for the hand of Lady Eve Clavering. De Crecy, with his archer Grey Dick, establishes Accour's treachery to the country, and presents his evidence to the king. Accour is branded an outlaw, but before he can be captured, he forces Eve into marriage with him, and flees to France. De Crecy and Grey Dick join the English army in France by way of pursuit, and are knighted for their bravery. De Crecy, as the champion of King Edward, follows Accour to Venice. Murg, the immortal Lord of Death, materializes from the mystic East to loose the Black Death upon Europe, and an earthquake on Venice. Murg reveals that De Crecy's time of death is not at hand, and saves him from an ambush. Accour flees to England, where Murg arranges a single conflict. De Crecy is victorious, and is united with Eve. H. Rider Haggard, Wisdom's Daughter, Garden City, New York, 1923, Doubleday page. Lost Race. Ancient Arabia. Aisha is born to a desert chieftain, and grows to a beauty which becomes a threat to her people. She flees to Egypt with Nut, a great magician, where she becomes priestess of Isis. Aisha falls in love with Callicrates, a Greek priest. Egypt is conquered by the Persians, and the victors defile the temple of Isis. Aisha, who has now acquired supernatural powers, causes them to die by fire. She flees the wrath of the Persians to the lost land of Kor, peopled by a once mighty white race. Aisha becomes their queen, and by bathing in the fires of life is made immortal. She who must be obeyed. There, in a jealous rage, she kills Callicrates, and lives as Queen of Kor for thousands of years. H. Rider Haggard, She and Alan, New York, 1921, Longman's Green, frontispiece. Lost Race. Alan Quatermain desires to learn if his dead wife has existence after death. To this purpose he consults a Negro wizard. The latter tells him that he has no power to read of the future life of the white race, but refers him to a great sorceress of the north, whom he is destined to meet. His adventures take him to the Valley of Kor, where Aisha accepts him and relates her story. Alan is invited to join her in immortality, but he scoffs and disbelieves. Aisha accompanies him into the spirit world where he speaks to his wife, but he believes it hallucination. Certain factions in Kor rebel against Aisha, and before he takes his leave, Alan aids She Who Must Be Obeyed in destroying them. H. Rider Haggard, She, New York, 1887, Harper, frontispiece. Lost Race. Leo Vinci at 25 finds himself in possession of a manuscript telling him of the strange African city ruled by She Who Must Be Obeyed. Vinci makes an expedition to Africa with Holly, who had acted as a guardian to him during his youth. They are captured by Aisha's warriors and taken to the Lost Valley of Kor. Immortal Aisha recognizes in Vinci a reincarnation of her first and only love, Callicrates, and Holly a reincarnation of the magician Nut, her counselor. She plans that Vinci join her in immortality. As a preparation, she steps into the fires of life, only to wither and die. Vinci and Holly flee from Kor, but with the memory that Aisha has promised to appear again. H. Rider Haggard, Aisha, New York, 1905, Doubleday page illustrated. Lost Race. Vinci and Holly believe in Aisha's prophecy that she will reappear on Earth. At a strange omen, they began a pilgrimage in Central Asia. In the valley of Kaloun, peopled by descendants of Alexandrian Greeks, they are beset by its ruler and forced to kill him. Sanctuary is found from the ruler's wife Atene at the sacred mountain, where Aisha is supreme as the priestess of Hes, the Egyptian Isis. She leads her own factions against Atene, and by calling upon supernatural powers, destroys her. Vinci, who has been wounded in the battle, weds Aisha and slowly sinks into death. Aisha follows him, and they are joined together in another world. H. Rider Haggard, When the World Shook, New York, 1919, Longman's Green, illustrated. Science fiction. Arbuthnot and two companions are cast ashore on an uncharted South Sea island. The Polynesian inhabitants are friendly, but forbid the trio to investigate the sacred ground of a god or demon which they fear greatly. Realizing that remnants of a forgotten past are within reach, the white men flee the natives who are afraid to follow. In a deserted city they find two humans, the Lord Oro and his daughter Eva, who have been in a state of suspended animation for 250,000 years. Arbuthnot and his companions restore them to life, and learn that Oro had called down a cataclysm on the world ages past. After observing the modern world's state of affairs, Oro notes the barbaric similarities between its warring civilization and his own. He arranges to call down a new cataclysm. Eva, who is a reincarnation of Arbuthnot's dead wife, sacrifices her life to prevent the plan. Harry F. Haley. Immortal Athalia. Philadelphia, 1922, Dorrance. Lost Race. Wilder MacDonald, soldier of fortune, comes into possession of a manuscript revealing the existence of a lost city in South America. He is joined in an expedition by the archaeologist, Professor Drexel, and the latter's nephew, Tom Drexel. They penetrate unknown forests of Peru to the ancient Inca city of Loreto, ruled by an immortal sorceress, Athalia. She falls in love with Tom Drexel, but MacDonald incurs her hatred and is forced to fight in the Inca arena. Loreto's high priest heads an opposition group who wish to make an outright sacrifice of the strangers. Athalia learns of this by her black arts and commands destruction of Loreto as the sole method of escape. Leland Hall, Sinister House. Boston, 1919, Houghton Mifflin, illustrated. Weird. The house built by Morgan Snart near the village of Forsby has a melancholy and depressing atmosphere, but Julia and Eric Greer are strangely drawn to it. Suddenly, their close friends notice something vague and threatening, as if from the house itself, about their happy marriage. Gradually, Julia's feelings grow into fear and horror as phantom presences direct supernatural powers against all that is dear to Eric Greer. The phantoms, who are the malignant ghosts of Morgan and Huldah Snart, seek to destroy Julia. It is only when Greer makes a confession of a hidden bit of his past that the pair can unite in a combined strength sufficient to overcome the alien Snarts. Edmund Hamilton. The Star Kings. New York, 1949, Fell. Science fiction. John Gordon, a 20th century Earthman, is contacted by Zarth Arn from an era 200,000 years in the future. Zarth Arn, a prince of the Mid-Galactic Empire, a huge compilation of individual planetary kingdoms, arranges to make an exchange of bodies with Gordon for purposes of scientific observation. Gordon, in the role of Prince of the Future, sees his father assassinated, and is framed as the murderer. He is kidnapped by the League of Dark Worlds, a rival interplanetary combine, with the purpose of revealing a secret weapon of the Galactic Empire. Gordon escapes and leads the Empire to crush their opponents. Milo Hastings. City of the Endless Night. New York, 1920, Dodd Mead. Science fiction. 100 years in the future. The Berlin area of Germany is the one false spot in a free world confederation. She is a massive domed city-state of 300 million inhabitants, which wages a perpetual war with the outer world. The autocratic and highly segregated city's government is completely unknown to the world's federation. A young chemical engineer makes his way into Berlin through her potash mines, where he assumes the person of a citizen of that city, and emerges into the upper levels of the City of Endless Night. By perfecting chemical apparatus unknown to the city, he achieves a measure of importance. Joining the dissatisfied elements of the city's population, he is able to leave by an underground tunnel to the sea and lead an army to master Berlin. H. F. Hurd. Doppelgangers. New York, 1947, Vanguard. Science fiction. 1997. The fourth, or psychological revolution, has just occurred, and a benevolent dictatorship is set up under Alpha. Its principal function is to keep the people satisfied. However, a mysterious figure called the Mole organizes the malcontents into an underground. A young agent of the organization undergoes surgery to become an exact likeness of Alpha. The latter, learning of his being, but unaware of the subversive conditions which exist, orders him to serve as a double at public functions. The pair grow friendly, and when Alpha goes insane, the agent slips into his identity. In his new command as ruler of the world, he comes to realize that the underground is actually a destructive force. With the aid of a mutant representative, the Mole is taken prisoner, and the underground collapses. Robert A. Heinlein. Beyond This Horizon. Reading, Pennsylvania, 1948, Fantasy Press, illustrated. Science fiction. 3 centuries in the future, marriage is a carefully supervised business of guided selection, where children are limited to genetically matched couples. Hamilton Felix with his 5th cousin, Longcourt Phyllis, present the ideal culmination of generations of planning. Hamilton has discovered no reason why the human race should be perpetuated, and rejects all thought of the marriage. Morden, the genetics moderator, is asked to provide the answer of mankind's future. In the meantime, Hamilton joins the Survivors Club, an organization of reactionaries who plan to rebel against the genetics directors. He recognizes the fallacy of their ideas, and while helping to quell their revolt, falls in love with his appointed mate. Robert A. Heinlein, Sixth Column, New York, 1949, Nome Press. Science fiction. The United States is overrun and conquered by yellow hordes from Eastern Asia. The Citadel, a secret scientific research laboratory, remains free from harsh rule of the invaders. In the Citadel, a disastrous experiment leaves only 6 survivors, but these 6 harness the power which has almost destroyed them. This, called the Ledbetter effect, provides a complete control of atomic energy. Under the guise of a fanatical new religion, they develop a highly effective underground. When new atomic weapons are produced and distributed, the underground breaks forth to drive the invaders from the land. Lewis Herman, In the Sealed Cave. New York, 1935, Appleton Century, Illustrated. Lost Race. Certain papers of Lemuel Gulliver have been handed down through generation upon generation to the Gulliver family to contemporary times. They have been excluded from Dean Swift's Gulliver's Travels and chronicle an unknown travel. Gulliver is shipwrecked on a tiny island and wanders into a cave mouth which widens into a subterranean world. Here he encounters a tribe of ape-like humans, who in spite of their appearance are mild and passive. Gulliver joins the cave society of these creatures, whom he observes are Neanderthal survivors of the Ice Age. At length he contracts a common cold, which spreads as an unknown disease to the Neanderthals. They have no resistance to it, and, in a state of racial dying, force Gulliver to leave their world. James Hilton, Lost Horizon, New York, 1933, Morrow. Lost Race. 4 passengers in an official British plane are spirited away to the most remote hinterlands of Tibet. They crash land in a country of giant mountains and are guided to the Lamasery Shangri-La. The latter overlooks the snug little valley of the Blue Moon. The 4 are virtually restricted to the valley, for to leave through the mountains about would be almost impossible. Conway of the Consular Service soon grows sympathetic to the way of the valley and is revealed its secrets. The supreme air of the tiny valley fosters an astonishing longevity of life and a remarkable mental development. The spiritual leader of the valley, who is over 200 years old, reveals he is about to die. He chooses Conway as his successor to maintain the valley as a living monument to civilization in the dark ages which he knows will fall upon the entire earth. William Hope Hodgson, The Boats of Glencarrig, London, 1907, Chapman and Hall. Weird. 1787. The ship Glencarrig has been lost in an unknown ocean. Her crew, adrift in the boats, encounters an uncharted land containing strange life forms. They are beset by great trees of human semblance and harried by a weird creature that slays in the night. The survivors quickly pull to the sea and wander into a vast expanse of ocean weeds, imprisoning many rotting ships. They make their base upon a small island on the rim of the weed sea and discover a ship with living survivors. Their efforts to free her are impaired by swarms of monstrous slug-like creatures who attack the seamen with some measure of success. At length, the trapped ship is released and sail back to civilization. William Hope Hodgson, The Ghost Pirates, London, 1909, Paul. Weird. Jessup, a young sailor, is induced to join the Morzestus, a ship planning a voyage from San Francisco. He learns that all but one of the old crew members had deserted ship in that port. The single remaining member of the old crew warns of horrors and evils of the ship. Away from port, the crew is plagued by shadowy figures which rise up out of the sea. Men are killed while beating and fighting against unseen phantoms, while the ship is seized by an unknown force which guides her course. Shadows from the sea, ghost pirates, swarm aboard, and the crew, excluding Jessup, are barbarously killed. He escaped overboard to relate his tale. William Hope Hodgson, The House on the Borderland, London, 1908, Chapman and Hall. Weird. An ancient house in the deserted regions of Western Ireland. The narrator, who lives in the house, witnesses the fall of a great wall of rock to reveal the entrance to a great cavern. He is beset by swine-like monsters, possessing almost human intelligence. After they disappear, he enters the cavern, which gives way into a bottomless abyss. The soul of the narrator leaves his body and journeys beyond time and space. He witnesses the destruction of the solar system as it disappears into the heart of a tremendous central sun. A dark horror seems to grow about him. His soul returns to his body, and he dwells in the ancient house until the horror is upon him. William Hope Hodgson, The Nightland, London, 1912, Nash. Weird. Millions of years in the future, when the sun is dead, mankind retains itself in two redoubts. They are vast metal pyramids constantly besieged by monstrous and evil creatures of the dark. The narrator has been commissioned to keep a mental watch against the forces of the dark when he receives a call for aid from a girl living in the second, or lesser, redoubt. He braves the unutterable darkness in which he is pursued by alien horrors along the road of silent ones and the valley of night hounds. When he arrives at the redoubt, he is in time to see it fall before the onslaughts of the monstrous creatures. The narrator is able to rescue the girl who summoned him, and together they escape through the nightland to the security of the last redoubt. Robert E. Howard, Conan the Conqueror, New York, 1950, Gnome Press. Fantastic adventure. Conan the Cimmerian, a barbarian, has fought his way to the kingship of Aquilonia, richest and most powerful nation of the Hyborian Age. In his rise to power, Conan has made many enemies, and they band together to accomplish his destruction. To this end, they resurrect Zaltoten, a long-dead sorcerer, through the use of the Heart of Ahriman, a powerful magical talisman. Zaltoten, through his black arts, defeats and routs the army of Conan, and the Cimmerian is taken prisoner. The Heart of Ahriman is stolen from Zaltoten by a treacherous henchman. Conan escapes to recover the heart, and restores it to the rightful owners, the priests of Shem. Out of gratitude, they support him in putting another army into the field. Zaltoten's wizardry is nullified by the power of the heart, and Conan's army is victorious. He resumes his kingship, as Zaltoten is blasted out of existence. Thomas Temple Hoyne, Intrigue on the Upper Level, Chicago, 1934, Riley and Lee. Science fiction. Chicago, 2050 AD. Jimmy Mance, unemployed youth of the lower level, joins in a fight to save the life of the girl Vivian Ransler, daughter of the Master of the Americas. As a reward, he is enlisted in the service of the upper level. Mance is in love with Miriam Eatley, a leader of a revolutionary faction of the lower level. Vivian, who has fallen in love with Mance, in a jealous rage has Miriam kidnapped. When Miriam's release is provided by the Master, Vivian kills him, and the city is plunged into open chaos and revolt. Following a plan created by the Master before his death, a disciple destroys civilization. Mance and Miriam escape to the leadership of the one surviving refuge, New City, an ideal community dreamed of by the Master who engineered it. L. Ron Hubbard, Final Blackout, Providence, 1948, Hadley, Illustrated. Science fiction. Europe is a charnel house. 300 million civilians and 30 million soldiers are dead. America is unknown across the sea. Out of the semi-barbarism to which man has sunk, an officer, called simply the lieutenant, is assigned to a force of English fighting men. He cuts his way across Europe, combating sickness and hunger as well as opposing armies. Gradually, he becomes an invincible factor in Europe. He plans to return and carve a haven out of his homeland of England, now under a hostile communist regime. The lieutenant directs an invasion which is successful by way of its sheer audacity. As ruler, he accomplishes rehabilitation. L. Ron Hubbard, Slaves of Sleep, Chicago, 1948, Shasta. Unknown Worlds. Jan Palmer, a young millionaire, surprises a prowler tampering with his collection of world curiosities. The prowler, an archaeologist in reality, opens an ancient jar bearing the seal of Suleiman. An ifrit, or jinn, called Zongri, is freed from it, and rewards the archaeologist with death, and Palmer with eternal wakefulness. At night he assumes the body of a swashbuckling adventurer in another dimension. Here the ifrits rule supreme with the human race subject to the whims of an ifrit queen. Zongri, the renegade ifrit, presents a threat to the queen's empire. Palmer, in his new form, maintains the sovereignty and establishes the human race on an equal footing. W. H. Hudson, A Crystal Age, New York, 1906, Dutton. Science fiction. A contemporary Englishman, as the aftermath of a fall, is thrown into a state of suspended animation to awaken in a new world. He finds the land itself strangely peaceful and wanders into a community organized in the manner of a beehive, functioning around a queen mother. The land is an ideal commonwealth on a miniature scale, for there are no cities in the world, and the past civilization is forgotten. The domestic animals have acquired reasoning intellects and new degrees of usefulness. Beauty and serenity are everywhere. Nature is a part of the community which has conquered passion. W. H. Hudson, Green Mansions. New York, 1904, Putnam. Fantasy. Abel, involved in a Venezuelan revolution, is forced to flee into the unexplored interior of South America. His travels lead him among primitive Indian villages until he joins the tribe of Rooney. The Indians of this village greatly fear and entirely shun a nearby wood which they believe haunted. Abel braves its dense undergrowth and meets the bird girl Rima. She is not an Indian, a girl who seems a part of the wood itself, with a graceful ability to flit among its trees and to converse with jungle creatures. Abel soon grows to love Rima, and they set out for the unknown Riolama Range. Unable to find a trace of the race from which Rima sprang, they commence a return to the haunted wood. Rima goes ahead and is set upon by the natives who burn her to death. Abel returns to inflict vengeance and to gather Rima's ashes. Barbara Hunt, Sea Change. New York, 1946, Reinhardt. Weird. New England, 1825. Lucy Overby outbids Esteem Matthias for a sailing ship. Matthias has no love for her, but to become the ship's master, marries her the following day. After he leaves port, Lucy comes to hate the women casually mentioned in his letters. She borrows forbidden books to inflict punishment upon the acquaintances whom she cannot reach by mortal means. Her husband's first love Lucy kills by impaling a puppet in her likeness made from a mandrake root. A second she lures to her home and, by means of witches' unguent, enslaves. Matthias dies, but by her talent for black magic she recalls his spirit, which, hating, haunts her everlastingly. C.J. Cutcliffe Hine, The Lost Continent. New York, 1900, Harper, Illustrated. Lost Race. Deucalion, legate to Yucatan, returns to his homeland of Atlantis, where he finds a usurper on the throne, squalid poverty among the lower classes, and a general falling away from the established religion. Phoenice, the empress, tries to ally him to her unpopular cause against the rebels and priests. She causes his betrothed, Naya, to be buried alive, and Deucalion himself is at length forced to flee the city. After 9 years in the wilderness, he returns to Atlantis, where he joins an army of revolt and restores Naya to life. The priests realize that Phoenice cannot be overthrown by force of arms, and call destruction upon the continent. Deucalion and Naya are the only survivors. End of Section 8. Section 9 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors beginning with I and J. Eleanor M. Ingram. The Thing from the Lake. Philadelphia, 1921, Lippincott. Weird. Roger Locke, successful composer, buys a farm in Connecticut. On his first night, he is startled by a strange girl whom he at first believes a phantom. She is Desiree Mitchell, descendant of a family which has called forth a dark evil, a dweller on the threshold to another world. She warns Locke that his life is in danger from the dweller, who has an abnormal hereditary hold upon her. Locke is faced, time and again, by the black and unseen thing. Each time he wages a mental conflict with the dweller, driving it from the house, until his concepts are shaken. On the brink of death in a final conflict with the dweller, Locke drives it beyond the doorway to the earth. M. R. James, The 5 Jars. New York, 1922, Longmans Green, Illustrated. Fantasy. The narrator is led by nature's command to the discovery of a buried metal box containing 5 jars. The contents provide him with peculiar magical powers, and he is able, among his new talents, to recognize the existence of a race of fairylandish little people, but they are hidden from the eyes of normality in spite of their proximity. The narrator is besieged by ghostly forces which materialize to steal the 5 jars. He successfully avoids their physical attacks. As a finality, a manifestation of the evil powers in the form of a horde of bats is confronted by the narrator in alliance with the little people who possess powers of flight. Thomas A. Janvier, The Aztec Treasure House. New York, 1890, Harper. Illustrated. Lost Race. Professor Thomas Palgrave, archaeologist, suspects the existence of a lost Aztec race in western Mexico which possesses the lost wealth of the ancient empire. His expedition is joined by a Franciscan friar, 2 American adventurers, and a Mexican youth, and their resulting search reveals the hidden valley of Aztlan with its walled city Culhuacan. Its highly advanced civilization is divided into 2 factions, and the expedition sides in a revolt against the priest-king Itzacoatl. But the tyrant's forces are victorious, and the explorers captured. The friar is murdered when he threatens to sway the Aztec throngs. His death is avenged by one of the American adventurers, who kills Itzacoatl and provides for the expedition's escape through a secret tunnel with a fabulous treasure. Edgar Jepson. The Garden at 19. New York, 1910. Wessels and Bassell. Illustrated. Weird. Plowden, a lawyer, purchases a small house at 19 Walden Street in residential London. He observes that his neighbor at number 20, Woodfell, and certain associates have called forth monstrous forms from the dark abyss by their weird rites and forgotten worship. Yet they strive for something beyond. Plowden fears for the safety of Woodfell's niece, his fiancée, and fortifies his home against alien forces by means of mystic signs. In a last great effort, unleashing all the forbidden knowledge which Woodfell has compiled, the god Pan is transformed from a giant devilish statue into a living creature. Woodfell's niece gains the security of Plowden's home, but 2 die of stark horror, and Woodfell slips into hopeless lunacy at the dread presence. End of Section 9. Section 10 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with K. David H. Keller. The Devil and the Doctor. New York, 1940, Simon & Schuster, illustrated. Unknown Worlds. Jacob Hubler, elderly doctor bookseller, occupies an antiquarian bookstall in which he specializes in demonology and the black arts. He is visited by a suave, friendly individual who identifies himself as the Devil. Hubler is apprised of the latter's version of creation, which is much more kindly than universal opinion indicates. After this visit, Hubler's good fortune increases. He finds his dream home in a rural community where he is highly respected, remarries, and settles. When the Devil reappears, Hubler, on close terms with him, is gradually viewed with suspicion then fear. He is threatened by the straight and narrow of the town, who are aroused at the supernatural events which take place around them. Hubler holds his course, friendly to the Devil, and overcomes his opposition. David H. Keller, M.D. The Homunculus. Philadelphia, 1949, Prime Press. Unknown Worlds. Colonel Horatio Bumble retires to his ancestral home with his wife Helen and their Pekingese dog Lady. The Bumbles are without children. The colonel first employs a young brother and sister combination known simply as Pete and Sarah. Later they become welcome and valuable guests at the Bumble home, in spite of the strange events that seem to center about them. The colonel is attempting to create a new individual without the use of the female, masculine parthenogenesis, after the experiments of Paracelsus. The colonel is bombarded by newspapers and finally kidnapped by criminals. Sarah effects his rescue by supernatural means, and she and her brother are revealed as immortals. James Paul Kelly. Prince Izon. Chicago, 1910, McClurg, illustrated. Lost Race. A group of explorers, including a scientist, a well-educated American Indian, and 2 young women, enter the Grand Canyon in search of a hidden tribe. They encounter a body of Aztec warriors, headed by Prince Izon, which greets them warmly and treats them as honored guests. They are set upon by another party of the same race, who annihilate all but the explorers and Izon. They are taken captive to the Red City, where the Christian Izon is honored before sacrifice to the pagan gods of the other Aztec faction. Forces of Izon's own city attack and bring about the destruction of the Red City. Jesse Douglas Carouche. The Undying Monster. New York, 1936, Macmillan. Frontispiece. Weird. The Hammond family, for generations, has been plagued by a curse which has destroyed the elder member of the family at varied intervals. The curse, in an unknown monster form, horribly lacerates Oliver Hammond. His companion dies from wounds. Hammond's sister, Swanhild, calls upon Luna Bartendale, a psychic investigator, to explain the curse. Miss Bartendale examines the ancestral Hammond castle and uncovers a hidden room. By deciphering ancient inscriptions and applying her knowledge of witchcraft and Norse mythology, she learns the nature of the monster. When hereditary attacks manifest themselves in the mind of Hammond, he unknowingly assumes werewolf form through an ancient vow. Miss Bartendale, by use of her remarkable hypnotic powers, cures him. Otis Adelbert Klein, Call of the Savage, New York, 1937, Claude. Fantastic Adventure. Scientist Dr. Bracken kidnaps the child of Harry and Georgia Trevor in revenge for the rebuff of his love for Georgia. The child, called Jan, is held in captivity and reared to young manhood by a chimpanzee. He escapes to the jungles of Venezuela, where his physical development is remarkable. He falls in love with Ramona, the foster daughter of a wealthy plantation owner, whose birth remains a mystery even to her foster parents. Jan's explorations uncover a hidden valley replete with an Atlantean-Egyptian civilization and prehistoric monsters. About to be sacrificed to a giant ichthyosaur, Jan blinds the creature and escapes to save the life of the king. By way of reward, he is given noble ranking and weds Ramona, who proves to be a lost princess of the valley. Otis Adelbert Klein. Mazza of the Moon, Chicago, 1930, McClurg. Fantastic Adventure. 1964. An Earth projectile fired at the moon is interpreted as the predecessor to invasion by the satellite civilization. In reply, they unleash a bombardment which destroys some of the Earth's greatest cities. Ted Dustin is commissioned by the Earth's governments to explain the initial projectile and contacts the Ponku, a yellow race of the moon. They remain hostile in spite of Dustin's assurances and demand the surrender of the Earth or its destruction. Raiding spaceships of the Ponku terrorize the Earth with a paralyzing cold ray. Dustin travels to the moon, where he gains an alliance with the hereditary enemy of the Ponku, a white race whose princess is called Mazza. An interplanetary space fleet from Earth combines with the ground forces of Mazza to inflict a crushing and final defeat on the Ponku. Otis Adelbert Klein, The Planet of Peril, Chicago, 1929, McClurg. Fantastic Adventure. Robert Grandin, wealthy adventurer who finds life too boring, causes his mind to be transferred to the body of a prince of another planet, Venus. As the ruler of a small subjugated people, he leads a revolt against the mighty emperor of Rebon, but his army is crushed. Destho, a noble of Rebon, has designs upon the throne of that nation, held by the youthful princess Vernia. He causes her to be kidnapped, but Grandin effects a rescue and secures her promise of freedom for his people. They fight their way into the valley of Sabbats, an insect race which has subjugated the humans of the region. Grandin frees the people of the valley, and they form the nucleus of an army which is successful in overthrowing Destho. Vernia and Grandin are united in marriage as rulers of Rebon. Otis Adelbert Klein, The Port of Peril, Providence, Rhode Island, 1949, Grandin, illustrated. Fantastic Adventure. Vernia, who has just become the wife of Grandin, is abducted by the Hootsini, a weird race of yellow pirates who for ages have terrorized the seas of Venus. Grandin pursues them to their hidden port, where he forms an alliance among revolutionary forces of the pirates. This provides him with an opportunity to kill their king, but Vernia has been removed from his reach into the far north. Grandin again gives chase and rescues his bride, only to fall into the hands of the Hootsini again. A combined army of allied nations, joined by rebel Hootsini, storm and take the Port of Peril. Grandin and Vernia are freed, and they set up the rebel leader as ruler of the new Hootsini nation. Otis Adelbert Klein, The Prince of Peril, Chicago, 1930, McClurg. Fantastic Adventure. The mind of a Martian soldier of fortune is cast into the body of Zenlo, prince of the empire of Olba on the planet Venus. He is taught the language and customs of the kingdom by its great scientist, Vorn Vangel, and saves the life of a girl, Lorelei, of a neighboring country. Zenlo's father, in the meantime, is killed by the traitorous Talabaz, who usurps the throne of Olba. Talabaz's men also take Lorelei and Zenlo captive. Zenlo escapes and, with Vorn Vangel, organizes a citizens' army which overcomes the forces of the false ruler. Victorious, Zenlo succeeds his father to the throne of Olba and weds Lorelei. Henry Kuttner, Fury, New York, 1950, Grosset and Dunlop. Science fiction. The 27th century. Earth is a dead world. An element of the human race has survived by migration to Venus, where it lives in great cities beneath the planet's seas. Here it faces mental and physical stagnation. Sam Reed is an unknowing immortal, a mutant species of man who have a life expectancy beyond 1,000 years. With unscrupulous ferocity, he revolts from the rule of the immortals and begins the colossal task of colonizing the world's land surface. His goal is realized, but the immortals are alienated in the process. They bide their time until Reed can be overthrown and placed in a state of suspended animation. End of Section 10. Section 11 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with L. Slater Lemaster, The Phantom and the Rainbow, Chicago, 1929, McClurg. Associational. Edmund Fletcher is mistakenly identified as young Sigmund von Mortimer, one of the world's richest men. Fletcher, deciding to play the role as long as possible, meets and falls in love with Mortimer's adopted sister Gloria. When he assumes direction of the vast fortune and interests, the true Van Mortimer appears as a phantom figure. He is a brilliant youth, but a hashish eater, who has mastered curious mysteries of the Orient. By his fiendish knowledge, he attempts to destroy his impersonator. Fletcher escapes only by the recklessness of a lost cause, and the true Van Mortimer meets an accidental death. Fletcher continues to maintain his existence as Van Mortimer, with Gloria as his bride. Harold Lamb, A Garden to the Eastward, Garden City, New York, 1947, Doubleday. Lost Race. 1946. Captain John Ide of the United States Army discovers a bronze figure of Pegasus. Archaeological experts identify it as pre-Greek and believe it to be 7,000 years old. Ide traces it to an unexplored mountain range in Kurdistan, where he meets the explorer-adventurers Sir Clement Bigsby and the girl Michael Thorne. In accordance with Bigsby's wishes, Michael accompanies Ide to a hidden valley in which lies the ancient town of Ahriman. Its inhabitants are an untainted race, the valley the birthplace of civilization. The mission of Ahriman, although they have a tremendous knowledge of the world's past along with an extensive arsenal of the known weapons of ages, is peace. Michael and Ide are strangely content until a Russian force descends into the valley. Harold Lamb, Marching Sands, New York, 1920, Appleton. Lost Race. Captain Robert Gray, retired American Army officer, is commissioned by the American Exploration Society to find a lost city in the Gobi Desert, strong rumor of which has reached them. In the Chinese interior, he meets a rival British expedition led by Sir Lionel Hastings and his niece Mary. They are beset by the Buddhist fanatics who dominate the region, and Hastings is killed. Mary and Gray escape to the lost city of Sungan, the inhabitants of which are the Wusun, descendants of white crusaders. The Wusun are confined to their lost city by the Buddhists who killed Hastings, but Hastings engineers a revolt against their overlordship. Inspired by Mary Hastings, whom they believe to be a goddess, the Wusun overcome the Buddhist siegers. Fulk F. Lamotte, Undine, New York, 1839, Coleman. Fantasy. An aged couple live beyond a haunted forest at the edge of a lake. They have been rewarded by the strange gift of a beautiful girl child whom they greatly endear. Undine, as she is called, is a remarkable creature. Human of form, she is the child of waters of the earth, and without a soul. The trio are joined by a knight who falls in love with Undine, and they marry, the girl achieving a soul by this union with a mortal. Leaving the forest, the couple go to the knight's castle, where he soon tires of her unearthly qualities for a more natural love. Undine is carried away by the waters of the Danube, who are kin to her. The knight marries again, but dies on his wedding day. Around his grave, Undine sprouts in the form of a spring to encase her beloved, even in death. Fritz Leiber, Gather Darkness, New York, 1950, Pellegrini and Cudahy. Science fiction. Earth following the Second Atomic War. Scientists have seized power by establishing a false religion, which awes the masses through miracles accomplished by unknown sciences. The pseudo-priests, who comprise the hierarchy, live in luxury and comfort. The masses have degenerated into a semi-barbarous state. Jarls, a young priest, rebels against the tyranny of the hierarchy. He is rescued by an underground who works under a mantle of witchcraft, but who also employ unknown sciences. Uncertain of their aims, Jarls refuses to join them for the time, and is an easy prey for the hierarchy. Exposed to their science, his thoughts' trends are reversed, and he partially destroys the underground. Jarls escapes the effect in time to reverse his action and destroy the hierarchy. Murray Leinster, The Last Spaceship, New York, 1949, fell. Science fiction. The inhabitants of all galactic planets are held in virtual slavery by tyrannical rulers. Political opponents are either killed or transferred to the penal planet Hades, from which there is no return. Kim Rendell is declared an outlaw by the masters of his planet, Alphine 3. Rendell steals the world's last spaceship, a museum piece, for matter transmitters have long since succeeded them in interplanetary travel, and escapes to Hades, where he marries Donna Brett. Rendell employs a new scientific force to transfer Hades' citizens into an unknown galaxy, but in the midst of his effort, Hades is invaded, and Rendell is forced to overcome a new threat. C.S. Lewis, Out of the Silent Planet, New York, 1943, Macmillan. Science fiction. Ransom is kidnapped by a pair of English scientists and spirited off in their second spaceship expedition to Mars. On their first trip, they have stocked valuable metals into their ship until particular creatures of the planet ask that they appear before them, or that a being of Earth appear before them. In fear of their lives, the scientists return to Earth for a specimen, Ransom. When the ship lands on Mars, Ransom escapes and falls into the society of a monstrous but rational race of Martians. He is amazingly satisfied by their passive existence. At length he is summoned to the gaseous, undying creatures, the Eldila, who direct the destinies of the planet. The Earthmen is told of the harmonious condition of the entire planet and the affiliation of heavenly bodies. The Earth, an exception, remains a silent outcast to the network of the solar system. C.S. Lewis, Paralandra, New York, 1946, Macmillan. Science fiction. Ransom has been returned to Earth by the Eldila of Mars. He is now called upon by these unseen creatures who direct destiny beyond Earth to travel to Venus in a coffin-like ship to combat certain dark or evil Eldila whose influence is invading that planet. It is a world new to life, and carries the appearance of a garden controlled by nature. An old opponent of Ransom's, Weston, one of the scientists who first kidnapped him and took him to Mars, has been enrolled with the Dark Eldila. His own disposition has been replaced by a madness, which provides a foil for Ransom until the planet can be secured. C.S. Lewis, That Hideous Strength, New York, 1946, Macmillan. Science fiction. Ransom has been returned to Earth from Paralandra, Venus, by the Eldila, who now direct him in combating a menace to his native planet. The dark or evil Eldila of space have directed their human disciples in the organization of the National Institution of Coordinated Experiments, the NICE, a group designed to seize all governments. Further, it plans to extinguish all life on planet other than human. The key to a victory on either side lies with the great magician of the past, Merlin, who is entombed in a state of suspended animation. He recovers to join Ransom, who is known as Pendragon. Merlin effects the destruction of the NICE. M.G. Lewis, Ambrosio, or the Monk. Boston, 1799, Thomas and Andrews. 3 volumes in 2. Gothic romance. Spain during the Inquisition. The Marquis de la Cisternas wins the love of Agnes de Medina, who is destined against her will for the Church. Before her entry into a convent, the Marquis attempts to rescue her, but a ghastly spectre in her form misleads him. The spectre continues to haunt him until exorcism is arranged by a strange being, later identified as the Wandering Jew. Agnes is imprisoned in the ancient subterranean vaults below the convent, while the prioress evades all efforts of her brother Lorenzo and the Marquis to free her. In the meantime, a monk, Ambrosio, has all Madrid at his feet by his piety and fiery preaching, but he is led to violate his church vows when tempted by a young woman. He secretly enters into nightmarish episodes through hideous devil rites. With this unnatural aid, he drugs Lorenzo's young love and takes her to the subterranean vaults of the convent, where his impiety is discovered by the Marquis and Lorenzo. Agnes is rescued, and Ambrosio is placed into the hands of the Inquisition. Subjected to horrible tortures, he sells his soul to the devil to escape. Jack London, The Star Rover, New York, 1915, Macmillan, frontispiece. Science fiction. Professor Darrell Sanding is sentenced to life imprisonment in San Quentin for murder. Sanding is falsely reported to have 35 pounds of dynamite in his possession. He is placed in solitary confinement and subject to unrestrained brutality in an effort to make him disclose its hiding place. By a system of tapping, he strikes an acquaintance with a fellow prisoner, who reveals a method by which he can lose his soul from its tormented body. Sanding seeks relief in other times than his own. He finds his mentality in the form of a French swordsman of the 16th century for a brief period. In the early American West, he is in the body of a 9-year-old boy beset by Mormon fanatics and hostile Indians. Later, he assumes the form of a seaman shipwrecked in Korea among a strange people. These adventures are supplemented by wanderings into the cosmos and mysteries of time, until Sanding is freed by death. H.P. Lovecraft, Shadow over Innsmouth, Everett, Pennsylvania, 1936, Visionary Publishing Company, illustrated. Weird. A young man of Yankee ancestry, on an antiquarian tour of New England, is forced to remain the night in an old Massachusetts seaport, Innsmouth. The town, once prosperous, has been in a state of decay since the Civil War. Separated from the surrounding communities by marshy lands, it is shunned by outsiders. 100 years before, one of its leading citizens had entered into a pact with alien undersea creatures, and gradually a union of the two races had occurred. The half-human offspring, monstrous beings after maturity, migrate into the sea at middle age, where they remain as immortals. The visitor to Innsmouth is pursued into the night by these creatures who wish to sacrifice him to ancient gods. He escapes to learn that he himself is descended from this monstrous brood. H.P. Lovecraft and August Derleth. The Lurker at the Threshold, Sauk City, Wisconsin, 1945, Arkham House. Weird. Ambrose DeWart returns to the ancestral home of his family in Billington's Wood, near Dunwich, Massachusetts. There are curious ancient legends concerning the house, and he is subjected to the veiled appearances of monstrous forms. DeWart learns from old manuscripts that a nearby tower is the entrance to another dimension. His mind is seized by an ancestor, the original Billington, who seeks to open the doorway to pre-human forms. A cousin, Stephen Bates, witnesses DeWart's transformation and flees to Miskatonic University in Arkham, where he secures the aid of 2 men experienced in the abnormal. They succeed in destroying the transformed DeWart and sealing the tower. End of Section 11. Section 12 of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Author starting with M. Dorothy McCardle. The Uninvited. New York, 1942, Doubleday, Duran. Weird. Roderick Fitzgerald and his sister Pamela are attracted by Cliff's End, an untenanted house overlooking England's rocky North Devon coast. They acquire it from a Commander Brooke, who warns them vaguely of disturbances experienced by the last tenants. The Fitzgeralds become great friends of Stella, the commander's granddaughter. This is in opposition to his wishes, for there has been a tragedy at Cliff's End in which his daughter, presumably Stella's mother, met a strange death. Ghostly manifestations occur constantly, and at times there is an atmosphere of dread about the house. The Fitzgerald are almost driven from it, and Stella is in a state of shock until the ghosts can be laid to rest by the discovery of the true happenings. Arthur MacArthur. After the Afternoon. New York, 1941, Appleton Century. Fantastic adventure. Lycos, the Grecian faun, after becoming the lover of Aphrodite, is endowed with the gift of immortality by the Olympian gods, who also provide that he may enter any living form that he so desires. By assuming the form of a man of Knossos, Lycos enters into a perfect marriage with a Cretan maid. When she dies in childbirth, Lycos joins the guard of the aged Princess Ni and sails to her land of Egypt, which is in its greatest glory. He falls in love with Tharmis, the queen, and becomes a part of the intrigue to provide the throne with an heir. The Egyptian people are acquainted with the plot and rebel. Lycos and the queen are killed, but he enters another human form to exact revenge on those who have incited the rebellion. Arthur Machen, The Green Round. London, 1933, Ben. Weird. Hillier has gone to a seaside town in Wales for his health, where he is recuperating quietly. Close by, a woman is horribly murdered, and the guests at his resort suspect him of the crime after seeing him with a dwarfish companion. The latter, invisible to Hillier, is at times visible to inhabitants of the community. Out of public opinion, Hillier is forced to leave the resort. The dwarf, now entirely invisible, follows him to the city, bringing out a number of strange incidents, always in the vicinity of Hillier. Finally, the poltergeist makes himself visible to his victim alone. Hillier, on the verge of insanity, flees the country. Arthur Machen, The Terror. New York, 1917, McBride. Weird. World War I. A strange series of unexplained deaths turn rural England into a land of fear. Great whisperings are heard in previously unhaunted woods, and the belief that a German expeditionary force is curiously secreted there, as well as in vast underground caverns, is prevalent. The deaths are scattered and varied, from falls, from suffocation, from drowning, from wounds inflicted by sharp weapons, from starvation in a besieged house. The terror is revealed as an animal revolt. With the world afire in one great hatred, man's supremacy, previously unquestioned, is challenged by an alliance of all lesser creatures. Fred McIsaac, The Vanishing Professor. New York, 1927, Watterson. Science fiction. Professor Frank Leonard of Omega College resigns his post and journeys to New York. Leonard has invented a machine which provides him with a cloak of invisibility. He makes several thefts from city banks, money which he later plans to restore, until approached by a former student, Craven. The latter has guessed Leonard's secret and steals his machine. Craven then terrifies the city by his thefts, which eventually terminate in the death of a bank guard. Leonard, in the meantime, is kidnapped by professional criminals, who force him to prepare another invisibility machine. In a battle of unseen men, Craven is killed, and Leonard successfully bargains for his freedom by destroying the machine. Jack Mann, Gray Shapes. London, no date. Wright and Brown. Weird. Against the wishes of his father, General Sir George Green, Gregory George Gordon Green, called Gees, operates a London firm of special investigation. Green is approached by Philip Tyrrell, a gentleman farmer from rural Cumberland, to exterminate wolf-like creatures which are destroying his sheep. At Tyrrell's home, Green meets a pair of strange neighbors, Diarmid and Gyda McCool. He investigates them and learns the unusual history of their home, a half-ruined castle, Locksborough. When further killings occur, including that of a shepherd, Green arranges a trap for the creatures, and they are killed. The dead forms assume human shape and are identified as the McCools. Green reveals that the werewolves were 700 years old and had lived at ruined Locksborough since the reign of Henry III. Jack Mann, Nightmare Farm. London, no date. Wright and Brown. Weird. Green is consulted by Angus Hunter of Shropshire, who relates that his district of Denlingham, where he is a large landowner, is infested with ghostly phenomena. Green agrees to investigate and finds that one young woman, May Norris, has been mentally seized by a bodiless evil which controls her actions. He arranges an exorcism, which restores May to reason. Knightsmere Farm, called Nightmare by the local inhabitants, is the seat of the evil. Green examines the farmhouse and finds a secret room containing the preserved body of an ancestor of Hunter. The corpse, freed from the ghostly phenomena, disintegrates, and Green deposits its remains in a bottomless swamp. Jack Mann, Maker of Shadows. London, 1938, Wright and Brown. Weird. Green is summoned to a remote Scottish village by Miss Margaret Ayliner to free her niece of the spell of Gamel MacMorn. The latter lives at Brackmornalachen, surrounded by 3 monoliths and a druidic circle, and Green learns that it is a site of still earlier worship. MacMorn is an ageless survival of man's infancy on Earth, and by his sacrifices to forgotten gods has secured immortality. From the sacrifices he absorbs the life essence, and the souls of his victims are released to become shadows which haunt the region. Margaret Ayliner's niece is kidnapped, and in the moment of her very sacrifice is spirited away by Green, who brings an end to Brackmornalachen and its immortal master. Jack Mann, Her Ways Are Death. London, no date. Wright and Brown. Weird. Green is called to rural Dorset by J. St. Paul Naylor to aid him against Ira Warren. He is surprised that there is an age-old feud between Naylor and Warren, and that Miss Warren has supernatural powers by which she has cursed Naylor's wife and child to death. Green has an antipathy for Naylor, however, and strikes up an acquaintance with Miss Warren. She possesses ancient secrets which she has deciphered from the Rod of On, wand out of sunken Atlantis. Naylor steals the rod in an attempt to gain Miss Warren's knowledge, and is struck down by ageless powers who materialize to Green in the monstrous figure of the god Thor. Jack Mann, The Ninth Life. London, 1939, Wright and Brown. Weird. Green's friend, Tony Briggs of the Foreign Office, is infatuated over the weird beauty of an Egyptian girl of no small means, Cleo Kefra. The pair become engaged. Green learns that his father had met the same girl in Egypt 38 years before, and she is unchanged physically. After a pair of bizarre deaths in which the victim is horribly clawed, deaths which can be identified with the locale of Miss Kefra, Green interviews her and is confronted with an unbelievable tale of eternal life. Thousands of years before, she had entered into a covenant with ancient Egypt's lioness god, Sekhmet, and becomes a semi-immortal priestess, but she is released from her covenant through death. Captain Marryat. The Phantom Ship, New York, 1889, Monroe. Weird. 1650. From the dying lips of his mother, Philip Vanderdecken learns that his father is the Flying Dutchman, doomed to sail until Judgment Day, unless he, Philip, can lift the curse. The latter's searches give him several sights of the Phantom Ship, but he cannot board her. Vanderdecken falls in love with the Muslim girl Amin, of curious superstition, but they are very much in love and marry. Amin is put into the hands of the Inquisition by Vanderdecken's demon nemesis and burned at the stake. He goes mad with grief and rage, and sanity is only restored after a lapse of years. At length he overcomes his nemesis' power by calm judgment. The Phantom Ship is boarded, and Vanderdecken lifts the curse from his father and the ship by use of a fragment of the True Cross. Richard Marsh. The Beetle. New York, 1917, Putnam. Weird. Lessingham, in his youth, is captured by the Egyptian cult of Isis, which has survived from the ancients, carrying with it secrets of a long-dead sorcerer. He is subjected to weird experiences while held in a hypnotic state by the creature of Isis. Escaping to England, Lessingham shows remarkable administrative ability and is elected to the House. The unearthly creature of Isis, whose human form is particularly grotesque and who can assume the form of a beetle at will, pursues him to England after a period of years. The remarkable power of the beetle terrifies Lessingham, almost to insanity. His fiancée is spirited away as a sacrifice to Isis. Rescued, she is unsound from her experiences for a period of time. Edison Marshall. Dian of the Lost Land. New York, 1935, Kinsey. Lost Race. Dr. Adam Weissman, lured from his medical research in rare subtropical disease, is shanghaied aboard the ship Penguin by the cold scientific anthropologist Carl Belgrade. Weissman is commissioned to keep alive a survivor from an earlier expedition in order that the sickened man may lead them to a lost land. In an Antarctic valley surrounded by vast mountains, they find a race of Cro-Magnon survivors, blonde savages still clinging to tribal customs established centuries before. The tribe is ruled by Dian, a strikingly handsome girl, whose father was a member of the earlier expedition. The blonde Weissman is accepted as a member of the Cro-Magnons and wins Dian's hand. He distinguishes himself before the tribe in numerous ways, and when they are threatened with annihilation by a Neanderthal horde, he combines with Belgrade in a ruse which saves the race. Edison Marshall. Ogden's Strange Story. New York, 1934, Kinsey. Science fiction. Ogden Rutherford's plane crashes in the vast Canadian Northwest. Rutherford is injured from a blow upon the head. Somehow his mind grows clouded and is invaded through racial memory by a caveman ancestor. Ogden Rutherford becomes Og, a prehistoric two-legged beast. He fights for survival among the great wild creatures of the North. His mating instinct is rewarded when he finds and kidnaps an Indian girl. Although he has killed her former suitor, she grows to love him, and they are content. A rescue party at length sights Rutherford, who flees unknowingly. When he is captured, his Indian mate commits suicide. Rutherford's own mind is restored by scientific knowledge. Walter S. Masterman. The Yellow Mistletoe. New York, 1930, Dutton. Lost Race. London. Rural minister George Shepherd dies suddenly in a crowded subway. Diana, Shepherd's foster child, is upset by bizarre dreams in strange shapes. When she is spirited away by unknown assailants, Shepherd's son Ronald follows her, first to Italy and then into a mountain fastness of Bulgaria. Here Diana has been claimed by her own people, a blonde pure Greek race, as their priestess. In their hidden valley they have interbred for centuries, unknown to the outer world, and have at last slipped into degeneracy. By their ancient right, Ronald Shepherd fights and defeats the evil leader and succeeds to the kingship. But the people are mad beyond his control, clamoring for human sacrifice, until silenced by Bulgarian mountaineers under English direction. Walter S. Masterman, The Flying Beast, New York, 1932, Dutton. Lost Race. England, Buckhurst Hall, with its secret passages and strange atmosphere, is the scene of a bizarre murder. Its owners have been party to the discovery of a tremendous abyss in the unknown reaches of the great Arabian desert. The abyss has produced an anti-gravitational metal, the future of which has split the discoverers into factions which produce the murder. The abyss is also home of a queer underground race of troglodytes, a group of whom have been placed into servitude. The latter, creatures of the dark, are responsible for the haunted atmosphere of Buckhurst, for they have been brought to England secretly by an airship made of the new metal. Charles Robert Maturin, Melmoth the Wanderer, Boston, 1821, Wells and Lilly, 4 volumes in 2. Gothic romance. 1816. John Melmoth is called to the bed of a dying uncle who has in his possession a portrait of a certain Melmoth, called the Wanderer, dated 1646, and a manuscript revealing particular episodes in that individual's history. John Melmoth destroys the portrait, which seems to exude evil life, but is visited by an apparition which warns him that the sinister figure in the portrait is still alive. From the manuscript, John Melmoth learns of the Wanderer's terrible power over men, and of the subjection of one man to torments in a house of insanity. A Spaniard, Moncada, is cast ashore by a shipwreck and reveals further of the Wanderer to John Melmoth. As a subject to the Inquisition, Moncada had first known the Wanderer, and later found a manuscript which related of him. The Wanderer had fallen in love with a girl of Spanish nobility, and they had entered into unholy marriage by ceremonies performed by a dead man. Melmoth had appeared to those in mortal fear and had killed at a glance. Moncada and John Melmoth are confronted by the Wanderer in his hour of doom. He had entered into a pact with the devil, exchanging his soul for extended life, and had found no one in all his wanderings with whom he can trade destinies. The term of his pact with the devil has ended. Judith Merrill, Shadow on the Hearth, Garden City, New York, 1950, Doubleday. Science fiction. New York City is destroyed by an atomic explosion. Gladys Mitchell, a Westchester housewife, senses the giant holocaust, hears the distant thunder heralding destruction, and watches the black mushroom fill the horizon. Frantic with fear for the husband who was in New York City, she consoles herself by caring for her children. With her cook and a young doctor, Gladys hides a former atomic scientist, now a fugitive. When her young daughter contracts radiation sickness, she is nursed back to health by the knowledge of the scientist. At length, John Mitchell, injured but a survivor, gains his home. A. Merritt, Burn Witch Burn, New York, 1933, Liverite. Weird. Ricori, a gangster, brings one of his subordinates to Dr. Lowell, a prominent medical specialist. The man is in a strange coma which defies diagnosis. He dies, but at the moment of his death his form is seized by an alien presence which laughs wildly at the onlookers. Ricori, who is certain that witchcraft is responsible, learns that several identical cases have occurred in the city within recent weeks. In the shop of Madame Mandelip, a woman with a marvelous facility for fashioning beautiful dolls, Ricori is stabbed by one of the dolls. Dr. Lowell secures his recovery, and their investigations reveal that the strange deaths are traceable to Madame Mandelip's dolls. They confront her with the evidence, but fall before her sorcery until the doll of one of her victims stabs its witch creator. A. Merritt, Creep Shadow, Garden City, New York, 1934, Doubleday, Duran. Weird. Dr. Alan Karanak returns from a world tour to learn of the suicide of his wealthy friend Dick Ralston. At a dinner given by brain specialist Dr. William Bennett, Karanak meets René de Caradel and his daughter Dahut, whom Bennett believes responsible for Ralston's death. The de Caradels reveal they have mastered the secret of reincarnation. Dahut further reveals that she is the reincarnation of another Dahut, White Witch of the ancient druid city Ys, where she and Karanak were lovers. Karanak half remembers the past and is torn between Dahut's enchantment and his own sense of good. He is lured to the de Caradels' ocean estate, where a great temple has been erected. Karanak, now in their confidence, witnesses horrible rites. Completely under Dahut's spell, Karanak is sent as a shadow to drain the life from his real love, Dr. Bennett's daughter, Helen. But Dahut's witchery is overcome by Helen's love. Dahut invokes an ancient sea god to destroy her father who has demanded Karanak's blood, and she herself is thrown to a raging sea by the shadows she has created. A. Merritt, Dwellers in the Mirage, New York, 1932, Liverite. Lost Race. Leif Langdon, an American who has experienced strange adventures in Siberia, discovers a warm and fabulous valley among Alaskan snows. His companion, a full-blooded American Indian, recognizes one race of its inhabitants as the Little People of his tribal mythology. The other people of the valley are a branch of an ancient Mongolian race which Langdon knew earlier in Siberia. They worship the monstrously evil kraken, called Kokru, which they summon from another dimension to accept human offerings. In Langdon they recognize the reincarnation of their long-dead lord and hero, Dwyanyu. When Langdon's form is seized by this ancient master, warfare with the Little People results. Langdon at length overcomes the invading presence of Dwyanyu and destroys the kraken. A. Merritt, The Face in the Abyss, New York, 1931, Liverite. Lost Race. Nicholas Graydon, an American mining engineer, is prevailed upon to join the expedition of a Soldier of Fortune trio in search of a lost Inca treasure. In South American wilds, the expedition is deserted by its guides when a wondrous figure appears. She is Suara, handmaiden of the snake mother of Atlanchi, an ancient lost city of the Andes. Suara guides them to a great abyss in which lies a monstrous face of gold, the prison of the shadow Namir, lord of evil in ancient Atlanchi. Graydon's companions, consumed by their lust for riches, are transformed into great globules of gold. Graydon is saved by the snake mother and Suara, whom he joins in the struggle against Namir, now seeking to break his imprisonment and restore himself in Atlanchi. A. Merritt, The Moon Pool, New York, 1919, Putnam frontispiece. Lost Race. Throckmorton comes to his friend Dr. Walton Goodwin with a wild tale of a shining thing which has come along a path of moonlight and taken his wife. The story is corroborated when the shining thing also seizes Throckmorton himself. Goodwin's investigations lead him to the island Non-Twatch, where he is joined by the adventurer Larry O'Keefe in discovering a doorway among ancient ruins. They descend into the earth through the Moon Door to find a strange civilization. Here, a conflict rages between the ruling faction, led by Yolara, priestess of the Shining One, and the faction of the Silent Ones. The latter are elder beings whose handmaiden is Lakla, soon beloved of O'Keefe. By their love, the pair renders the Shining One impotent, and the elders destroy it. When Goodwin returns to the outer world, the Moon Door is sealed by an earthquake. A. Merritt, 7 Footprints to Satan, New York, 1928, Boney and Liverite. Fantastic adventure. American explorer Jim Kirkham is abducted by a fantastic criminal called Satan by all his associates and slaves. Satan uses an elaborate device to gain his following. He sits on a throne commanding 21 stairs on which glow 7 footprints. If an individual facing Satan steps upon certain negative prints, he becomes the slave of Satan for a fixed time. Kirkham gambles and is enslaved for a year, although if he had picked the correct prints, he could have exchanged places with Satan. In company with Eve Demarest, another of Satan's slaves, he steals the fabulous necklace of Senuset from the New York Museum. When Kirkham learns that Satan's prints are rigged, he arouses the slaves to smash what they had considered an invincible being. A. Merritt, The Ship of Ishtar, New York, 1926, Putnam. Fantastic adventure. John Kenton receives a great block of stone unearthed in the ruins of ancient Babylon, carrying an inscription 6,000 years old. Kenton spills the block to reveal a miniature ship which seems to come alive before him. As Kenton stares at it, he falls into a coma and returns to consciousness to find that he has been transported into the fantasy of the ship. Kenton finds that a great struggle rages. Half of the ship is in charge of Ishtar, goddess of love and beauty. The other half is directed by Nergal, god of darkness. These two have waged a timeless struggle for mastery. The followers of Ishtar are women and her priestess is Shirane, with whom Kenton falls in love. The dark followers of Nergal are led by Clanath, who at length makes Shirane a captive. Kenton gains allies and pursues the priests of evil. In the final giant conflict, all are killed and the ship sunk. A. Merritt and Hans Bach, The Black Wheel, New York, 1947, New Collectors Group. Illustrated. Weird. The tale is the narrative of Dr. Ross Fenimore, who has signed on the luxury vessel Susan Ann. The ship has been modeled by an eccentric millionaire, Jim Benson, as a replica of a clipper ship constructed by his grandfather. The Susan Ann, on a Caribbean cruise, is severely damaged by a tropical hurricane and forced to seek the shelter of a desert island. Here Benson's party finds the hulk of an old ship, and on its deck a great wheel, seemingly decorated with carved hands. Fenimore is struck by the similarity of the hands on the wheel with the hands of the crew. Strange occurrences take place aboard the Susan Ann, and her guests seem to become possessed by spirits from the dead ship. Discord and mutiny destroy the Susan Ann and her party. A. Merritt and Hans Bach. The Fox Woman and the Blue Pagoda. New York, 1946, New Collectors Group, illustrated. Weird. Archaeologists Martin Meredith and his wife are traveling in the Chinese interior when they are beset by bandits directed against them by Meredith's brother Charles. The archaeologist is killed, but his wife, in an advanced state of pregnancy, gains refuge in the curious temple of the Fox Woman. She dies in giving birth to a daughter called Jean, into whose body the spirit of the Fox Woman enters. Grown to a young womanhood, Jean goes to America to find that her uncle has assumed her rightful inheritance. Jean's body is inhabited by two separate mentalities, that of the rightful Jean Meredith and that of the Fox Woman. The Fox Woman employs her supernatural powers to kill Charles Meredith for his evil deeds, but Jean dies in a fire started as the last act of her uncle. The Fox Woman restores her to life and quits her body. J. A. Mitchell. Drowsy. New York, 1917, Stokes Illustrated. Science fiction. Cyrus Alton, called Drowsy, is brought up in the quiet atmosphere of rural New England, the son of a country doctor and a European opera star. At an early age he displays a peculiar talent in that he can hear the thoughts of others. Approaching manhood, he falls in love with Ruth Haywood, but she journeys to China as a missionary. Drowsy in college becomes interested in the physical sciences, and after graduation devotes himself to research. By combining his discoveries, an anti-gravity device, and a source of unlimited power, he perfects a spaceship in which he journeys to the moon. Returning with an immense diamond, he becomes a rich man, but his plea for Ruth Haywood's love is unanswered. In despair, he sets forth on a dangerous expedition to Mars, but a mental call from Ruth, who has learned to love him, draws him back. J. Leslie Mitchell. Gay Hunter. London, 1934, Heinemann. Science fiction. Gay Hunter is projected from the 20th century into the far future to find two others, Major Ledyard Houghton and Lady Jane Easterling, in a like state. Their search reveals that Earth civilization has crumbled. Gay is separated from her companions and joins the nomadic hunter Rem. She travels with him to the home of his people, where they find Houghton and Lady Jane held as prisoners and considered insane. Gay and Rem are married and for a time leave the tribe. Upon returning, they learn that 40 of the nomads have joined Houghton and Lady Jane in an attempt to repopulate London and establish a new civilization. Gay, who has learned of the horrible fate of past civilizations in a strange building of records, leads a party of hunters after them. When London is destroyed, she is whisked back to the 20th century. J. Leslie Mitchell. 3 Go Back. Indianapolis, 1932, Bobbs Merrill. Science fiction. The airship Magellan's Cloud explodes over the Atlantic. Its 3 survivors, Claire Stanley, Keith Sinclair, and Sir John Mullahan, are cast 20,000 years into the past to the continent Atlantis. The trio join a nomadic tribe of Cro-Magnons, Claire marrying a hunter called Ert. After Sir John dies, the continent gradually begins to settle beneath the Atlantic. The Cro-Magnons journey toward Europe at the insistence of the moderns until they are confronted by a horde of Neanderthals in a narrow pass. Claire, Ert, and Sinclair hold the pass while the Cro-Magnons escape. Ert is killed in the action, his companions close to death, when they are whisked back to the 20th century. Ward Moore. Greener Than You Think. New York, 1947, Sloan. Science fiction. Josephine Spencer Francis has discovered a formula for increasing the fertility and growth of plants. She hires Albert Wiener, a salesman, to sell it to farmers. But his initial sale is to a California housewife to correct the growth of her lawn of Bermuda grass. The lawn blossoms out at an alarming pace, and no catalyst is available to stop or retard its growth. Even Miss Francis is helpless before it. The grass sweeps across the United States and spreads to other continents when no method of control can be discovered. Mankind and all animated life forms are doomed. Louis Moresby. The Glory of Egypt. New York, 1926, Duran. Lost Race. Ross and Soames come into the possession of an ancient manuscript, which hints at the existence of a lost race somewhere to the north of India. They command an expedition into the great altitudes of Tibetan mountains, with mystical drafts of the future all the while revealed to them. Unsought guidance from a strange queenly woman directs them to the great city of an ancient Egyptian people who migrated to Tibet 3,000 years before. The shadowy woman is revealed as a princess of the lost race, who has chosen Ross as her husband to be in a world which would see the restoration of ancient Egyptian might. Ross is fascinated by her beauty and the mystic powers which she has at her control. With Soames, he enters the lost city, which is guarded by alien creatures. Soames, in a madness, attacks Ross, but is killed by the princess, who is in turn pushed from a cliff by Soames' faithful aide. Talbot Mundy, King of the Khyber Rifles. Indianapolis, 1916. Bobbs Merrill, illustrated. Oriental. World War I. India is threatened by a jihad, or holy war, through the Khyber Pass, inspired by German weapons. The British employ Princess Yasmini, a beautiful Eurasian mystic, to work with Athelstan King in India's behalf. King follows Yasmini into the hills to the forbidden Kinjan caves. Yasmini has discovered the perfectly preserved bodies of a man and a woman, dead 2,000 years. By her knowledge of the supernatural, she recalls their existence in King's presence and finds the man an ancient conquering Roman, the woman his Grecian love. She likens King and herself to them, and invites King to join her in a destiny which will make them supreme in India. King remains faithful to England and sways Yasmini back to his cause. She destroys the mysterious Kinjan caves, and with them the force of invasion. Talbot Mundy, The Nine Unknown. Indianapolis, 1924. Bobbs Merrill, illustrated. Oriental. Over a period of many centuries, an endless quantity of gold and silver has been disappearing into India. The employers of Jim Grimm, Ramsden, Jeremy Ross, and Athelstan King provide incentive for this quartet to investigate. Through contact with ancient books of magic and sorcery, or scientific knowledge unknown to man, they learn of a League of Nine. The League, known as the Nine Unknown, has existed from before the time of Atlantis, and has assembled and guarded secrets beyond the concepts of man. In trying to unearth the Nine, the Jim Grimm quartet matches strength with an imposter Nine Unknown, masters of evil who desire the gold of ages. The quartet learns that the wealth has been processed and combined effectively with the waters of the Ganges to provide an elixir of life. Talbot Mundy, The Devil's Guard. Indianapolis, 1926. Bobbs Merrill. Oriental. Jeff Ramsden receives a request for help from his old partner Elmer Rate, now a prisoner of the Dark Wizards, Dugpas, of Tibet. Ramsden half suspects a subterfuge in the letter of the rascally Rate, who entertains no liking for Ramsden's close friend Jim Grimm. Ramsden and Jim Grimm, with fellow adventurers Chalander Ghose and Narayan Singh, slip over the closed frontier of Tibet in search of the lost Mecca of knowledge, Shambhala, feeling that they must find a trace of Rate. Their advance is directed by the Tibetan weather and opposed by the supernatural powers of dark wizards. They find Rate, who has become a Dugpa himself, and who desires Ramsden to become his evil disciple. Narayan Singh, in a last dying act, kills Rate. The remaining trio are guided to the region of Shambhala by Tibetan white magicians. Jim Grimm and Ramsden are permitted to enter the secret city by the masters of hidden knowledge, who direct its destiny. Talbot Mundy, Jim Grimm. New York, 1931, Century. Oriental. The Eurasian Dorje has discovered the remains of a lost Atlantean city in the Gobi Desert, in which he has learned the use of hidden wonders of forgotten ages. By their utilization, he attempts to make himself a world emperor. In the harbor of Marseille, Dorje destroys warships by strange thunderbolt weapon. James Schuler Grimm, Jim Grimm, and his associates are summoned to combat the menace. His investigations lead him to India, where he is spirited away to a lost Himalayan valley in an anti-gravity airship. Here, Dorje is gifted with superhuman intellect by reason of a drug of the ancients, which Jim Grimm takes to battle him on even terms. The valley and its secrets are destroyed, but Jim Grimm, as well as Dorje, loses his life in its destruction. Talbot Mundy, Full Moon. New York, 1935, Appleton Century. Oriental. India. Brigadier General Frensham has disappeared. Blair Warrender, who is in love with Frensham's daughter Henrietta, is ordered to find him. The only clue to Frensham's disappearance is a curiously tempered block of gold, which attracts the outside interest of Wu Tu, a lady hypnotist of great beauty and no scruples. Warrender enters a great cavern to find evidence of a race of giants and the single giant woman entombed in a stalactite. There are golden figurines and other remains, but no trace of the lost race. Earlier, Frensham has deciphered an ancient tablet, and followed the giants into the fourth dimension by way of a contact point in the cavern. The way is open at peculiar moments only, when bathed in a particular angle of moonlight. Warrender and Henrietta decide to follow, but are thwarted by Wu Tu, who plunges into the unknown. Talbot Mundy. The Secret of Abor Valley. Indianapolis, no date. Bobbs Merrill. Oriental. India. Cotswold Omni has come to believe that his sister and her husband, who has disappeared 20 years before, may have left some trace in the guarded and mysterious Abor Valley. A curious piece of jade which reflects the nature of men's souls leads him into the society of the Lama, Chang Samdup, and the latter's Chela, or disciple, Samdin. Omni masquerades in the guise of a Bhat Brahmin, in a traveling company of actors directed by the remarkable Lama and his Chela. Omni distrusts the pair, who are possessed with more than ordinary knowledge, on unexplained rumor alone. As they wander northward through India, surrounded by a mystical atmosphere, Omni realizes the true nature of the wonderful pair. In the Abor Valley, the Lama reveals that the Chela is a girl in disguise, Omni's niece, who is considered a deity by the people of the valley. She has been reared in secret, under the ancient Lama's guidance, to a remarkable measure of attainment. Talbot Mundy. Tros of Samothrace. New York, 1934, Appleton Century. Associational. Tros, a prince of Samothrace, comes to Britain in order to raise the island in defense against the coming invasion of Caesar. This is a monumental task, as the islanders are fiercely independent, jealous, and extremely proud concerning their individual prowess. Tros becomes friendly with Caswalan, foremost leader and nominal king of the Britons, but he is faced by jealousy and treachery. Taken by Caesar, Tros agrees to pilot the Roman fleet against Britain to save his father from torture. He cannily uses his knowledge of tides and winds to scatter the Roman fleet and defer the conquest of Britain. Tros makes his way to Rome with a British Viking crew to influence the Senate to order Caesar to desist in his efforts to conquer Britain. Instead, he and his crew are imprisoned and then forced to face both gladiators and beasts in the arena. They are freed finally by the intercession of the Vestal Virgins. Tros returns to Britain with the message to Caesar that the Vestal Virgins wish him to return. Caesar offers Tros the post of admiral, but Tros rejects the general's desires and tells him of his plan to sail around the world. The men part not friends, but each greatly respected by the other. Talbot Mundy. Queen Cleopatra. Indianapolis, 1929, Bobbs Merrill. Associational. The throne of Egypt is at stake in the conflict between Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy. The latter controls the key city of Alexandria, and by reason of his larger standing army seems to be the favored contestant. Tros of Samothrace comes to Alexandria in his great ship and becomes an unexpected ally of Cleopatra. In a sudden move, Tros transfers her entire court to Pelusium, beyond Ptolemy's reach. Caesar appears in Egypt, and Cleopatra's charm and wisdom gains his admiration, but no promise of support. When Ptolemy's followers antagonize Caesar, he proclaims Cleopatra Queen of Egypt and takes her with him to Rome. Caesar's assassination follows, and Mark Antony rises to prominence by his oratory. Cleopatra is at the mercy of hateful Roman crowds when Tros rescues her and heads back to Egypt. Talbot Mundy. Purple Pirate. New York, 1935. Appleton Century. Associational. Tros of Samothrace has returned to Egypt following Caesar's assassination. He now faces the intrigues of Cleopatra and the Alexandrian court. Cleopatra is in love with Tros and offers him the throne of Egypt, but Tros is gradually coming to love her younger sister, Arsinoe, and rejects Cleopatra's offer. He becomes admiral of the fleet of Mark Antony, now one of the triumvirate who govern Rome. Tros sweeps the seas of pirates and defeats the Alexandrian navy in its attempts to foil Rome. He foils the plan of Cassius to seize Rome for his own personal gain. He succeeds in defeating the unscrupulous intrigues of Cleopatra. When Egypt is open to Antony, Tros marries Arsinoe and makes final preparation for his greatest adventure and dream, the world-encompassing voyage. End of Section 12. Section 13 of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors in through Q. Arthur A. Nelson. Wings of Desire. New York, 1915, McBride, Illustrated. Lost Race. The Severns, Allen and Sheridan, together with the Norse giant Ingolf, an amnesia victim, strike forth into unknown Africa. Their expedition combines with that of Raoul de Roquefort, and defeats a party of marauding Marabelle warriors who hold white prisoners. The rescued join in the expedition, and the party discovers a lost Viking civilization flourishing at the foot of a giant volcano. They are made welcome by its king, but he makes unwelcome advances to one of the party's feminine members. Ingolf recovers his memory, and as he is a scion of this lost race, leads a revolt which establishes his kingship. But his realm is shattered by a volcanic eruption, the expedition escaping to civilization with the Viking treasure hoard. J. U. Nicholson, Fingers of Fear. New York, 1937, Kovici Fried. Weird. Selden Severns has been ruined by the financial crash of the early 30s. Penniless, he grasps at the offer to write a history for a former classmate, Orms, at the latter's ancestral estate hidden in the Berkshires. Ormsby is a great mansion, seldom used by Orms, but inhabited by his twin sisters Grace and Gray, and his aunt Barbara Orms. Severns soon learns that the Orms are victims of a bloodlust, and that his host has physically killed his own father and mother. Grace roams the passages of Ormsby, openly as a vampire, and Orms is killed while transformed in conflict with Severns. While Gray lives in a constant fear that the vampire taint in her blood may seize her, Severns realizes that Barbara is the evil focus of the house, commanded as she is by the undead figure of her ghostly brother. She directs the death of Grace and lesser members of the household, and then joins the undead, uttering a haunting prophecy of return. Alfred Noyes. No Other Man. New York, 1940, Stokes, Illustrated. Science fiction. Mark Adams escapes from a marooned submarine to find that the human race has perished during his entombment. In the vain hope of finding a companion, Adams searches England and crosses the Channel to France. In Louvre, he finds traces of another survivor and follows a trail through Paris, Rome, and the Vatican until he meets the young American girl Evelyn Hamilton. They become companions and finally fall in love. Evelyn is kidnapped by the scientist responsible for the wholesale destruction of the human race. She escapes and with Adams discovers a city of live inhabitants. The pair marry and join the city's society. Pierre Pont B. Noyes. The Pallid Giant. New York, 1927, Revell, frontispiece. Lost Race. Walters and Rudge, a pair of diplomats in France, make a holiday investigation of the mysterious caves in the French Pyrenees. Aided by an old native of the region, they discover the legendary Grotto Glorieuse, filled with an immense treasure and unbelievably ancient machinery. But their greatest find is a manuscript out of the past, chronicling the death of an advanced civilization millions of years ago. A death ray had been invented. Nation destroyed nation until all continents were devoid of human life, and man existed only under the sea. Finally, two alone survived. They replanted life on land, and bred with brainless man-like creatures to prolong the human race. Joseph O'Neill. Land Under England, New York, 1935, Simon & Schuster. Lost Race. Anthony Julian, son of an English family dating back to Roman times, sees his father disappear from the face of the earth. After searching extensively over a period of years, the younger Julian finds a hidden door in the ancient Roman wall, leading to a world beneath the surface of the earth. Julian decides to press into the unknown at once. He finds a strange land of almost tropical vegetation, colored by an unearthly phosphorescence. Julian is seized by human robots, Roman descendants whose individuality have been absorbed through centuries of breeding. Their leaders extort him to join them, and give up his mind to their culture, as his father had done. He fights off all attempts to seize his brain, and escapes to the outer world. Baroness Orczy. The Gates of Comte. New York, 1907, Dodd Mead, Illustrated. Lost Race. Continuing in the work commenced by his father, Hugh Tankerville deciphers an ancient papyrus, which leads him to believe that an Egyptian civilization in all its glory exists among African sands. With one companion, he crosses a trackless desert to a fertile land, where Egypt exists as 5,000 years before. Tankerville identifies himself as the chosen of the gods, and as such prepares to marry the queen, whose young son is a sickly pharaoh, destined for an early grave. The queen, taunted by the dread that Tinkerville loves another, the princess, Neat Akrit, in a fit of madness, slays her own son. Neat Akrit is given the throne of the Egyptian land, providing the foreigners make an exit. George Orwell, 1984. New York, 1949, Harcourt Brace. Science fiction. 1984. The world is split into three great superstates: Oceania, including the Americas and the British Isles; Eurasia, comprising all Europe and northern Asia; and the southern land portion of Asia, called East Asia. War perpetually exists among the three states, and a firm totalitarianism in Oceania has photographed an automatic love for Big Brother, symbol of dictatorship, into the minds of the masses. Falsification and mockery of all common freedoms are everywhere. Winston Smith, by his love for a girl, in a sphere where love is illegal, finds himself a member of the underground. But the secret police of Big Brother are too fanatically efficient, and with their ever-seeing telescreen, Smith is captured. He undergoes monstrous tortures until his mind is transformed into a robot-like thought machine, thinking as the state thinks, and with love alone for Big Brother. David M. Perry, The Scarlet Empire. Indianapolis, 1906, Bobbs Merrill, illustrated. Lost Race. John Walker is captured by inhabitants of Atlantis, which is secreted beneath the sea. There he finds an immense undersea land regimented by strict laws of socialism. Walker runs afoul of the order until he is taken in hand by a friendly surgeon. He falls in love with a girl, Estrella, who is in opposition to the system and who has been in a political prison. They plan to escape in a submarine which has been seized by the Atlanteans, but are temporarily thwarted. Walker's friend the surgeon frees him, and with Estrella gains the safety of the submarine. Pursued, they direct a torpedo against the undersea land, with the result of obliterating it. Festus Pragnell, The Green Man of Greypeck. New York, 1950, Greenberg. Fantastic Adventure. Spofford, an American, while aiding his brother in a microcosmic experiment, finds his mind cast into the bodily shell of a green-tinged man of the world of Greypeck. He wins the love of a white girl, Issa, and they marry. But soon after, the pair are chosen for military service by humanity's crustacean masters. They are directed against the last remnant of free men upon the planet, a race called the Gorlamites. Spofford rebels and escapes to Gorlam. The latter people affect Issa's freedom. This oppressed race then makes use of earthly principles unknown on Greypeck, which are filtered from Spofford's mind. The crustacean invaders are forced back into the sea. Dorothy Quick. Strange Awakening. New York, 1938, Field. Fantastic Adventure. Iva, a young woman living on Long Island, is strangely attracted by the planet Venus. She slips into a coma and awakens to find herself in a startlingly blue landscape. She has been transported to Venus at the wish of the Great Mind, supreme ruler of the planet, but her first acquaintance is a prince of a blue race, Ota. They fall in love and become betrothed. Iva is abducted by the Great Mind, and Ota plans an attack upon the invulnerable stronghold which houses them. By delving into the lore of the ancients, Ota equips his army with remarkable new weapons that facilitate conquest. In a final single conflict, Ota overcomes the Great Mind to free Iva. End of Section 13. Section 14 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Author starting with R. Mrs. Anne Ratcliffe. The Mysteries of Udolpho. Worcester, Massachusetts, 1795. Isaiah Thomas. 3 volumes. Gothic Romance. Emily St. Aubert has led a calm and sheltered life until the death of her parents. She has fallen in love with Valancourt, of a respectable Gascon house, but is forced to accompany her aunt to Italy. The aunt has married an Italian nobleman, Montoni, who takes the pair to his lonely castle, Udolpho, located along the fringe of the Apennines. Udolpho is a dark and mysterious castle where the aunt is subjected to harsh treatment at the hands of the evil Montoni. Emily is a prisoner in the castle, which affords her with a great fear. She witnesses phenomena which she believes to be ghostly, and is in a state of frenzy before she can escape. Emily undergoes new frights at a bleak French chateau until she is united with her lover. George B. Rodney. Beyond the Range. New York, no date. Claude. Lost Race. An Apache holy cave is violated by a United States cavalry officer. In retaliation, the officer is murdered, and his friends quickly decide to return the sacred objects. A party of 7, 2 of whom are women, journey to the cave where they are attacked by hostile Apaches and driven into the mouth. When the cave entrance is blocked, the party discovers a hidden tunnel in a remote corner. After several days in the tunnel, they find themselves in an inaccessible valley inhabited by a lost colony of Toltecs. The party is imprisoned, the men to be used as living sacrifices, the women to be sold as slaves. The party escapes from the valley onto a burning desert, which they cross to safety. George B. Rodney, Edge of the World. New York, 1931, Ruffield and Green. Lost Race. The 1st century. Quintus Tertullius incurs the wrath of the Roman Emperor Nero. With loyal soldiery at his command, Tertullius sets sail for Spain with the Christian Paul of Tarsus as a passenger. The ship is blown well into the Atlantic by a tremendous wind and stranded at Conil, a Central American city. Conil is an independent Mayan city which preserves the intellect and culture of the race against a barbaric empire which threatens its existence. Conil's queen receives Roman aid, but it is inefficient to cope with the tremendous weight of arms of the empire. Conil falls and her queen is captured. The Romans begin a series of piratical raids against the empire's coastal cities until the queen is freed to flee with Tertullius. Sax Rohmer. The Bat Flies Low. Garden City, New York, 1935, Crime Club. Oriental. Lincoln Hayes, wealthy American Egyptologist, obtains a priceless manuscript detailing the power supply which maintained the temple lamps of the ancients. Before Hayes can put the manuscript content into application, the inhabitants of his home are stunned by a mighty force, and the manuscript spirited away. Hayes, believing that an ageless Egyptian society has reclaimed the manuscript, travels to Egypt. The society recognizes in Hayes a potential advocate of their organization. In a pre-Christian temple, hidden mysteries are revealed to him as he is initiated into the order. When the secret of ancient power is again stolen, this time by an unscrupulous American businessman, New York and New Jersey undergo a tremendous shock as a result of an attempt to utilize the power on a tremendous scale. Sax Rohmer. Brood of the Witch Queen. Garden City, New York, 1924, Doubleday page. Weird. Sir Michael Ferrara unearths a secret Egyptian tomb and restores its infant mummy to life. The mummy becomes Sir Michael's foster son, Antony, but is particularly loathsome to Sir Michael's associates. Antony inherits a knowledge of the dark sorcery of ancient Egypt and causes Sir Michael's death. He employs his dark lore in an effort to force Myra Duquesne to marry him. Robert Cairn, who is in love with Myra, joins his father, another Egyptologist steeped in psychic research, to drive Antony from England. They follow and discover him in the midst of ancient horrible rites in a dark pyramid in Egypt. Antony calls upon great powers of darkness to obliterate the Cairns, but they escape his control and turn upon him. Sax Rohmer. She Who Sleeps. New York, 1928, Doubleday, Duran. Associational. Danbazar, unparalleled Egyptian archaeologist, discovers an ancient papyrus from which he learns of the tomb of an unknown princess. The papyrus discloses that she has remained in a state of suspended animation for 3,000 years. Danbazar, schooled in the ways of ancient Egypt, leads an expedition financed by an American millionaire to the hidden tomb, and successfully restores the Princess Zalathea to life. She returns to America with the expedition. When the millionaire's son falls in love with her, Zalathea disappears, only to be traced down as a member of a monstrous hoax designed by Danbazar in a way of vengeance for an earlier slight. Eric Frank Russell. Sinister Barrier. Reading, Pennsylvania, 1948, Fantasy Press, Illustrated. Science fiction. The Earth is plagued by an astounding number of deaths, seemingly attributable to heart disease. Bill Graham, special investigator, stumbles upon the existence of the Vitans, an alien race, invisible to mankind, who prey upon the nervous energy produced by humans in an emotional state. Graham's research provides a catalyst, which reveals the Vitans to the human eye and discloses it to the world. The Western Hemisphere, faced with this threat, employ their learnings to achieve a weapon. The Eastern Hemisphere identifies the scourge with their divinities and are directed to unleash an invasion upon the West. This unsuccessful, The Vitans launch a supreme invasion, which is combated by a new weapon of mankind. The menace is forced to flee the planet. End of Section 14. Section 15 of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Author starting with S. Edwin L. Sabin. The City of the Sun. Philadelphia, 1924, Jacobs, frontispiece. Lost Race. Robert McClung, red-haired Kentuckian, ventures to the rim of a Mexican desert. Here he is called upon to help a beautiful Spanish girl, Dona Felisa, whose guardian uncle wishes to sell her to the priests of the City of the Sun. To the local inhabitants, the city is purely legendary, in spite of the fact that several strange disappearances are always attributed to it. McClung trails the kidnapped girl to the fabled city, where they find a lost Aztec civilization, site of an annual sacrifice of a beautiful maiden. McClung kills the great serpent which guards the golden Aztec temple and escapes to marry Dona Felisa. Juanita Savage, The City of Desire. New York, 1930, The Dial Press. Lost Race. Professor Warwick has been lost for 4 months in the Mexican interior while in quest of Toltec remains. His daughter, Nora, commands an expedition in search of some trace of him. She wanders into a cave of what the inhabitants call the Sacred Mountain, and finds a lost Mayan city in the valley at its heart. The ruler of the city, who believes himself descended from the gods, has a command of the English language. Called El Rey, he falls in love with Nora and forcibly takes her as his wife. Gradually she grows to love him. Her father, in the guise of an Indian high priest, by which he has learned the secrets of the hidden city, appears when El Rey is wounded, and connives to preserve the throne. Frank Seville, Beyond the Great South Wall. New York, 1901, New Amsterdam Book Company, illustrated. Lost Race. Captain Dorincourt finds himself in love with Gwen Delahaye, but the girl's mother disapproves of the match because of his near-penniless state, and goes on a world cruise. When Dorincourt's uncle dies, he inherits a title and a fortune, and organizes an expedition to the Antarctic in search of a lost Maya race. When his party reaches the continent, they find a vast barrier wall in their path, and commence a return to civilization. While still in extreme southern waters, they encounter a burning ship and rescue Gwen Delahaye as one of the survivors. Their ship is tossed by a severe storm back to the Antarctic continent, and a tidal wave sweeps them over the barrier. There they discover the ruins of a fantastic Maya city and its vast treasure hoard. Dorincourt saves Gwen when they are threatened by a dinosaur and wins her love. The expedition escapes from the unknown land when a volcanic eruption crushes the barrier wall. C. E. Scoggins, The House of Darkness. Indianapolis, 1931, Bobbs Merrill. Lost Race. Archaeologist Sylvester Mehring prevails upon the massive blonde-bearded Christopher Kane to direct an expedition by plane to unknown reaches of the Yucatan. When their plane fails to survive a takeoff from an unknown lake, the party pushes forward through dense jungle to an ancient Mayan city, yet inhabited. Its degenerate people have all but forgotten their magnificent past, yet recognize Kane, who has been among them before, summoned by a strange ancestral calling, as their fair god, Kukulkan. An aged priest reveals the secret of Mayan hieroglyphics, and in the legendary House of Darkness, storehouse of ancient knowledge, they discover the records and treasures which identify the Mayan culture with that of a lost Atlantean civilization. C. E. Scoggins, The House of Dawn. New York, 1935, Appleton Century. Lost Race. Red McDougall, engineer, adventurer, dreamer, has long divided his efforts between finding the lost wealth of the Incas, Peje Grande, and establishing his discovery, a vast fertile plain in the Amazonian hinterland. McDougall discovers a clue to the Peje Grande in an ancient manuscript and calls upon his son Malcolm. Their expedition is joined by Hall, an American millionaire, and his daughter Joan. The lost wealth is hidden at Iskasinga, where a strange Indian race with cleft noses acts as its guardians. The expedition finds that an archaeologist, Colin O'Leary, and his sister have preceded them. They drain an artificial lake to uncover thousands of tons of Inca gold and make undreamed-of archaeological discoveries. The elder McDougall is killed in obtaining freedom for the expedition, which has been followed by unscrupulous white men. C. E. Scoggins, Lost Road. New York, 1941, Doubleday, Duran. Lost Race. Colin O'Leary has married Joan Hall, daughter of the American millionaire, and operates the richest gold mine in South America at Iscasinga. He is in partnership with Malcolm McDougall, who has married his sister. Actually, O'Leary pursues his archaeological interests to the letter, and from certain discoveries he has made at Iscasinga, he believes that an elder, possibly Atlantean race, is responsible for South American civilization. He employs Howard Massey to fly him in search of unknown remains, and they make a forced landing at Lacta. On this hidden plateau live a degenerate white race with beards that clearly contradict any belief that they are Indian. Above them is evidence of an ancient migration. Massey falls back to the primitive, and O'Leary is hard put to survive, until a random plane expedition chances on their location. Ella Scrimsor, The Perfect World, New York, 1922, Stokes. Fantastic adventure. The English mining town of Marshfielden is plagued by a series of disappearances. At length, Desmond Forsyth is kidnapped by the strange beings who inhabit the center of the earth. His cousin Alan, trapped by a mine cave-in, wanders onto an ancient stream, which leads to the inner world. The pair are held captive by descendants of biblical characters who were swallowed up by the earth 3,000 years before. They have degenerated into 3-foot horned semi-humans. Escaping, the Forsyths return to England. They find the outer world in the throes of destruction. Joining their uncle, a group flies from the surface to witness the death of the earth. Migrating to Jupiter, they find a utopian land, unmarred by the earth's evils. Charles Sumner Seeley, The Lost Canyon of the Toltecs. Chicago, 1893, McClurg. Lost Race. A mining engineer with 2 companions sets out to join a party of explorers who have ventured into Central American wilds. Crossing an obscure desert into a country of giant gorges, they happen upon a hidden Toltec city, where the earlier party is held. A faction of the Indians, influenced by a bloodthirsty Aztec strain, seek a sacrificial death for the whites, but the ruler intervenes on the condition that they become permanent members of the city. The priest class is aroused at the superior knowledge of the newcomers. Their enmity forces the whites into an attempt at flight, which succeeds after they have appraised the friendly king of their plan. The pursuing Indians of the priest faction are obliterated by a cyclonic storm. Robert W. Service, The House of Fear. New York, 1927, Dodd Mead. Weird. Wealthy Peter Macbeth takes up residence in a magnificent French chateau in company with his male servant James and his niece. He has a dual purpose in seeking a quiet retreat, for he has offended Parisian murderers. But his estate has a record of past unsolved crimes, and James is torn to bits. Other attacks are made upon the chateau's residents by a frightful wolfish creature, which kills new nocturnal visitors, the criminals who have traced Macbeth's whereabouts and seek to do him harm. Macbeth's niece provides an attraction for a spotless nobleman of the vicinity, but he is the being who controls the chateau's monster, a throwback to his ancestor, Gilles de Rais, sorcerer of endless blood orgies and sacrifices. Garrett P. Serviss, A Columbus of Space. New York, 1911, Appleton, Illustrated. Science fiction. By harnessing atomic energy, a scientific giant kidnaps 3 college friends as fellow adventurers and successfully completes an interplanetary trip to Venus. Landing on the dark side of the planet, they encounter strange ape-like creatures, some of whom join the Earthmen in a venture through the Crystal Mountain Range, which divides the planet. Beyond, on the side always facing the sun, they join an advanced civilization where color combinations and blendings have developed in place of earthly music and allied arts. Deep layers of clouds prevent the sun from shining directly upon this portion of the planet. When a break in this cloud shield occurs, the people go insane, and the Earthmen narrowly escape. Garrett P. Serviss, Edison's Conquest of Mars. Los Angeles, 1947, Carcosa House. Illustrated. Science fiction. The Martian invaders of Earth have withdrawn because of a malignant bacteria fatal to them. On their home planet, they prepare a second invasion. With this in mind, a panel of the Earth's greatest scientists, including Edison, Roentgen, and Lord Kelvin, dismantle abandoned Martian machines to learn their principles of operation. Edison adds to this newfound knowledge a discovery of his own, a disintegration machine. Organizing a space expedition by a pool of their resources, the Earth nations bring the fighting to the Martian homeland. The invaders all but obliterate the Martian race, and ensure a peaceful state of affairs between the two planets. Garrett P. Serviss, The Moon Metal. New York, 1900, Harper's. Science fiction. Gold in tremendous quantities is discovered on the Antarctic continent, and as a result, the monetary system of the world's nations is threatened. Dr. Max 6 invades a meeting of the world officials to display his newly discovered metal, artemisium, reputedly mined in the American West. Dr. 6 forces the nations to accept his discovery as a new monetary standard, furnishing him with tremendous profits and virtually dictatorial power. When other attempts to mine artemisium fail, one scientist observes the mine closely and comes to believe that the metal does not originate in the region. He learns that 6 is draining the metal directly from the moon and successfully duplicates the process, causing an end to 6's great monopoly. Garrett P. Serviss, The Second Deluge. New York, 1912, McBride Nast, illustrated. Science fiction. Millionaire scientist Cosmo Versal observes that the Earth will be stricken with a new deluge as a result of its passing through a watery nebulae. When he makes his observation public, he becomes a laughingstock, but there are some who agree with him and they aid in the construction of a monster ark. When the deluge falls, the ark is complete. With accommodations for 1,000, the number of passengers is swelled by many castaways. Sailing around the Earth and passing over her highest mountains, now submerged, the ark touches the shores of the western United States, where the entire land area has risen. The passengers land and mingle with the surviving population. Edward Shanks, The People of the Ruins. New York, 1920, Stokes. Science fiction. England, 1924. Jeremy Tuft is thrown into a coma and remains in a state of suspended animation until the year 2070. His awakening finds civilization a chaos, science a legend of a dead past, and the land slipping into barbarism. The ruler of the greater London region, called the Speaker, learns of the existence of Tuft, and out of a thirst for forgotten knowledge befriends him. With the land threatened by an invasion of Yorkshiremen from the north, Tuft introduces field guns, an unknown factor, into the battle. His success crowns him a hero, and he wins the love of the Speaker's daughter, Eva. A Welsh invasion, through treachery, annihilates the Speaker's army and infests London. Tuft and Eva escape for a time. They are cornered in their flight and commit suicide as an only escape. Mary Shelley, Frankenstein, or the Modern Prometheus. Philadelphia, 1833, Carey, Leah, and Blanchard. Weird. A Swiss medical student, Victor Frankenstein, creates an artificial human being. The creature is a monster in appearance, a composite thing of limbs and features salvaged from the grave. But the monster's form contains the brain of a man, and is embittered when society shuns and dreads it. The deformity begs Frankenstein to create it a mate, but he is in fear of the consequences and refuses. The monster begins a career of murder, and on the night of his wedding, Frankenstein's bride is killed. The scientist undertakes to follow his unnatural creation until he can destroy it. In the wastes of the Arctic, Frankenstein is unequal to the chase and dies. The monster, now remorseful, is lost upon an ice floe in the polar sea. R.C. Sharif. The Hopkins Manuscript. New York, 1939, Macmillan. Science fiction. The Hopkins Manuscript is the only record remaining to a new world 700 years in the future from the 20th century. It is the chronicle of one individual, Edgar Hopkins, detailing his reactions and the reactions of others as seen by him in a time where the moon is suddenly noted to be drawing close to the Earth. Preparations are made to withstand the giant cataclysm which must take place. The moon crashes into the Atlantic, countless millions are lost between wind and flood, and civilization begins the task of building anew. Discoveries of extreme wealth upon the new landmass in the Atlantic lead to warfare among what remains of European countries, and, finally, European civilization ends before onrushing Oriental hordes. M. P. Shiel, The Purple Cloud. New York, 1930, Vanguard. Weird. A deadly vapor of purplish hue sweeps across the world, leaving desolation and death behind it. A single man escapes the frightful havoc, but the almond-like vapors which have barely reached him in the frozen Arctic leave him ill. When he recovers, he makes his way to civilization and gradually comes to the realization that he is the last man alive. Without companionship and shocked by the magnitude of death, his mind slips at intervals into madness. He amuses himself by making holocausts of corpse-littered dead cities. In rational moments, his horror grows as he wanders across Europe. Near Istanbul, the man finds another survivor, a girl. His derangement interferes with their companionship until the threat of another Holocaust shocks him into reality. Francis Simpson, Unthinkable. New York, 1933, Smith and Haas. Science fiction. A ship belonging to a South African Antarctic expedition is wrecked while unloading cargo at its destination point. John Dane and his companions await a relief ship for a year. When none arrives, they decide to return in the small boat salvaged from the original expeditionary ship. They spend weeks marooned in ice and weeks at sea. On the point of starvation, they find a derelict freighter in running order and well supplied. In South Africa, they find that war has obliterated civilization in entirety. The few remaining survivors have lost the ability to shift for themselves, and the members of an expedition become the leaders in the new world. Clifford D. Simak, Cosmic Engineers, New York, 1950, Gnome Press. Science fiction. Caroline Martin has been in a state of suspended animation in space for 1,000 years, where her mind, able only to direct itself to thought, has delved into many of the mysteries beyond man. She is picked up by a rocket ship bound for Pluto, a ship which later receives a plea from outer space. On a new and superior spaceship, Caroline Martin and her rescuers journey into an adjacent universe where a planet of super-robots called the Cosmic Engineers have learned of a threat to the entire galaxy. An alien race has plotted the collision of two parallel universes. Caroline Martin leads an expedition into the future, which provides effective weapons to overcome the menace. Kurt Siodmak, Donovan's Brain, New York, 1943, Knopf. Science fiction. Dr. Patrick Corey arrives at the site of an airplane accident to find that the great financier, Warren Donovan, is seriously injured. Corey removes him to his remote Arizona laboratory in a dying state. Aided by an unstable doctor, Schrott, he removes the brain from Donovan's dying body. Corey increases the size and power of the brain until he can hold mental communication with it. Donovan's brain is so strengthened that it seizes control of Corey's body. Devoid of its own shell, the brain is totally unscrupulous and turns to murder with its complete superiority over humans. Corey is helpless, but Schrott enters the laboratory and destroys the brain at the sacrifice of his own life. William Sloane, The Edge of Running Water. New York, 1939, Farrar and Reinhardt. Science fiction. Professor Richard Sales accepts an invitation from his former master, Julian Blair, a great electrophysicist. Since the death of his wife Helen, Blair has been considered as fringing on the lunatic. At his laboratory in rural Maine, Sales finds him aided by a woman of abnormal powers, employed in building a device which will enable him to communicate with his dead wife. She is accidentally responsible for a neighbor's death, and the surrounding countryside grows hostile in suspicion. Blair ignores them and puts his machine into use. It opens a black doorway into a world of outer space. Blair and his entire laboratory are sucked into a giant vortex before Sales can stop the process. William Sloane, To Walk the Night. New York, 1937, Farrar and Reinhardt. Weird. Lister returns to his university homecoming in company with Berkeley Jones. They decide to pay a visit to Professor Lenormand, a solitary figure who had formed a close attachment with Lister through mutual interest in astronomy and higher mathematics. His body is found in the observatory, strangely consumed by unnatural fire. When an investigation takes place, Lister and Jones learn that Lenormand has married. Lister falls in love with the classic beauty of Mrs. Lenormand, Selina, and marries her. In his love, he overlooks the element of fear which Jones instinctively feels at her presence. Selina is alien to Homo sapiens, representative of a race beyond man, with the secrets of the universe at her hand. She is responsible for Lenormand's death, and Lister, through his own brilliance, discovers the horrible existence of her race. Confronted with the facts, he commits suicide. Arthur D. Howden Smith, Gray Maiden. New York, 1929, Longmans Illustrated. Fantastic adventure. The sword, Gray Maiden, made for the greatest of pharaohs in the dim past when magic was more than legend, has witnessed the rise and fall of nations before its recorded history. Yet, out of antiquity seeps legends of its invincibility and the might it lends its wielder. From Persian troops at Marathon, it finds a new master in an Athenian slave. From Greece to Macedon might under Alexander, the magic sword finds the hand of a coward and commands his death. From Hannibal's Carthage to Rome to the last legions of Roman Britain, the sword cuts a path of adventure and death. In Asia once more it leads the might of Islam, an unfailing symbol to desert hordes. Ever present when men turn to arms, Grey Maiden chooses her own master to give him taste of unequaled combat, to preserve him from a death at arms. Edward E. Smith and Mrs. Lee Hawkins Garby. The Skylark of Space. Providence, Rhode Island, 1946, Buffalo Book Company, frontispiece. Science fiction. Seaton, a young scientist, accidentally harnesses the power of atomic energy. With the financial backing of his friend Martin Crane, he perfects a spaceship capable of interplanetary flight. The World Steel Corporation, learning of Seaton's discovery, employs Duquesne to obtain and develop the secret. He acquires a small amount of the substance which is the source of Seaton's power, and duplicates a spaceship. Dorothy Vaneman, Seaton's fiancée, is abducted in Duquesne's rival ship, and they plunge into interstellar space. Seaton and Crane follow, overtake, and capture Duquesne. Landing in an alien universe for refueling, the Earthmen become embroiled in a local conflict, whose outcome is determined by their superior science. Edward E. Smith. Skylark 3. Reading Pennsylvania, 1948, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. Duquesne has ambitions of ruling the Earth. His quest for scientific knowledge leads him to the planet Fenachrone, at the galaxy's outer rim inhabited by a hostile semi-human race. From his visit, the Fenachrone are apprised of the Earth's existence and make preparations to destroy it. Seaton and Crane, in search of Duquesne, become aware of this new menace and seek weapons of defense in neighboring planets. They discover the ancient planet of Norlamin, whose non-aggressive inhabitants reveal the secret of an indestructible spaceship. Employing a weapon of offense which harnesses the power of a sun, Seaton and Crane destroy the planet Fenachrone. The few survivors are followed into unknown space and annihilated from the ship of the Earthmen, the Skylark 3. Edward E. Smith. Skylark of Valeron. Reading Pennsylvania, 1948, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. The Fenachrone exterminated, Seaton and Crane transgress the rim of the universe. In contact with a bodiless race of immortals, the Earthmen are forced to find refuge in the fourth dimension. Beyond, they discover the human civilization of Valeron, menaced by a race of chlorine breathers. Seaton's science routs the invaders and forces them to terms. On Valeron, Seaton, with the aid of the inhabitants, constructs a new spaceship of planetary dimension for their return to Earth. His arrival finds Duquesne firmly entrenched as a dictator, with the Earth's resources at hand. With the vast scientific knowledge now in his control, Seaton defeats the forces of Duquesne and condemns him to eternal life as an exile. Edward E. Smith, Space Hounds of IPC. Reading Pennsylvania, 1947, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. Stevens, the scientist, and the ape girl, Nadia Newton, are bound for Mars when their spaceship is destroyed by an invading flight of Hexans from Jupiter. They escape to Ganymede, a Jovian moon, where they fight the local inhabitants until Stevens employs a comet for transportation. Their flight is interrupted when they chance upon a space battle between their Hexan enemy and a race from Titan who rescues them. With a Titanian ship, Stevens and Nadia effect the destruction of a squadron of Hexan. The Earth pair succeed in making an alliance with another race from Jupiter, which brings about a final Hexan defeat. Edward E. Smith. Triplanetary. Reading Pennsylvania, 1948, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. The Aresians are a super race inhabiting a hidden planet of this universe. From the dim past, they have cultivated civilization, on Earth particularly, but on other planets as well, with the objective of breeding a superior race, possibly as their successors. Their designs are in opposition to those of the Edorians, who have evolved out of a parallel galaxy and who seek the destruction of all rival civilizations. The Edorians commission Grey Roger to command a man-made planetoid to destroy Earth's commerce. As a prohibitive measure, the Earth's triplanetary police force allies itself with a former enemy, the Nevians, to cope with the powerful threat of Grey Roger. This combination is successful against the initial Edorian sortie. Edward E. Smith. Galactic Patrol. Reading Pennsylvania, 1950, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. The Bosconian races comprises a fast-growing threat to established civilization. By way of combating them, the Galactic Patrol, International Guardians of Civilization, commissioned Kimball Kennison to capture a new Bosconian super-dreadnought. Kennison, a youthful commander, is a member of the famed Lensmen, and a descendant of one of the patrol's founders. By accomplishing his mission, he discovers the secret of the great Bosconian weapons, but is pursued by a mighty fleet commanded by Helmuth. Kennison reaches safety in time to marshal a great space fleet of the patrol, which overcomes Helmuth's invaders and destroys his entire outpost. Edward E. Smith, First Lensman. Reading Pennsylvania, 1950, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. The forces of law and order, which the triplanetary police represent, are inadequate to cope with the menace presented by the Edorians. Sams and Kennison, who direct Triplanetary, are aware of their organization's shortcomings and reorganize, forming the Galactic Patrol. A chosen few of the patrol are summoned to Arisia, where they are embodied with superhuman qualities and henceforth called Lensmen. Sams defeats his corrupt political opponents and is elected Earth leader. The defeats secure aid from Boscan, whose civilization is fostered by the Edorians. Their combined fleet is vanquished by the Galactic Patrol. George O. Smith, Nomad. Philadelphia, 1950, Prime. Science fiction. Earthman Guy Maynard is rescued from Martian captors by Tomokine of Etern, a wandering and invisible planet which has entered the solar system. Maynard lives on Etern for a time and is allowed to return to Earth on the condition that he does not reveal Etern's presence. The knowledge acquired upon Etern allows him to make rapid advances in the Earth's space patrol, and he leads a victorious invasion in competition with Mars against a new planet which he has discovered, Mephisto. He returns a national hero, but is later court-martialed and cashiered from the service. Maynard finds refuge on Etern, where he impersonates their ruler. Discovered, he flees to Mephisto and organizes a force which, in victory, creates him Emperor of the solar system. George O. Smith, Pattern for Conquest. New York, 1949, Nome. Science fiction. Earth and the adjacent planets of the Sun's system are joined together in a solar combine. It is visited by two emissaries of a tiny race from another system who seek aid against a threat to the entire galaxy. The Solar Combine assigns Thompson to command an investigatory task force, and he discovers a machine so placed in the void that it retards the mental development of the entire galaxy. When this machine has been destroyed, its originators, the Lord Vo, open hostilities with the Solar Combine. Thompson's force is overcome after gaining the respect of the enemy, but the Solar Combine is permitted to remain a free dominion. Wayland Smith, The Machine Stops. London, 1936, Hale. Science fiction. England turns into a land of chaos when all objects of metal corrode far beyond utilization. Her people sink to barbarism with only the community of Bradley Parva retaining its civilized organization. Under the iron leadership of Sylvanus Dale, her scientists realize that their only salvation lies in the discovery and development of a new non-corrosive metal. Besieged by barbarians, the scientists provide a new metal in time to manufacture guns and repel the attackers. Armed with a new basic metal, they commence the colossal task of rebuilding civilization. W. Olaf Stapleton. Last and First Men. New York, 1931, Cape and Smith. Charts. Science fiction. Chronicling the future history of man, commencing with the petty rivalries of England and France, of Germany and Russia, rivalries which grow into devastating warfare. A united Europe is annihilated by America, and as years pass, a rivalry grows between the American Occident and a Chinese Orient, ending when the planet becomes Americanized. Mankind then transgresses into a series of dark ages with tiny islands of cultural civilization rising from time to time. When at length a powerful civilization is established, it is met by a Martian invasion which results in the destruction of both worlds. Out of total chaos, man remakes himself and takes root on Venus, once again to move into fluctuating cycles of degeneration and culture until eventual destruction. W. Olaf Stapleton. Last Men in London. London, 1932, Methuen. Science fiction. The Earth is dead. The ancestors of the last men have long since left Venus. They exist 2,000 million years in the future on the planet Neptune, with the knowledge of their eventual doom before what they term the Mad Star. Yet, in the evening of the race, they are concerned equally with its dawn in early history. The last men have been awakened into a sort of feverish enterprise, with the discovery of impending doom and the development of a racial mind. Their investigations, unlimited by space and time, stretch far into the past, into other planets. The narrator, one of the last men, describes his experiences in the body of contemporary man, and the influence of his guidance upon the 20th century mind. Olaf Stapledon, Star Maker. London, 1937, Methuen. Science fiction. A contemporary Englishman, dwarfed by the magnitude of the universe, masters the art of projecting his mental being through interstellar space. His explorations throughout the infancy of his new discovery are childlike searches for other Earths, where life similar to Homo sapiens has developed. As his ease for flight develops and myriads of Earths are revealed in ever-increasing numbers of universes, he joins a society of allied mentalities from planets of worldly attributes. They observe the origin of mutant creatures of the universe, the cycles of interplanetary peace and conflict. Their observations reveal that the solar systems are the masterwork of a star maker. Universe upon universe is created in a never-ending cosmos by the star maker, each more magnificent than its predecessor, and the last a final symphony of combined excellence. Olaf Stapledon. Odd John. New York, 1935, Dutton. Science fiction. The curious biography of John Wainwright, born to a middle-class English couple, commences from his abnormal birth. John, first called Odd by his own mother, and the appellation remained throughout his life, could remember his birth, although he did not open his eyes until 18 months after. His startling abnormalities, apart from his spider-like physique, first reveal themselves to others in his ability to speak, which he acquires in a week's time. He masters the arts and sciences, establishes his physical supremacy at an unprecedented age. It is soon recognizable that he is not a member of Homo sapiens. At an age approaching manhood, John searches out others of his kind, and together they found a colony on an uncharted Pacific island. For 5 years, an amazing civilization develops and functions, but rather than suffer Homo sapiens to reap their superior intelligence, they destroy themselves. James Stevens. The Crock of Gold. Boston, 1912. Small, Maynard. Fantastic. The Lands of Ire, which border on fairyland. Mihal Mac Morachu is at odds with the leprechauns of Gort na Cloca Mora, for his cat has eaten a bird belonging to them. By way of retaliation, they have taken articles of his property. The philosopher of the region instructs Mac Morachu where to find the leprechaun's hoarded crock of gold. Mac Morachu's daughter disappears in the company of Pan. The leprechauns still bemoan the loss of their crock of gold and plan to steal the children of the philosopher. But their kindness and love makes them reconsider, and they decide against the deed. The philosopher's children come upon the gold in its hiding place quite by accident, and return it to their friends, the leprechauns. Will Stewart, a.k.a. Jack Williamson. C.T. Schock. New York, 1950, Simon & Schuster. Science fiction. The laboratories of C.T. Incorporated and the Interplanetary Corporation are working in opposition. One to perfect a new and inexpensive power unit from the liberation of energy from contraterrene matter, the other to prevent it. Jenkins, a CT engineer, visits the Fredonia plant to find it looted and the personnel unconscious. An explosion occurs which exposes him to radiations eventually expected to be fatal. Jenkins fights off the attacks of the Interplanetary Corporation, which has been joined by the traitorous president of CT Incorporated. When the new CT motors are put into use, Interplanetary is forced into bankruptcy. A remarkable antidote permits Jenkins to survive the radiations. J.C. Snaith. Thus Far. New York, 1925, Appleton. Science fiction. Graham Delaforce, who is noted for his brilliant anthropological studies, is found horribly murdered, his throat torn as if by a higher form of anthropoid ape. Investigation reveals that Delaforce had a son who was half obscured in a rest home, yet who committed the crime. Delaforce had desired to produce man upon an infinitely higher scale. Or Galvin Delaforce, his own son, was the result of his careful scientific breeding. At 15, a new serum out of darkest Africa was introduced into Or Galvin's being, Already a Superman, bloodless, living without nourishment, strangely passive, he discovers a single enjoyment from horrible acts of bloodshed and violence. His singular hate, ending in murder, is for his father, who has dared to break the laws of evolution in providing the world with a modern Frankenstein. But Orr Galvin cannot be punished. He is an indestructible immortal until science discovers a means to provide him with death. Edmund Snell, The White Owl, Philadelphia, 1930, Lippincott. Weird. An archaeological expedition to Mexico unearths the Toltec temple of Huitzilopochtli, site of thousands of human sacrifices in ancient times. Its discoverers are one Mitzkis, of Indian origin, and Englishman Richard Combs. They are confronted by the ancient god of the Toltecs, a gigantic white owl, which whisks Mitzakis into its unknown caverns. Careful investigation fails to produce his body. Later, Mitzakis appears in London, apparently possessed of a devil, but lapsing into his true self at brief intervals. He is in company with the white owl. Mitzakis begins a program of bizarre sacrifice killings, which lead him across Europe and finally result in his death. The alien power of the white owl falls before Christian exorcism in a final expedition to its temple. Bram Stoker, Dracula, New York, 1899, Doubleday and McClure. Weird. Jonathan Harker travels to Transylvania to see Count Dracula regarding certain business matters. He learns that the Count has lived for centuries as a vampire and now entertains plans for migrating to England. Harker escapes to Italy, where he marries his fiancée Mina. In the meantime, Dracula settles in England, and Lucy Westenra comes under his influence. He secures large amounts of blood from her. She does not recover from this loss and becomes a vampire. Her friends find her body and put her into a state of true death by destroying her vampire self. Dracula begins to attack Harker's wife on their return to England. He is discovered and forced to leave the country. He is followed to Transylvania and destroyed. Bram Stoker, The Jewel of Seven Stars, New York, 1904, Harper. Weird. Malcolm Ross is called to the home of his fiancée, Margaret Trelawney, where he finds her father subject to mysterious attacks. Corbeck, Trelawney's associate, returns from Egypt after a 3-year search for 7 ancient lamps. He relates the tale of his discovery with Trelawney of the Egyptian Valley of the Sorcerer, where the perfectly preserved body of Queen Terra had remained for thousands of years. Arab plunderers of the tomb had met with strange supernatural deaths, and Trelawney's daughter oddly assumes the form of Queen Terra. The Egyptologists believe that the form of the queen may be restored to life, and that Corbeck's lamps are a necessity. The resurrection is attempted in a dark cavern beneath Trelawney's home. An unearthly storm arises as the experiment progresses, and the spectators are frozen in horror. Bram Stoker, The Lair of the White Worm, London, 1911, Writer, Illustrated. Weird. Adam Salton accepts the invitation of an aged uncle to join him at his rural estate. Salton finds the sparsely populated English countryside teeming in lore and legend of the ancient Romans who once lived there. One imposing castle of the vicinity dates to earliest Roman times and has been called the Lair of the White Worm for centuries. The woman of the castle gives an impression of monstrous evil. She is in reality a form assumed by a giant worm which itself is so large that it towers above the highest tree. The worm is a survival of thousands of years. Having acquired a tremendous intellect over the ages, it lives in an ancient cistern beneath the castle, making periodic appearances as a woman. Completely evil, the castle is detonated for its absolute destruction. Anonymous, a strange manuscript found in a copper cylinder. New York, 1888, Harper, Illustrated. Lost Race. 1850. A copper cylinder is found adrift on the open sea. It contains the record of Adam Moore, a sailor cast adrift in a small boat in the Antarctic. He drifts into a warm ocean current, which carries into a narrow channel through a great ice barrier, and opens into a landlocked sea. Its shores are blessed with a tropical climate, and Moore finds it peopled by a fanatical lost race and ravaged by prehistoric creatures. He falls in love with the girl Alma, only to learn that both are to be sacrificed. They attempt to escape but are recaptured and led to the sacrifice. As a last resort, Moore uses his gun, which leads the inhabitants to believe him a deity. Theodore Sturgeon, The Dreaming Jewels, New York, 1950, Greenberg. Science fiction. 9-year-old Horton Blewett, called Horty, has been molded into an approximation of the human form by alien mentalities from another planet, which appear as jewels. Horty is persecuted by his guardian, Armand Blewett, who causes him to lose 3 fingers. A carnival midget, Xena, gives him refuge, and he becomes a part of her act. She is an imperfect creature of the jewels. Horty has regenerative powers which enable him to replace the 3 lost fingers. He has an eidectic, or camera memory, and he is able to maintain his 9-year-old size for the 12 years he is with the carnival. The carnival owner, Monetra, has a dynamic hatred for mankind, despite his great mentality. He seeks to destroy humanity by use of the jewels. Horty is forewarned and able to prevent this. Alan Sullivan. In the Beginning. New York, 1927, Dutton. Lost Race. A Chilean archaeologist furnishes Professor Caxton with evidence of the existence of a giant prehistoric sloth. Caxton organizes an expedition which penetrates a region of unexplored Patagonia, shunned by the hardiest of Argentines. It is a land of great plains with monstrous prehistoric animals and a race of early men. Burden, a member of the expedition, reverts to the primitive when subjected to the conditions of the land. He actually joins the Dawn Men as a member of their primitive community and introduces fire to them. It slips from their unaccustomed fingers to sweep across the plain, obliterating all features of the prehistoric. Van Tassel Zutphen. The Doomsman. New York, 1906, Harper's Illustrated. Science fiction. The year 2015. Civilization has been demolished and mankind almost obliterated by a deadly plague. Out of chaos, 3 major groups appear. Indian descendants who have slipped back into savagery, freeholders who have settled in stockades and tiny towns, and the doomsmen of the Forbidden City, whose fathers were outlaws and criminals before the terror struck. Quentin Edge's marauding doomsmen destroy the manor of Constans, who escapes into a walled town. Constans sneaks into the City of Doom, where he becomes an acolyte of a high priest of the old religion. When he meets and falls in love with the girl Esme, she is kidnapped by Quentin Edge. Constans leaves the city and unites an army of freeholders. The doomsmen are defeated, and with this threat gone, Constans repairs to the manor site of his family. Virginia Swain. The Hollow Skin. New York, 1938, Farrar and Reinhardt. Weird. Lex Drummond, an Albany physician, is forced to take a recuperative holiday at St. Catherine's in the Bahamas, where he joins his uncle, one of the island's 2 practicing doctors. Drummond's infatuation for a beautiful girl attracts his attention to the reputedly haunted fortress which her guardian makes use of as a home. The guardian, Percy Isher, virtually imprisons the girl here, which leads Drummond to investigate in the guise of his uncle's assistant. The house is the scene of 2 unnatural deaths, and Drummond learns that the girl's mental development has never advanced beyond a childhood level. She is killed, and he witnesses a weird transformation. Isher is a simian mutant who sheds his skin periodically as a poisonous snake or lizard. End of Section 15. Section 16 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel. By Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Authors starting with T. John Taine. Before the Dawn. Baltimore, 1934, Williams and Wilkins. Science fiction. A group of scientists delving into a scheme for identifying the age of an object accidentally produce a method of viewing scenes from the past. They work upon the theory that history is recorded on light waves, which have been stored within an object. The scientists begin a study of the Earth's dim infancy, and observe the giant reptiles and their prey in a battle for survival. Adaptation to the environment is evident, but death faster than adaptation is everywhere when the Ice Age sweeps across the land. The biography of the king of reptiles is chronicled in the final migration and gradual death of the flesh-eaters. John Taine. The Forbidden Garden. Reading, Pennsylvania, 1947, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. Brassey House of London, world-famous seed house, has received a number of seeds from a self-exiled lunatic member of the Brassey family. The blooming plants of fabulous beauty combine the attributes of plant and animal life, but cannot be reproduced. Vartan and Shane, with Marjorie Driscoll, are commissioned to secure a shovelful of earth from the native region of the flowers. To the north of India, in a central Asiatic land of towering mountains, they enter a valley formed ages before by a great meteor from outer space. The valley is a paradise of alien blossoms, and its human inhabitants are strange mutant creatures. When the spores of the sought-after plant are revealed to produce a maddening effect, the valley is destroyed by fire, and efforts to employ the plant in warfare are discouraged. John Taine, The Gold Tooth. New York, 1927, Dutton. Science fiction. Satoru Okada, a fugitive Japanese samurai, kills an imperial agent in Boston. Now sought by the officials of two countries, Okada disappears. American geologist Jim Bly discovers that Okada possesses a secret greatly desired by the Japanese government. Bly, to all appearances, commences a Manchurian expedition to collect dinosaur eggs. Veering from his path, he turns to the unexplored mountains of North Korea. On a plateau and region scarred by great volcanic activity, Bly discovers a lost race of great age who possess an amazing gold-colored mineral element with the quality of curing disease. Okada suddenly appears, gaining the trust of the people by posing as a child of their race. He sets off a volcanic chain reaction which obliterates the region, Bly narrowly escaping as the sole survivor. John Taine, The Greatest Adventure. New York, 1929, Dutton. Science fiction. Multimillionaire Eric Lane is presented with the perfectly preserved body of an unknown winged reptile, presumably extinct in the Earth's dim past, by Anderson, a whaling captain. The latter relates a strange tale of his voyage in Antarctic seas, where a subterranean eruption has released hundreds of giant lizards in a broth of oil to the surface of the ocean. Lane employs Anderson and his crew to direct an Antarctic expedition to the spot. They discover a shore smothered in the rotting corpses of affiliated alien creatures, and, in a volcanic region beyond, find teeming hordes of living monsters. Incredulous ancient records of an extinct civilization, deciphered, reveal that the creatures are not normal products of nature. They were the creation of a once mighty race who, delving into the secrets of the universe, molded the hideous deformities and were obliterated by them. John Taine, Green Fire. New York, 1928, Dutton. Science fiction. Independent laboratories, led by James Ferguson, his daughter, and foster son, are involved in an intense rivalry with Consolidated Power. Each's aim is to develop the power of atomic energy. Independent for the advancement and general welfare of mankind, Consolidated for resulting personal gain. Nature suddenly goes berserk, and the Fergusons learn that the great director of Consolidated Power, Jevick, has achieved his goal. Whole nebulae in outer space are marked with a greenish glow and obliterated. The destruction of the entire universe is a latent possibility. Independent laboratories are placed under the command of the individualist MacRobert, who has hitherto refused offers from each organization. The new Combine disposes of Jevick and puts a timely end to the spreading destruction. John Taine, The Iron Star. New York, 1930, Dutton. Science fiction. Colton Swain and the Blake physicist duo, father and son, begin an African expedition after Dr. Colton has treated Swain for a weird horror of the Dark Continent. Swain loses the expedition, and in a semi-demented state attempts to exterminate a peculiar species of African apes. Colton and the Blakes, in following, are aided by a gigantic ape called the Captain, a creature of some measure of human intelligence. At a hidden meteor where Swain is killed, there are more apes of the same species. The expedition learns that a meteor has the effect of reversing the cycle of man's evolution through the ages. The Captain was once a human, and alone of the apes there remains a spark of memory about him. The Blakes succeed in destroying the meteor, although the Captain dies in protecting them. John Taine, The Purple Sapphire. New York, 1924, Dutton. Lost Race. General Wedderburn's daughter has been spirited away into India, where she has been missing for 12 years. The sole clue is a monster sapphire dropped by her kidnapper. Wedderburn, as a finality, employs John Ford, world-famous adventurer, and his niece associate, Rosita Rowe, who are lured to the task by the mystery of the Great Stone. They combine with Captain Montague Joycey, whose past has unearthed a sapphire mate to the Wedderburn stone. The trio cross a radioactive desert to the scene of Joycey's earlier exploration, the home of a lost great race. Now degenerate, they had flourished as a far advanced civilization 10,000 years before. In Wedderburn's daughter, whom they hold a revered captive, and in the Ford trio, they recognize descendants of a branch of their great race who will restore their lost science. The adventurer's existence is threatened when a wandering Tibetan betrays them. They are forced to employ the sole remaining scientific creation of the land without knowledge, to the effect that the whole region is destroyed. John Taine, Quayle's Invention, New York, 1927, Dutton. Science fiction. David Quayle discovers a remarkable, yet inexpensive method of extracting gold from seawater. He reveals this to Cutts, wealthy father of his fiancée Sheila, who maroons him on a desert coast. Quayle is rescued by Australian blackfellows with whom he stays for a time. Cutts, now in possession of the gold extraction process, allies himself with Barton, a young chemist. Cutts goes insane, and Barton assumes control of the Combine. Quayle returns to civilization, is reunited with Sheila, and commences to produce gold. National governments are warned of the menace he represents and directs agents to kill him. He escapes with Sheila, and, when his boat sinks in the Pacific, he is believed lost. Under an assumed name, Quayle returns and breaks the scheme of Cutts and Barton for world power. John Taine, The Time Stream, Providence, Rhode Island, 1946, Buffalo Book Company and Grant Hadley Enterprises. Science fiction. San Francisco, 1906. A group of intellectuals from diversified stations of life are drawn together by blurred memories of a dark past. Called into another plane, to the planet called Eos, of 5 suns, by the stream of time, they recall a duty to discourage a particular marriage, a threat to the race's future. From the time stream, the associated minds from the Earth observe the Eosian past, and relearn why the marriage must not be. The migration from another planet, the tightening ring of the desert of death, and the undying fire of the planet. In spite of their inquiry, the marriage is consummated, and the Earth associates slip into time to return a generation later. The singing flame, child of the prohibited marriage, has caused a division of the races into 2 maddened factions. The associates call their sciences into the annihilation of Eos. Signe Toksvig, The Last Devil, New York, 1927, Day. Weird. Christine Tancred is employed as a companion to Madame de Gorostegui at the latter's medieval castle in the Basque country. The natives have a great fear for the castle, where Madame de Gorostegui is slowly putting her husband to death by black magic. Christine escapes when she learns that her blood is a necessary component for a life elixir. She is drawn to an ancient grotto stronghold, ruled by a man of superhuman qualities known as the Last Devil. He is the priest of an old religion which has acquired infinite knowledge and relics in its thousands of years of existence. It is identified with witchcraft, although without witchcraft's accepted evil, and persecuted relentlessly by the Church. Arthur Train and Robert Williams Wood, The Man Who Rocked the Earth. Garden City, New York, 1915, Doubleday Page Illustrated. Science fiction. All Europe, Asia, and Africa have felt the smashing arm of war. Only America and the newly created United States of South America remain neutral and untouched. Messages are received from an unknown source demanding that war be outlawed. The messages are followed by earthquakes, tidal waves, and general destruction. The unknown source, which has assumed the name of Pax, releases the Mediterranean Sea into the Sahara Desert by destroying the Atlas Mountains as an example of his power. When this fails to halt warfare, Pax declares that he will turn the axis of the world, which will result in its destruction. A Harvard scientist discovers his great aircraft in the far north in time to prevent the threat. Mark Twain, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. New York, 1889, Webster. Unknown Worlds. A 19th century Connecticut Yankee is transplanted backward in time to the England of King Arthur. Defenseless, he is captured by a knight of the Round Table and faces death at the stake. By making the prediction of an eclipse, he not only saves his life but places himself in a position of authority, prime minister, at Arthur's court. The Connecticut Yankee comes to be known simply as the Boss. By employing modern sciences, he shocks the superstitious English of the 6th century into believing that he is a far greater wizard than Merlin. The Boss builds up a following of his own, and after Arthur's death, defeats a British army of 25,000 by his science. End of Section 16. Section 17 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel, by Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with V. A. E. Van Vogt. The Book of Thoth. Reading Pennsylvania, 1947, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Unknown Worlds. Captain Peter Holroyd of the United States Army dies in a direct bomb hit, yet he lives again as an individual personality in the far future world of Gunwalane, a separate portion of the semi-divine existence called Thoth. In Thoth's being, Holroyd is unaware of his powers and is captured by the goddess Inesnia. Unknowingly, he is aided to escape by a fellow divine, who reveals that his full powers and past memory will be restored after the completion of 7 supernatural tasks. When accomplished, Thoth is a single all-powerful being, again, who ensnares the rival goddess Inesnia. A. E. Van Vogt, The House That Stood Still. New York, 1950, Greenberg. Science fiction. Lorelia and the United States are on the verge of atomic war. Mistra Lynette prevails upon a young lawyer, Allison Stevens, to assist her in taking measures to prevent the world's destruction. Stevens learns that she, together with all the inhabitants of a certain ancient house, have acquired immortality. He discovers a derelict spaceship beneath the foundation of the house, and from its robot pilot gains the secret of immortality. The immortals have no interest in the potential war, and plan a migration to Mars until Mistra and another immortal force their aid. Lorelia's stockpile of atomic weapons is destroyed, and Stevens reveals the secret of immortality to Earth. A. E. Van Vogt. Slan. Sauk City, Wisconsin, 1946, Arkham House. Science fiction. The civilization of the future. Homo sapiens, for centuries, has waged a merciless war of extermination against the Slans, curious, tendrilled mutations of their own race. Jommy Cross, child of a great Slan scientist, is faced with survival in a hostile world, armed only with his tendrilled ability to read thoughts. Gradually, his superior Slan intellect adjusts itself to the environment. His search for fellow Slans uncovers an intermediate mutation who possess the same internal differences in physical structure, yet who lack the tendrils of the true Slan. Cross recognizes millions of these tendrilless Slans living with humans who are unaware of their existence. Their underground has produced interplanetary travel and established civilization on other planets, but they are hostile to true Slans. Cross rescues Kathleen Layton, a true Slan who is the closely observed ward of human leaders. She is killed, and Cross is forced to flee into space. Returning, he enters the Grand Palace of the Earth to learn that human leaders are true Slans, and that Kathleen Layton has been restored to life. A. E. Van Vogt. The Voyage of the Space Beetle. New York, 1950, Simon & Schuster. Science fiction. The Space Beagle, an expeditionary craft, is exploring the unknown galaxies of outer space. Its complement includes a representative of all developed sciences, as well as Nexalist Elliot Grosvenor. Nexalism is a new science, unproved, which coordinates features of known established sciences. The expedition encounters a great cat-like monster living in space, which feeds upon the energy produced by human beings. A bird-like race with hypnotic powers attacks the ship, and later, a malignant entity able to transgress solids eyes the ship as a home. These threats are combated only by Grosvenor's new science, and as a result, Nexalism is established and recognized. A. E. Van Vogt. The Weapon Makers. Providence, 1947, Hadley, frontispiece. Science fiction. Nealon returns to Earth to learn that his brother has been marooned on the planet of another star through a discovery for traversing interstellar space. Nealon acquires the secret, but is seized by the Empress Inelda, ruler of the vast interplanetary Isher Empire, who feels the invention presents a threat to her rule should it fall into the hands of the Weapon Makers, a complex and independent organization outwardly opposed to her. Nealon escapes from her hands, but the Empress makes a prisoner of Robert Herrick, whom she believes a Weapon Maker's spy. Herrick, in reality, is the world's only immortal man, independent of the Isher Empire and Weapon Makers alike, with complex ideals to aid the human race. His superior technology enables him to chastise both factions, and to release the secret of interstellar drive as a step toward the immortalization of the entire human race. A. E. Van Vogt. The World of Null A. New York, 1948, Simon & Schuster. Science fiction. 2560 A.D. Annually, thousands of Earthmen and women join in competitive games, the winners of which are awarded citizenship in the world of Null A, a utopia on Venus. Gilbert Gosain, an entry in the games, is a double-brained creature. a laboratory experiment whose potential knowledge makes him of interest to the Earth-Mars civilization and to the Galactic Empire. Gossain is kidnapped and killed by the Empire. His double brain is given a new body, and he awakes on Venus with a full memory of his past. Null A is invaded by the Galactic Empire, and Gossain is sought by both factions. His other existence successfully destroys the leaders of the Empire, and the invasion collapses. Jules Verne, From the Earth to the Moon. Newark, 1869, Newark Printing and Publishing Company, frontispiece. Science fiction. The Civil War has ended. Barbicane offers plans for a projectile to the moon, which are accepted by his associates. Barbicane receives backing from the people of the United States on an almost universal scale. He directs the construction of the projectile in Tampa, Florida, and names it the Columbiad. On her initial voyage, she carries Barbicane, his rival Captain Nicholl, and the French adventurer Michel Ardan. The Columbiad is deflected from her course and takes up an orbit as a satellite of the moon. The trio employ rockets to escape and are flung into the Pacific Ocean to be rescued later. Jules Verne, Hector Servadac. New York, 1878, Scribner Armstrong Illustrated. Science fiction. When the Earth is grazed by the newly discovered comet Gallia, a portion of its landmass is torn away. Captain Hector Servadac of the French army and his orderly Ben Zouf find themselves for a time alone upon the comet, heading away from the Earth. They are joined by occupants of a Russian yacht, and Servadac is made the group's governor-general. As the comet draws away from the Earth and the Sun, the temperature drops to an unbearable degree. Servadac is forced to seek refuge for his party in vast volcanic caverns, which provide the necessary warmth. The comet completes a great elliptical orbit and returns to Earth. Jules Verne, A Journey to the Center of the Earth. New York, 1874, Scribner Armstrong Illustrated. Lost Race. Professor von Hardwig, a German scientist, discovers a manuscript of an early Icelandic explorer relating of a journey to the center of the Earth. He joins with his nephew Harry, and they employ a guide to lead them to the crater of an extinct Icelandic volcano. The trio follow a labyrinth of underground passages until they arrive at a vast cavernous underworld, well lighted and washed by a great sea. They construct a raft and venture onto the waters teeming with monstrous creatures until a storm wrecks the craft on distant shores. The new land sprouts immense vegetation, giant mushrooms and trees of antediluvian origin. The trio meet a 12-foot man, shepherd to a flock of hairy mammoths. They take flight and attempt to blast their way from the cavern by gunpowder. An earthquake results, and they are cast about until ejected into the outer world at Mount Etna. Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Boston, 1873, Osgood Illustrated. Science fiction. 1886. The American battleship Abraham Lincoln is beset by a strange undersea craft. 3 men from the battleship are thrown overboard in the action, and are taken aboard the submarine Nautilus, commanded by a scientific giant, Captain Nemo. They are temporarily imprisoned until Nemo, who has taken a fancy to them, allows them the run of the luxurious craft. The trio learn that Nemo is an enemy of civilization, but are fascinated by his intellect, and joins him in explorations which unearth great undersea caverns and lost treasure. Captain Nemo reveals an earlier discovery through observation from his submarine, the submerged ruins of lost Atlantis on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. A. Hyatt Verrill, The Bridge of Light. Reading, Pennsylvania, 1950, Fantasy Press. Lost Race. While traveling in Spain, a young American archaeologist secures an ancient Mayan codice, which he believes genuine. All attempts at deciphering it are unsuccessful until, in Guatemala, an old priest of a surviving Mayan religion offers a translation. The codice provides a guide to a lost Indian city, which the archaeologist reaches after a series of trials. His coming is prophesied in the chronicles of the race, and he is accepted as a divine ruler from heaven. The city, which has maintained its manners and customs for 2,000 years, is divided into 2 factions. The archaeologist allies himself with the throne against the priesthood and brings about the fall of the high priest. E. Charles Vivian, City of Wonder. New York, 1923, Moffat Yard. Lost Race. Watkins learns of the existence of Kir Asa, lost city of wild Pacific lands, in a tale handed down to him in family circles. With 2 other English adventurers, Faulkner and Bent, he begins the trek which leads to an imposing road of ancient craftsmanship, now overgrown by wilderness. Beyond, the borders of Kir Asa are patrolled by a guard of gigantic apes in the command of a woman. The party is attacked, but fights its way clear to the last outpost of Atlantean might, Kir Asa, where they are welcomed in peace. When Bent receives a fatal thrust from the spear of the city's mad prince, the vengeful pair, Faulkner and Watkins, leads a successful overthrow of the government. E. Charles Vivian. Fields of Sleep. London, no date, Hutchinson. Lost Race. Adventurer Victor Marshall is hired to find a fellow Englishman who has disappeared into the wilds of Asiatic Seplung. In the Orient, he directs his expedition into unexplored regions, at length encountering a hidden valley of a curious culture. Its inhabitants, who imprison Marshall, are descended from ancient Chaldean colonists. They are dependent upon a narcotic flower, whose fragrance produces a strange ecstasy in man, yet which destroys the power of speech. Marshall finds his lost countrymen living as a member of the race, but the valley is flooded, and its flowers wither. Without this essential essence, the population perishes, including the adopted Englishman. Marshall, who is not dependent upon the flower, survives to reach civilization. End of Section 17. Section 18 of 333, A Bibliography of the Science Fantasy Novel, by Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Authors starting with W through Z. Horace Walpole, The Castle of Otranto, New York, 1801, Longworth. Gothic Romance. Manfred, designing and unscrupulous, has usurped the castle and domain of the late beloved Lord Alfonso. Manfred has arranged a marriage between his only son and Isabella, also of noble caste, in an effort to perpetuate his line. The son, a sickly youth, is strangely crushed by the fall of a giant helmet. Manfred, stricken by this weird incident, attempts to murder his own wife and to wed Isabella. The latter flees into ancient vaults below the castle, where she is rescued from its terrifying atmosphere by a young peasant, Theodore. In the meantime, Manfred's castle is beset by horrible apparitions, originating with the dead Lord Alfonso. Theodore is proved to be Alfonso's son, rightful heir to the castle of Otranto. He marries Isabella, while Manfred retires to a monastery. Evangeline Walton, Witch House. Sauk City, Wisconsin, 1945, Arkham House. Weird. Witch House is a grim and foreboding mansion, built by Joseph de Quincey some 200 years ago on an island off the New England coast. De Quincey was a refugee from France, having been driven from the country on charges of witchcraft. The house is now occupied by Mrs. Elizabeth Stone, her daughter Betty Ann, and Joseph and Quincy Lee, all of whom are descendants of the original de Quincey. When Betty Ann reaches a state of mental fear over ghostly phenomena in the house, Dr. Gaylord Carew, a noted psychiatrist and student of the unknown, is called in. His observations lead him to believe that someone with an occult knowledge is responsible, and sets up a psychic barrier over the child's mind. By this action, Joseph Lee's designs are revealed. Carew successfully employs his mind in a great conflict of strange knowledge. William Henry Warner, The Bridge of Time, New York, 1919. Scott and Seltzer, frontispiece. Science fiction. Rames, Prince of Ancient Egypt, has pledged his eternal love for the girl Teta, who is lost to outlaws. At a time when Egypt is threatened by Assyrian hordes, the distraught Rames seals a pact with the high priest of Egyptian wisdom by which he is transplanted to contemporary times. In the modern world, Rames finds the culture of Egypt vanished, and is forced to learn as a newborn child. In Venice, Rames meets the American girl Iris Waverly, whom he recognizes as his betrothed Teta. When he follows her to America, she learns to love him, but his mysterious origin is a puzzle to all. By his pact with the high priest, Hotep, Rames may not marry or reveal his secret. Returning to ancient Egypt, he finds that the Assyrians have sacked Egypt and Hotep is dead. Iris Waverly awaits Rames' return for more than a year. At length, she discovers his reincarnation in a wounded legionnaire who wears his royal ring, passed down through the centuries. Stanley G. Weinbaum, The Black Flame. Reading Pennsylvania, 1948, Fantasy Press, Illustrated. Science fiction. The 20th century has passed, and with it, civilization. Scientist Martin Sayer has evolved the secret of immortality, and with it leads a drive to re-establish civilization. Hakeem Smith and his sister, called Black Margot, relentlessly but wisely head the immortals and direct the destinies of man. Tom Connor awakens from a 1,000-year state of suspended animation, a man from the forgotten past. Connor joins a band of revolutionaries who desire to overthrow the immortals, but falls in love with the Black Margot, an immortal herself. His intervention prevents a rebellion and saves the life of Margot. He is rewarded with immortality and wins Black Margot's hand. Stanley G. Weinbaum, The Dark Other. Los Angeles, 1950, Fantasy Publishing Company, Incorporated. Science fiction. Patricia Lane is in love with the gentle and quiet writer Nicholas Devine. She is terrified when a sudden change takes place in him, and he is temporarily left cold and calculating. Patricia consults a psychologist, Dr. Carl Horker, who later rescues her from Devine after he has been seized by one of his attacks. Devine, in his true mentality, confides that the change has often occurred and that he cannot combat it. When the other mind again assumes control of the body, Horker is forced into helplessness by sheer mental supremacy. Patricia, in danger, shoots Devine's form, and he is rushed to a hospital where a second brain is revealed. An operation removes the malignant brain, and Devine recovers. Stanley G. Weinbaum, The New Adam. Chicago, 1939, Ziff Davis, Science Fiction. Edmund Hall, born of normal parents, is apart from others from birth. Outwardly, from his long, slim fingers and his silent impassiveness. Young Hall soon realizes that his own abnormalities are mental as well as physical, and he leads a solitary existence. His thirst for learning draws his research to questions beyond man's comprehension, which he solves by more than human intelligence. He reasons that he is the vanguard of a new race, designed to supplant Homo sapiens as the Cro-Magnon, as the Neanderthal were supplanted. Hall, in spite of his alien being, falls under the spell of a normal girl whom he marries. Their marriage cannot work, and he finds a woman of his own species to whom a child is born. But the superwoman is not capable of the love which he has experienced. Hall returns to his human wife, in spite of the knowledge that he is incapable of survival under such circumstances. H.G. Wells, The First Men in the Moon. Indianapolis, 1901. Bowen Merrill, illustrated. Science fiction. Cavour, an English scientist, makes a chance discovery of a material which rejects the gravitational pull. With Befford, an interested acquaintance, he manages a spaceflight to the moon by means of cavorite, as the new substance is called. Their flight ends in a hazardous landing on the rocky surface of the moon, which they explore for a time. The pair are beset by intelligent insect-like creatures called selenites, who inhabit the moon's cavernous interior. The Earthmen are far superior in strength and intellect, but are captured by weight of numbers. Befford, however, makes an escape attempt and reaches Earth. Interplanetary communication is established with Cavour until he is destroyed by the selenites. H.G. Wells, The Food of the Gods. New York, 1904, Scribner. Science fiction. A pair of Englishmen perfect a food product which brings about extraordinary growth. While experimenting with poultry, a portion of the food is distributed, accidentally, so that other creatures have access to it. Soon one region is infested by giant wasps, ants, and rats, whose very existence threatens mankind. They are eliminated by armed forces in a campaign which assumes a wartime magnitude. Eventually, the food is distributed to certain human children who grow to a height of 40 feet. Normal human beings contemplate the giants with distrust and limit them to particular areas by laws which are rigidly enforced. Finally, a conflict arises out of the giants' desire for freedom. H.G. Wells, The Island of Dr. Moreau. New York, 1896, Stone and Kimball, Science Fiction. Prendick, as the sole survivor of a shipwreck, is rescued and brought in company with a ship of animals to a strange island. Here, Dr. Moreau, who has been deported from England for his wildly cruel and coldly scientific experiments, has fled to continue his research with the aid of one assistant. Prendick finds that Moreau, through countless operations, has given a number of beasts man-like qualities of speech, limited thought, and upright stature. They have a semi-barbaric society, which is closely dominated by Moreau. When he is killed by a panther, his creatures revolt and gradually revert to their savage ways. Moreau's assistant is killed, and Prendick lives in fear of his life until he can make his escape. H.G. Wells, The Invisible Man. New York, 1897, Arnold. Science fiction. A brilliant young chemist, almost an albino in appearance, finds a way of making himself entirely invisible after extensive experimentation. Disguised as one who has been badly disfigured by accident, he keeps himself well swathed in bandages, until finally his invisibility is discovered. He flees, and by chance happens into the home of a college acquaintance, Kemp, whom he tries to secure as an aide. Kemp realizes his madness, for the Invisible Man desires to make himself a world emperor. Kemp attempts unsuccessfully to capture him, which results in reprisals, until the Invisible Man is cornered and killed by a frightened crowd. H. G. Wells, The War of the Worlds. New York, 1896, Harper's Illustrated. Science fiction. Before the days of aircrafts, rural England is shaken by an interplanetary invasion from Mars. The invaders are hideous in the eyes of man, but their snaky forms harbor an intelligence which makes them invincible to Homo sapiens. From great mechanical robots, they direct waves of heat against the towns and populace, and begin a systematic conquest of Britain. London is in chaos, few are left alive, and these pursue a nightmare existence without hope in isolated boroughs and ruined villages of silent England. For resistance against the invader is hopeless. With the human race facing either extinction or relegation to the status of cattle, the Martians fall victim. Not to Homo sapiens, but to earthly bacteria. Dennis Wheatley, The Devil Rides Out. London, no date. Hutchinson. Weird. The Duc de Richelieu learns that a certain cult of Satanists, led by the black magician Mokata, seeks to use Simon Aaron to find the lost talisman of Set. On St. Walburga's Eve, Aaron is spirited away to a ritual of the Black Sabbath in western England. De Richelieu has followed, and, at the height of the ritual, when a monstrous form has appeared, rescues Aaron and escapes. They are followed to their place of refuge by diabolical attacks of the Satanists. De Richelieu holds their retreat and finally ends the attacks by his knowledge of the supernatural. Mokata turns to flight, across Europe, to an ancient Grecian monastery under Satanist control. Here, de Richelieu destroys him. Dennis Wheatley, Strange Conflict. London, no date. Hutchinson. Weird. World War II. The British government is in panic at the astonishing number of losses suffered at the hands of German submarines. De Richelieu is asked to investigate from an astral plane. He learns that a Haitian sorcerer has acquired knowledge of the convoy routes by abnormal means, and then releases it to German intelligence. De Richelieu flies to Haiti with a party of aides. When their plane is forced down, they fall into the hand of their antagonist, a cultured Haitian called Dr. Saturday. De Richelieu's friends are transformed into zombies, but he escapes into the astral plane. Dr. Saturday follows, and the conflict between the two is a temporary stalemate, until de Richelieu calls upon the god Pan to destroy him. Dennis Wheatley, They Found Atlantis. Philadelphia, 1936, Lippincott. Lost Race. Nelson Mackay, vacationing naval officer, meets and falls in love with Sally Hart, companion of her millionairess cousin Camilla. Together with Camilla's suitors, they join Dr. Herman Tisch on an expedition in search of lost Atlantis. The party descends in Dr. Tisch's bathysphere to extreme ocean depths where they see the ruins of an ancient city. When the cable is slipped, the bathysphere plunges to the sea bottom. It is drawn through locks into a great chamber beneath the ocean floor, where the party is attacked by subhuman creatures. They are rescued by Atlantean descendants, who accept them in their minute utopia. In this refuge, all are happy. Mackay marries Sally, and Camilla also marries, but a rejected suitor becomes morose and kills Dr. Tisch. The party is sentenced to exile. They retreat through a long tunnel, all the while being harassed by the subhuman creatures who first attacked them. They win their way to the Azores and blow up the tunnel behind them. T.H. White, The Sword in the Stone. New York, 1939, Putnam Illustrated. Unknown Worlds. 13th century England. Kay and Arthur are brought up on the great medieval manor of Sir Ector. Both are kept busy learning the code of chivalry, the use of the sword, and the art of jousting, but both have had time to play and to hunt, often with the goshawk. Young Arthur, called Wart, follows his hawk into deepest forest, where he meets King Pellinore, 17 years in quest of his own personal dragon. Wart continues on and finds the dwelling of Merlin at the heart of the wood. The great magician returns to become the boy's tutor. Wart's education, to afford experience, includes transformation into a fish, a reptile, and a hawk. From his learning, of which kindness is the essential, Wart is able to withdraw the magic sword from the stone by which he becomes King Arthur of England. T.H. White, The Witch in the Wood. New York, 1939, Putnam Illustrated. Unknown Worlds. Arthurian Britain is divided into two factions. King Lot of Cornwall has marched against Arthur with an immense force. King Pellinore and Sir Grummore, two knights of Arthur's faction, come to Lot's castle of Lothian in a magic boat. Pellinore is still in search of his dragon, the questing beast, which has not revealed itself to him in recent times. With Pellinore's spirits downtrodden, Lot's wife plans a unicorn hunt, which never takes place, but her rascally children go out on their own and massacre a unicorn. Through the necromancy of Merlin, word arrives of Arthur's victory. Pellinore's dragon reappears, and he renews his quest until his love also appears. Lot's wife, in disgrace at her husband's defeat, turns to Arthur. T.H. White, The Ill-Made Knight. New York, 1940, Putnam Illustrated. Unknown Worlds. Lancelot, the childhood friend of Arthur, sails to England from his native France. He joins Arthur's new scheme, the Round Table, and becomes its greatest champion. He comes to love Guinevere, the wife of Arthur, who returns his love, but is betrayed by Elaine, who bears him a son. Lancelot loses his self-esteem and with it a portion of his invincibility. For a time he is insane. When he has regained something of his old fervor, Arthur realizes that his table is being destroyed from within and organizes the quest for the Holy Grail. Lancelot aids in the quest, but it is his own son Galahad, in a boat of enchantment, who fulfills it. In a last magical bit, Lancelot proves himself again by restoring the health of a foreign knight, who, we know, can only be cured by the best knight in the world. T.H. White, Mistress Masham's Repose. New York, 1946, Putnam Illustrated. Unknown Worlds. 10-year-old Maria, an orphan, lives in the old estate of Malpaquet, with her unkind governess, appointed by the local vicar, her guardian. Maria's only refuge on the huge estate is the Lake of Kincooks. Here, on a tiny island not much larger than a tennis court, Maria discovers a lost colony of Lilliputians. 200 years before, they had escaped from the sea captain who brought them to England for exhibition and settled upon the island. Maria befriends these tiny beings, and at length wins their respect and trust. When her guardian and the wicked vicar learn her secret, she is imprisoned. The Lilliputians swarm to her assistance, and, with the aid of an old professor and her kindly cook, Maria is rescued and her inheritance restored. Oscar Wilde, The Picture of Dorian Gray. New York, 1904, Charterhouse Press, frontispiece. Weird. A painting at the studio of Basil Hallward arouses the attention of Lord Wotton because of its singular perfection. Wotton meets the subject of the painting, Dorian Gray, and introduces him to degeneracy on an unlimited scale. Gray has made a wish that his physical being will remain in its youthful perfection, while the painting will carry the lines of age. Under Wotton's influence, Gray becomes a patron of vice, destroying the lives of his contacts. While his form retains perfection, the painting gradually assumes lines of hideousness to conform with his soul. Hallward, the painter, sees the picture after a lapse of years and becomes aware of the evil, but Gray sinks still lower and murders him. In revolt at last at his deeds, he plunges a knife into the painting and dies. The painting is restored to originality while Gray's body is transformed into a revolting evil. T. A. Willard. Bride of the Rain God. Cleveland, no date. Burroughs, Illustrated. Associational. Two ancient Mayan cities, Chichen Itza and Mayapan, are at war. The forces of Mayapan are momentarily victorious, but the single conflict between King Kanek of Chichen Itza and the Prince of Mayapan decides this phase of the war. Kanek is victorious, and the army of Mayapan takes flight, though they have as their captive Princess Lalnikta of Chichen Itza. The latter is raised in seclusion in Mayapan, where she grows to young womanhood. Lalnikta and the heir to the throne of Mayapan fall in love, but the princess is destined to sacrifice at the sacred well of Chichen Itza to ensure peace between the two cities. She is recognized by the Itzas, who prevent the sacrifice, and the two reigning houses are joined in marriage. T. A. Willard. The Wizard of Zachna. Boston, 1929, Stratford. Lost Race. Through a mutual interest in ancient civilizations of Yucatan, Thomas Cranton strikes an acquaintance with wealthy planter Pedro Cocom. Cranton, a young archaeologist, believes himself in love with the elder of Cocom's two lovely daughters. His investigations lead him to a ruined city, where he saves the life of an old Indian called Amen, descended from Mayan stock. Amen tells him of his early life, how he was captured and taken to Zachna, the hidden city of the Mayas, how he became blood brother to Canich, second only to the king, how he was betrayed by the Princess Ixcan, whom he was infatuated with. He relates that he was saved from sacrifice when the younger princess interceded to give her life for his freedom. Amen, after finishing his tale, succumbs from hardship and old age, and Cranton returns to discover that he really loves the younger daughter of Cocombe. Jack Williamson, Darker Than You Think. Reading Pennsylvania, 1948, Fantasy Press. Illustrated. Weird. Will Barbie is assigned to cover the return of the Mondrian expedition from the Gobi Desert. At the airport, he meets the beautiful red-headed April Kane, also covering the expedition. They watch Dr. Mondrian mysteriously choke to death while on the threshold of a most important statement. His three assistants fear to make public their discovery in their present distraught state. April Kane reveals to Barbie that she is a witch, a member of the race of Homo lycanthropus, and that she was responsible for Dr. Mondrian's death. Barbie learns that he too is a member of the race, and he cultivates his hereditary powers under April's guidance. Together, they destroy the other members of the expedition who have discovered the existence of Homo lycanthropus in ancient Gobi ruins. Barbie finds that there are other members of the race, and that he is their chronicled leader, the Child of the Night. Jack Williamson, The Humanoids. New York, 1949, Simon & Schuster. Science fiction. Two worlds are on the verge of atomic war when the humanoids enter the controversy and occupy both worlds. The humanoids are a mechanical race, whose prime directive is to serve, obey, and guard man from all harm. They enforce this law by preventing work, even scientific experiment, in all forms. Civilization believes itself enslaved, doomed to mental and physical stagnation, and elements of it rebel. They are ultimately captured and instructed in the way of the humanoids, gaining superhuman intelligence. They then regard the humanoids not as captors, but as mankind's greatest blessing. Jack Williamson, The Legion of Space. Reading Pennsylvania, 1947, Fantasy Press. Illustrated. Science fiction. John Starr, an officer of the Legion of Space, is assigned to guard Aldore Anthar, who possesses the carefully guarded means to destroy a world. Starr's charge is kidnapped by the Medusae, an alien race who plan the enslavement of the universe. The directors of the Legion suspect Starr of an internal plot to overthrow the Legion. He is imprisoned. Friends within the Legion aid him to escape, and he travels to the planet of the Medusae. Aldore is rescued, but on the return to Earth they find the moon in the hands of an invading force of the Medusae. Earth itself is menaced. The great weapon of Aldore is unleashed to destroy the moon and repel the invader. G. MacLeod Windsor. Station X. Philadelphia, no date. Lippincott. Science fiction. The British wireless operator at Station X receives a message from Venus, warning of an impending invasion by a Martian people. A Martian intervenes with the message before its conclusion and attempts to take control of the operator, McCrae's mind. A British warship arrives to take him from the island station while still in a death-like coma. After his recovery, McCrae is joined by scientist Professor Rudd and returning to the island to learn more of the contemplated Martian invasion. McCrae's body is seized, but Rudd flees the island to take charge of British naval forces. The invaders seize an earthly cruiser, and by employing superior weapons all but obliterate earthly forces before their destruction. S. Fowler Wright. Deluge. New York, 1928, Cosmopolitan. Science fiction. A general shifting of the Earth's surface, a sinking of a large portion of the land area, and the elevation of new continents brings about a new cataclysm. Man is cut up into small groups, almost annihilated. Martin Webster is separated from his wife and believes her dead. He settles in an old railroad tunnel and rescues a young woman, Claire, from lawless, degenerate bands. With Claire as his wife, he is selected as a leader by the peaceful citizens of the land. Webster leads a punitive expedition in exterminating the outlaws. He finds his first wife, Helen, alive. As the rule of the land provides that women shall choose their own husbands, Webster is selected by both Helen and Claire. S. Fowler Wright. Dawn. New York, 1929, Cosmopolitan. Science fiction. Martin Webster's colony in the New World, following the deluge, is subject to disorders from within. Opposition arises to Webster's two wives, and to certain divisions he is assigned to its wealth. His opponents openly rebel, and certain elements led by Cooper, who desires one of Webster's wives, leave the colony. They are marshaled into a cavalry unit and begin hostilities with Fifth Column cooperation. Faced with initial reverses, Webster assumes a wartime role of dictatorial powers and maintains his colony. S. Fowler Wright. The Island of Captain Sparrow. New York, 1928, Cosmopolitan. Lost Race. Carlton Foyle is shipwrecked on an uncharted Pacific isle. He finds a young French girl, Marcel Latour, who has maintained a primitive existence on the island for several years. They are beset first by creatures resembling the legendary satyrs of ancient Greece, and by a pirate horde whose ancestors settled there over a century before. The island is also the homeland of an ancient white civilization, formerly the dominant Pacific race in Days of a Lost Continent. While they have maintained their ancient culture, their numbers decrease yearly. Foyle and Marcel find a refuge with them until a conflict between the lost race and the pirates leave the pair as sole survivors of the island. S. Fowler Wright. The World Below. New York, 1930, Longmans. Science fiction. A contemporary man is cast 500,000 years into the Earth's future by a time machine. His immediate contact is a race of furry creatures, the amphibians, who possess more than human intelligence. In their company, the time traveler begins a journey of exploration onto the main continent of this remote Earth, where he contacts races of mutant men and intelligent animal life. Beyond, his party enters the cave world of the Dwellers, superintelligent beings who direct the destinies of the planet. The man is made captive and is closely studied by the Dwellers until his release can be secured by the amphibians. Philip Wiley. Gladiator. New York, 1930, Knopf. Science fiction. Hugo Danner is the son of a brilliant, though obscure scientist, whose study leads him to perform experiments in the development of the youth. As a result, young Danner possesses more than human powers, both physically and mentally. At college, his sports exploits gain him a great degree of fame. After accidentally killing a rival football player, he drops out of college. During World War I, Danner finds himself the perfect fighting man, a profession almost created for him. After the war, he cannot adjust himself to a civilization which has no place for him, and at last joins an archaeological expedition. In the unknown jungles of Yucatan, he decides to build a superior race hidden from the eyes of the world, but nature in the form of a lightning bolt eliminates him. Philip Wiley. The Murderer Invisible. New York, 1931, Farrar and Reinhardt. Science fiction. Darrell Carpenter joins her father's scientist foster brother as an assistant at his secluded laboratory. The scientist, William Carpenter, falls in love with Darrell and reveals his discoveries toward the secret of invisibility. When a young chemist, Baxter, is hired as an aide, Darrell falls in love with him. The pair are imprisoned by Carpenter as he achieves invisibility, but they escape as the scientist decides that he wishes to rule the world. In a reign of terror, the national capital, New York's Grand Central Station, and the New York City power plants are obliterated. Carpenter kidnaps Darrell, who wins his trust by pretending affection. While the scientist is involved with his invisible exploits, she summons a company of soldiers who destroy him. Francis Brett Young. Cold Harbor. New York, 1925, Knopf. Weird. The Wakes are invited to the ancient dwelling of Cold Harbor, corruption of the Roman colonial arboretum in rural England, owned by the fascinatingly brilliant Mr. Furnival. It is the site of Roman and pre-Roman abnormalities, and carries a curious reputation for being haunted. The Wakes are aware that the house is monstrous and that Furnival himself is chief among its dark evils. He is presently employed in trying to destroy his wife, in secret, but she remains a faithful, loving creature despite the warnings of the Wakes. They return to the city, where by clairvoyancy they witness Mrs. Furnival's awakening, her murder of her evil husband, and the destruction of dread Cold Harbor by fire. Arthur Leo Zagat. 7 Out of Time. Reading Pennsylvania, 1949, Fantasy Press Illustrated. Science fiction. Investigating the disappearance of Evelyn Rand, John March is spirited away into distant space and time. 3 million years in the future, Homo sapiens have evolved into great-brained monstrosities who have seized the poor lands of the amoeba-like creatures of their planet. Out of the remote past, their intelligence has summoned 7 captives that they may be successful in launching a full-scale invasion through time. March finds among the 7 King Arthur, Francois Villon, and Elijah the Prophet, all of whom have been imprisoned. The 7 make contact with the amoeba and lead hordes of these oppressed creatures in the destruction of the inimical great brains. End of section 18. And end of 333, a bibliography of the science fantasy novel, by Joseph H. Crawford, Jr., James J. Donahue, and Donald M. Grant.